Chapter 169 Art is Explosion. Boom boom boom. Several dazzling lightning flashes flashed, and several huge rocks above were blown to pieces. Hokage landed safely. He looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The huge stone slab completely blocked the exit. Having failed to attack just now, he knew that he would face the indiscriminate bombardment of the rock shinobi next. Thinking of this, Hokage quickly shouted to the people around him. Advertisement. Defend. Defend quickly. After more than a dozen people heard this, only 3 of them started to form seals. Earth style, Heian technique. The 3 of them patted the ground in tacit agreement, and the surrounding gravel was like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. It surrounded a dozen people at high speed, forming the shape of an upside-down sea bowl. At the same time, countless rock thorns suddenly appeared on the surrounding rock walls, and they were so densely packed that they could not be counted at all. Bang bang bang. There was a constant sound of clashing rocks. The few people who were temporarily safe breathed a sigh of relief and asked Hokage with a look of panic on their faces. Captain, what should we do next? Hokage glanced at a few people, pondered for a moment, looked at the ninja who was performing the spell and asked. How long can you hold on now? One of the Konoha shinobi said with difficulty. Captain, the opponent uses too many ninjutsu, I can hold on for 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes? Everyone was shocked. Their number is smaller than rock shinobi, and these rock shinobi are not ordinary. The individual strength may be a bit mediocre, but the cooperation is very tacit and the team strength is extremely strong. 3 minutes. Hokage frowned and murmured. There is not much time left for him now. He must rush forward to intercept these people and not let them catch up with the baggage troops. But facing the rock shinobi's covering attack, they had no choice but to rush forward together. As for digging tunnels, he never thought about it because it was simply impractical. The reason? 1. The opponent is rock shinobi. 2nd, they are a bit far from the ground, and they have no ninjutsu such as ground escape. So now there is only one way forward. Hokage quickly planned a plan. You 3 will use large-scale endurance first. Boom. Phew. Suddenly there was a violent explosion on the protective rock. The protective stone wall was directly blasted with a huge gap in the head. Several rock spikes were fired at extremely high speed. A Konoha shinobi did not react at all and was stabbed through. He was nailed to the ground by stone thorns as thick as his arms, and he was vomiting blood. Advertisement. Quickly, restore defense. Several people drank loudly at the same time. The Konoha shinobi user who used earth style had cold sweat on his forehead. The hands slapping the ground gradually increased the speed of chakra input. The next second, the cave entrance on the rock wall squirmed and returned to its original state. On the ground. Kawaguchi Ganteng slapped his hands on the ground with a sneer on his face. Konoha shinobi, you don't think I'm just making a fuss over this? Then he turned to look at the people who were doing the same thing as him, nodded, and shouted. Retreat. Upon hearing this, all the rock shinobi did not dare to waste a second and retreated hurriedly. Kawaguchi Ganteng also retreated quickly, as if his butt was on fire. Quiet. The moment of silence gave Hokage and his group an unreal illusion. The situation is very strange. Hokage's eyes widened and he glanced everywhere. The next moment, their faces were extremely ugly. Damn it. All he could see in his white eyes were small lumps of chakra soil. It's all around, densely packed. After the fight with Rock Shinobi just now, he naturally understood the other party's identity. Rock Shinobi Demolition Squad. And these accompanying chakra clods around him, what are they? Naturally it goes without saying. Clay bomb. Not good. Hokage lost his voice in horror. The chakra in the clay in front of him became extremely unstable. It seemed to explode immediately, and that was actually the case. Since the time was too short, he had no time to notify a few people and immediately used revolving heaven. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The powerful shock wave spread out in all directions with the mushroom cloud as the center. Many trees were knocked down. Yang Tai, who was coming at great speed from a distance, saw the mushroom cloud and secretly screamed, "It's bad." He had previously brought the 3 people to a safe place and let them join the baggage troops on their own. The original plan was to hang on to these people for a while and then retreat. But God's calculations are not as good as those of man. What the hell, a rock shinobi team appeared halfway. It directly disrupted his plan. However, I just had a brief contact with the baggage troops. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the supplies. Advertisement. Since the supplies were fine, Yang Tai wasn't so worried. However, he still planned to provide support out of humanitarianism. After all, Katsuya watched the whole process, which means Tsunade can know his actions at any time. His character cannot be broken, and this is a big achievement, not to mention that he is from the Hyuga clan. Seeing the mushroom cloud dozens of meters high in the distance, Yang Tai looked solemn. Is this the strength of the demolition team? Then Yoda asked little Katsuyu at the collar. Can you still contact them now? Yang Tai's meaning is very simple. See if he is alive. If he is dead, I will withdraw first. Little Katsuyu was quiet for a few seconds, and then his tentacles shook in surprise. Yuta and the others are still alive. However, it seems that he was seriously injured. Yang Tai looked at the mushroom cloud that was gradually spreading, and the corners of his eyes seemed to twitch. Even if they are not dead, they are worthy of the Hokage clan. Thinking of this, he used the body flicker technique and rushed towards the mushroom cloud. Another place. Chiba Yoshizo and his party also saw the mushroom cloud in the distance and stopped. Clay explosion. It seems that the enemy has been stopped by the deputy captain. A rock shinobi said excitedly. Chiba Jizo frowned, looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance, and fell into deep thought. This kind of thing has nothing more than two results. The first is to entangle or severely damage the enemy. The second is to be severely wounded by the enemy and have to make the enemy pay the price in this way. As the captain, he usually considers various outcomes first. After all, there are only 20 people in Kawaguchi Ganton. No matter how weak the Konoha shinobi are by 50 or more, they are not vegetarians. Thinking of this, Chiba Jizo asked a messenger ninja behind him. Vice Captain Qianteng, is there anything over there? Urgent news has arrived. The messenger ninja shook his head hastily. No. Is it all destroyed? It shouldn't be the case. Even if they can't be beaten, they can definitely escape by hiding. Full speed ahead. Instead of thinking about it here, it's better to go quickly to provide support. Then some people quickened their pace and moved forward very quickly. The smoke cleared. A deep pit with a diameter of 40 or 50 wide was left on the spot. Ahem. There was a coughing sound, and the 4 people stumbled out of the pit. They were also holding 2 Konoha shinobi who were unconscious due to vomiting blood. Hokage Genji was in tatters, and so were the others. His feet softened and he knelt down on the ground, gasping for fresh air. Chapter 170 Arrive. It exploded just now, at the critical moment. He did not hesitate to use the oversized revolving heaven to protect the 6 people. Fortunately, the clay was scattered. If it had been intact, they would have received the lunchbox. But even so, the power of the explosion is not weak. The revolving heaven he used with all his strength could only block part of the power. Advertisement. The remaining aftermath of the impact penetrated through his chakra shield and seriously injured several people. The 2 who bore the brunt of the attack were seriously injured and fell into coma. Fortunately, Katsuyu could barely breathe. Except for the 7 people, all died and no one was left. Tap tap tap. Kawaguchi Genton quickly returned to check with 20 rock shinobi. What they didn't expect was that in such an explosion. It's incredible that there are still Konoha shinobi people alive. Hokage Genji and 5 others naturally saw it and approached rock shinobi at high speed, and immediately stood up quickly. He glanced at the unconscious companion on the ground with a complicated expression, and nodded slightly to the remaining 4 people. They are ninjas who have experienced some life and death, and they understand what Hokage Genji means. One person sighed, took out a few detonating charms, and stuck them behind the 2 of them. He took out his kunao, assumed a fighting stance, and looked at the person coming. Kawaguchi Ganteng didn't make any unnecessary moves. He waved his hand. A group of rock shinobi grasped the long swords in their hands and rushed towards several people. Clang, clang, clang. After just one round of fighting, a Konoha shinobi player was exhausted. He was chopped to the ground by several people, his body was cut into pieces while he was breathing, dripping with blood, and his death was extremely miserable. Thump. Gilyalu. A Konoha ninja was stabbed in the calf by a sword, and his whole body became unstable. Kneeling on one knee on the ground, before he could react, his head was chopped off with a sword, blood spurted out of Lao Gao. The palm slowly loosened, and the kunao fell to the ground. Then the headless body flopped to the ground, and the ground was stained black with blood. That's right, from the perspective of the eyes, it is dyed black. Seeing that the remaining 2 Konoha shinobi were gradually dying. Faced with the siege of more than a dozen people, Hokage Genji yelled. The chakra inside his body breaks out and he spins at high speed. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Strong air currents swept out. The dozen or so rock shinobi who besieged him groaned, like a broken sack. It flew a few meters away and hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hokage Genji just stopped, without stopping for a moment, gritting his teeth. Faint ripples rippled on both palms. Aim at the rock shinobi who are still besieging their companions, create ripples with both palms, and strike out quickly. Advertisement. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Boom. Boom. Hitting out with both palms, it was like a real air current, like two long transparent dragons rushing towards several rock shinobi. There were two loud noises, and several rock shinobi had not yet reacted. He was hit instantly, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and fell into a deep pit. There was no movement, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Ho-ho! Hokage exhausted all the chakra he had just extracted from his body. At this moment, he was panting heavily, and the bulging veins next to his eyes disappeared. Instantly, his vision began to become a little blurry. I can only pretend to be gentle fist and show off. Quiet. The place was strange and quiet. Rock Shinobi, who was knocked into the air before, slowly got up and slowly moved Hokage Genji's position. No one dares to take the initiative to attack. What a tough guy. I didn't expect that I would still be able to fight back. Kawaguchi Qiantang thought secretly. Then he calculated the time for the baggage troops to escape and knew that he could not wait any longer. Thinking of this, murderous intent appeared in Kawaguchi Qiantang's eyes. He didn't waste any time and made dazzling seals. Lightning style, lightning strike. The next moment, his right hand was surrounded by thick lightning, just like the great demon mentor in the book. Ha! Kawaguchi shouted loudly, and the lightning in his hand became even more dazzling. Aiming in the direction of Hokage Genji, his mind moved. The thickness of an arm, winding and twisted lightning, separated from the palm. It was like a dragon snake formed by thunder and lightning, opening its fangs and claws, biting towards Hokage Genji. The dazzling lightning was extremely dazzling. Are you going to die? The lightning in Hokage Genji's eyes magnified rapidly, and he understood. He couldn't resist this blow now. Subconsciously, he clenched the detonating talisman in his hand behind his back. Clang! At this moment, a three-pronged kunai suddenly appeared in front of Hokage Genji. Before he could react, a circular water column appeared out of thin air in front of him. Then a red blurred figure appeared in the water. Yang Tai stepped on his feet and quickly got out of the water. At the same time, he quickly formed seals in his hands. Water-style water waves. For a moment, the water column in front of him was like a barrier, rising high to block the biting thunder snake. La la! Advertisement. It's rude to come and not reciprocate. Snapped. Yang Tai was wet all over. He clapped his hands together, and the sound of his palms was particularly clear. At the same time, the water turbulence carrying strong electric current shot directly towards Rock Shinobi. Quickly retreat! Kawaguchi Gentan hurriedly yelled to remind all the Rock Shinobi. At the same time, he also retreated very quickly. He knew how powerful his lightning style was. Even if it is dispersed by the current, its power cannot be underestimated. A few flashes, and a dozen people jumped to nearby trees. Of course, there were two unlucky guys who were hit by the turbulent waves. He was hit by lightning inside again, convulsed several times and passed out. Seeing that he had opened enough distance, Kawaguchi Qiantang looked at the red figure gradually appearing in the distance with a solemn expression. What's this? What a speed! What an awesome water style! Could it be him? Kawaguchi Qiantang instantly remembered the massacre of more than 100 troops earlier. It seems like a water-style ninja. Onaki issued a blockade order at that time, and his battle with Tsunade. Only some of Uegakure's top brass and captains know that. After all, their rock shinobi invaded Konoha with such force that they didn't even see the opposing troops. Just 300 to 400 people were lost, which would greatly affect the momentum if word spread. Brush! Suddenly a dazzling white light shot towards him at extremely fast speed. Kawaguchi Qiantang was startled, and he quickly broke the branches under his feet with all his strength, and his whole body fell rapidly. Boom! The shadow of the sword pierced the tree trunk in a flash, causing the tree to sway and a few leaves to fall. Gudong! Kawaguchi swallowed subconsciously, and only then did he see clearly. The thing in front of him was a long sword that exuded a sharp aura. He reached out and touched his head. Some hair fell out. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now and dodged the blow by a hair's breadth, his neck was probably pierced by a sword just like the tree trunk in front of him. It's such a pity, it was just a little bit close. Yoda sighed with regret and took back the Kusanagi sword. He didn't expect that the opponent could escape the sneak attack just now without any damage. You must know that his Kusanagi sword is quenched with poison. As long as the sword hits just now, especially if the wound is still on the head or neck, the other party will definitely die. Unless he's also a medical ninja. But it was a pity that that man was also experienced in fighting, and he actually managed to escape by breaking branches. Chapter 171 Targeting. Only then did Hokage Genji and the two Konoha shinobi behind him react. Is it supported? What an awesome water style! This is the thought that came to their minds about Yang Tai. Maybe he could escape death this time. Advertisement. Can you still fight? Yoda turned to look at Hokage Genji who looked tired and asked. Hokage Genji nodded to Yoda, and the two people behind him also clasped their hands and nodded slightly to Yuta. Yang Tai glanced at the embarrassed three people and said quickly. Well, let me lead the team of rock shinobi, and the rest will trouble you. Yang Tai spoke very politely, and his meaning was very clear. I will kill the big monsters alone, and you can help me contain the small monsters. Be careful. Although the strength Yang Tai showed just now is not weak. But Hokage saw that he was young, so he still reminded him. No. Yoda responded and saw some injuries on their bodies and the two people on the ground. A drop of blood slowly seeped out from the palm, and began to form seals. Ninja technique, spirit communication technique. Boom. With a piece of ground in his hand, a 2-meter-tall Katsuyu appeared. Yang Tai smiled and said, sorry to trouble you. Fine. Katsuyu's clear voice came out, and then it was divided into 5, 3 small and 2 large, and climbed on top of the 5 people. Then a faint green light lit up. Katsuyu. How could Lord Hokage's spirit communication beast be spirit communication by this boy? Could it be? The 3 of them were a little shocked, and then they looked at Yang Tai in a different way. Feeling the chakra gradually recovering in his body, Hokage looked at Katsuyu on his shoulder who was helping him heal and recover. He nodded to Yang Tai. Based on his physical condition, if you can't restrain a few people at all, they will probably be killed. But now that Katsuyu is fully recovering from treatment, it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold these people. Kawaguchi Gantang landed smoothly, looking at Yang Tai and the others as they quickly thought about tactics. Then he made a few gestures to rock shinobi behind him, rushed towards Yoda and the others, and started to form seals at the same time. The other dozen or so people also moved forward simultaneously. Earth style, stone pillar. Earth style, a swamp. Kawaguchi Gentan was the first to activate the ninjutsu. Countless stone pillars rise around it. Yang Tai was speechless, now he was recognized and targeted. Advertisement. At the same time, there was a squirming movement under the feet of Yang Tai and others, and rolling mud gushes out from the ground like a fountain. Not good. Hokage jumped up and rushed towards the unconscious 2 people. At this moment, their bodies have begun to sink slowly. Hokage took out a thin chain with a kunai from his ninja tool bag, and flicked it. The kunai at the top hit Xian and firmly wrapped around their legs. He forcefully pulled the 2 of them out of the mire. Damn it! It's so big and has no place to start. Hokage cursed secretly, and then prepared to take off his vest and push it. Similarly, the 2 Konoha shinobi who jumped into the air were also ready to take off some of their belongings to use as a springboard. Yoda immediately threw out the kunai and rushed towards Kawaguchi Gentan, leaving only a piece of talisman paper in place. When the 3 of them were preparing their things and fell. Suddenly, a straight column of water appeared under their feet, extending out of the swamp. The 3 of them were stunned at first, then overjoyed and hurriedly attached chakra to their soles. Step on the water to speed up your escape. You must evacuate this place before the water collapses. Hokage used the water flow under his feet to escape from the swamp with several leaps. Then he turned to look in the direction of the rock shinobi. At this time, Yoda dodged and appeared on the left side of Kawaguchi Gentan. He thrust the sword straight, and the angle of the sword was tricky, from bottom to top, straight into the waist. Clang! At the critical moment, Kawaguchi Gantang held the knife in his backhand and blocked it in a thrilling way. Throwing a few shurikens with his backhand, he successfully forced Yoda back. Ding 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 ding! What a quick response! Yang Tai couldn't help but secretly praise him, it was the first time he had seen such a reaction. With Shunsui's speed, he was able to successfully block his attack. Whoosh! Yang Tai somersaulted and dodged several kunai flying towards him. At the same time, his eyes turned cold, and during the somersault, with the blade of the Kusanagi sword in his hand, he shook his finger, and the rock shinobi who just threw the kunai chakra pours in quickly. The next moment, a sharp white light flashed, and a peach blossom bloomed on the neck of the rock shinobi, and he fell to the ground. This series of actions is completed in only 2 or 3 seconds. As soon as Yoda hit the ground, he threw several kunai at Kawaguchi Gantang who was forming the seal. Then he formed seals very quickly, and his speed was even faster than that. He was just halfway through the seals and Kawaguchi Gantang was about to form them. Wind style, vacuum sword. Yang Tai opened his mouth and spit out several transparent colored wind attribute chakra. These wind attribute chakras arrive first, catch up with the kunai in front, and attach themselves to them. Suddenly, the speed of the kunai increased greatly, making a whistling sound that broke through the air. When Kawaguchi Gantang saw this, he was also shocked. This kind of sealing speed is too fast. Advertisement. Immediately stop what you are doing and lean back 180 degrees. Those handfuls of kunai passed by. Bang bang bang. The kunai left several bottomless holes in the ground and disappeared. Gudong. Kawaguchi Gantang, who looked up and saw this scene, was instantly frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He almost told me here. As soon as he stood up, he saw Yoda rushing towards him quickly. In just 1 second, his mind was spinning and he came to a conclusion. He is no match for this person, invincible. Must take advantage of their rock shinobi numbers. Thinking of this, the solace of his feet squirmed and his whole body began to sink rapidly. Clang! Kawaguchi Gantang blocked a heavy blow and his whole body was completely submerged into the ground. Escape! Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Yang Tai punched out, and saw a faint blue chakra wrapped around his fist. There was an instant burst of energy and it hit the ground hard. Boom! Shocking! A shockwave spread out with Yang Tai's fist as the center. The huge force directly shattered the surrounding ground into pieces. This power has such a strong visual impact. Many rock shinobi who had completed the seals around were stunned. Is he a beast in human form? The 3 people who had just escaped from the swamp also looked shocked. When Hokage saw this, he immediately reacted, leaving the 2 of them behind and quickly supported Yoda. Although Yoda is very strong, it can be said that rock shinobi has many people after all, and it is also a special team. Boom! Not far away, an embarrassed figure jumped out. It was Kawaguchi Ganton. Is he a monster? Kawaguchi Chientang secretly thought that if he hadn't run so fast, the punch just now would have been enough for him to drink a pot. Really? His reasoning was correct, such a person was invincible. Then he made a gesture to the crowd. At the same time, the rock shinobi who had completed the seals early and were waiting for Kawaguchi Ganton's signal, released their ninjutsu one after another. Earth Style, Earthquake Core. Rumble. For a time, the ground with a radius of more than 300 meters sank rapidly. The scope was too large, and Yang Tai and others could not escape for a while. Of course, rock shinobi cannot escape in such a large area. However, this is their ninjutsu, and they don't need to run at all. Seeing this, Kawaguchi Gantang made a strange gesture and quickly formed seals. Chapter 172 Disgusting. The other rock shinobi also formed seals when they saw the gesture. Earth Style, Earthquake Core. Rumble. The ground on the left and right rumbled, coming from a flanking attack with astonishing power. It was like the giant beast opened its bloody mouth and was about to close it. Advertisement. Yoda looked around and saw a group of rock shinobi gradually burrowing into the ground. His face was solemn. This power was similar to the Shantu technique he encountered last time. I didn't expect this group of rock shinobi to be so strong. Sure enough, the name of this demolition team was not blown out of proportion. But do you want to control me? Yang Tai sneered and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ninja technique, spirit communication technique. 600 to 700 kunao suddenly appeared in front of me. Yang Tai's whole body suddenly exploded with momentum, and his clothes automatically moved without any wind. The turbulent air currents are visible to the naked eye. Water-style water waves. Snapped. Yang Tai clasped his hands together, and the veins were like horned dragons, crawling all over Yang Tai's arms. The next second, the kunao under his feet exploded one by one in a very orderly manner. Suddenly, a large amount of water appeared out of thin air in the surrounding space. Ha! Yang Tai activates the chakra in the body, and a large amount of chakra gushes out from the solace of the feet and gets into the water. The surrounding water flowed for a moment, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, pouring into the solace of Yang Tai. On the ground, a group of rock shinobi slowly emerged from the ground, with seals still on their hands. Captain, that guy from Konoha should die now. A rock shinobi controlled the ninjutsu and asked a little uncertainly. Kawaguchi Ganton glanced at rock shinobi who was speaking, and naturally understood what he meant. Don't worry, even if he doesn't die, he will still have to shed his skin. Hearing this, the worried rock shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. Even if you don't die, ugh. Then he stood there like a chicken with its neck stuck, his eyes widened. Looking at the scene in front of me in disbelief. Now, a water column is like a fountain, spurting out from a pit 100 meters below. Water splashes everywhere. Yang Tai had no expression on his face, standing at the tip of the water column with his palms clasped together. Looking down at the rock shinobi from a height of more than 20 meters. Behind them, Hokage and the others stood firmly. Boom! There was a loud noise and the ground closed. The strong impact force squeezed the water below out of the pit. Hwa la la la! Suddenly, it seemed as if there was a light rain on the ground all around. At the same time, Yang Tai's ninjutsu was also broken, and the water under his feet was scattered. Advertisement. Several people fell down one after another. Attack. Seeing such a good opportunity, Kawaguchi Ganton immediately called for people to come forward, and he also began to form seals quickly. Court death. When Luo Yang Tai saw this, he raised his eyebrows, threw a shuriken in his hand, and quickly formed several seals. Ninja technique, shadow clone shuriken technique. The shuriken shot out, split into 2 in the air, and then split into 4. As you breathe, fill the space in front of you. Like a dark flock of crows. What? Kawaguchi Ganteng was shocked when he saw this, and the seals in his hands changed. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. In an instant, rows of stone walls rose from the ground, blocking the shurikens one after another. Ding 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 ding. There was a sound of metal falling to the ground. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Rock Technique. The next moment, the Rock Shinobi's counterattack came. More than a dozen ninjutsu in the sky were thrown at Yang Tai and others, such as stone thorns, stones, and stone dragons. Water style, water barrier. In less than a second, Yang Tai simply used 2 seals to display water barrier. The water prisons that were scattered before suddenly seemed to have found a backbone. Several people were rotating around Yang Tai at high speed. The 3 people behind him were all stunned. If they hadn't seen Yang Tai forming 2 seals. I thought this was a Muji ninjutsu. Simply incredible. It's all scientific, okay underscore. Bang bang bang. The sound of impact continued. Water barrier is gradually overwhelmed, after all, soil innate overcomes water. Boom. A root stone pierced the water surface and shot straight towards the sun gate. Yang Tai did not panic, tilted his head slightly, and simply dodged. Then he said quickly with a solemn expression. My defense will collapse soon, be careful. Their situation was very dangerous at the moment. They were treading water and suspended in mid-air. From a distance, it looks like it is in a transparent cup. Hokage looked at the countless barbs rising from the ground, and then looked at the ninjutsu that kept attacking in the distance, clenched his fists. Almost recovered. He opened his white eyes again, and a few veins appeared next to his eyes. Then he quickly glanced at Yoda's water barrier. Chakra surges rapidly in the body, gushing out from various points in the body. Advertisement. At the same time, the body began to rotate at high speed. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Suddenly, a large chakra shield surrounded everyone. Yang Tai suddenly felt his body relax, as if the water around him became lighter. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he sensed the movements of Hokage behind him. Use Byakugan to match my water barrier? Good idea. Yoda then increased the output of chakra. The next moment, revolving heaven rotates at high speed, causing the surrounding water to rotate at high speed. The high-speed rotating water flow is like a meat grinder, instantly crushing anything it touches. Unintentionally, the 2 of them performed a combined ninjutsu. Boom. Yang Tai and others landed safely. Hokage's revolving heaven directly turns all attacks on the ground into pieces. When Yang Tai saw this, he stopped holding back. He was really angry. He was really disgusted by the Rock Shinobi stone pillar, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water style, water severing wave. Mobilize the chakra in your body, your chest will bulge, and you will spit out a stream of water like a sharp arrow. The water flowed like a sharp axe blade, and rows of stone pillars fell down. Damn it! Is this water style? This is wind style. Kawaguchi Ganteng and other rock shinobi couldn't believe it, and they were full of curses in their hearts. Immediately jump up to avoid the water-severing wave point attack. It was this opportunity that Yoda was waiting for, and he threw several kunai at high speed. The water column suddenly appeared, twisting and turning, and several rock shinobi appeared behind it. Yang Tai's head rushed into the water column and disappeared. Not good. Careful. Kawaguchi Genten shouted to remind everyone. Everyone rock shinobi heard this, burrowed into the ground, and covered his body with rocks. With a flash of red light, Yoda appeared behind a rock shinobi. The hair on the rock shinobi's back suddenly stood up, and his body was quickly covered with a layer of rocks at an extremely fast speed. Do you think I can't do anything to you like this? Yang Tai snorted coldly, and the chakra in his palm quickly rotated and gathered, forming a blue halo in an instant. Chi Yuan slash. Stab. The sun struck down hard, spinning the light wheel at high speed, like cutting tofu. Slashed diagonally from the neck of the rock shinobi. Thump. The rock shinobi was directly split into 2 halves, green and red, and spread out in a large area. In an instant, Yang Tai disappeared, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. The water column collapsed completely. There was blood in the field. In addition to the rock shinobi they were leading just now, who was chopped alive by Yoda in anger. The rest were wiped off their necks by Chi Yuan Zhan. Chapter 173 Defeat. You. Kawaguchi reacted and trembled all over. 9 people. A total of 9 people. At that moment, his team had shrunk to just a few people. How could he not be angry? With a slap on the ground, rows of stone pillars rose again. Advertisement. Yang Tai shook off the blood on his hands and glanced at the erected stone pillars with cold eyes. Looking at Kawaguchi Ganten with an angry face. Now that the overall situation has been decided, the role of these stone pillars is not that great. Then Yoda threw a kunao, and the kunao exploded in mid-air, and a water column emerged. His hands began to form seals quickly, and chakra surged out of his body crazily. Water style, the water dragon bites and explodes. I saw the extremely calm water in the sky, like an awakening dragon. Roar. Looking up to the sky and roaring. He opened his bloody mouth and bit into it. How much chakra does he have? How can he still be able to perform such a wide range of ninjutsu? Kawaguchi Gantang looked at the water dragon rushing toward him at great speed, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. It's definitely impossible to run with such a large range and speed. Quick, defend quickly. He shouted and quickly formed seals on his hands. The others also used ninjutsu to resist. Earth style, multiple earth flow walls. Tall earth walls rise from the ground to block the mighty water dragon. Bang bang bang. The power of the water dragon was unstoppable, and the earthen walls were broken into pieces one after another as if they were tofu. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and earth and rocks were flying. The water dragon is under the control of Yang Tai, and its momentum is like a rainbow. After breaking through the last earth wall, the dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed 4 or 5 people in one mouthful. Yang Tai, who controlled the water dragon, saw this and had a thought in his mind. Burst. Boom. Several people bitten by the dragon's mouth were instantly shattered by the huge impact of the water dragon. Suddenly, residual limbs were flying in the air, and blood rained all over the sky. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kawaguchi Gantang immediately turned around and ran away. However, there were already 3 Konoha shinobi standing behind them. Haiga Genji has already taken the stance of gentle fist. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Haiga Genji's feet kicked the ground fiercely, and his figure disappeared in a flash. A rock shinobi appears in front of him. In the shocked eyes of the rock shinobi, he struck out with a palm. The palm of Chakra's blue chakra slapped his lower abdomen with lightning speed. Advertisement. A palm. The man who was hit directly had his eyes bulging out, and the chakra in his body was stagnant, and he was completely out of control. Moreover, severe pain came from his lower abdomen, and he couldn't help but bent down. Haiga Genji quickly struck out with 1 palm after another. 2 palms. 12 palms. 32 palms. After the last slap, the rock shinobi's pupils dilated and he died completely. Thump. Haiga Genji is very angry. He just took action with all his strength. The rock shinobi who collapsed in front of us seemed to be completely unharmed, but in fact, his internal organs and brain were. They were all beaten into paste by him. Escape. When Kawaguchi Genji saw Haiga Genji blocking him, he had no idea of fighting him. This guy is too difficult to deal with. He immediately led the remaining 2 or 3 kittens and used earth magic to escape. Under my eyes, you rats are running away. Haiga Genji snorted disdainfully. The light air flow in the palm of the hand spreads out like water waves, accumulating power for a strike. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Boom. Ah. Rebels were flying, and a rock shinobi was directly hit. His entire lower back was covered in blood and flesh, and he howled miserably. Haiga Genji frowned. The speed of his escape was beyond his expectation. Originally, he imagined that this attack would force out at least 2 or 3 people. I didn't expect that I would be forced to come up with something like this. Pity. Haiga Genji sighed softly. Get out of here. Suddenly a loud shout came from above. Haiga Genji looked up and saw that it was Yoda who had arrived. Yang Tai raised his right leg high in the air. At this time, his right leg was covered with a terrifying chakra. From Haiga Genji's perspective, Yoda now looks like a ferocious beast. Why is his chakra so violent? It's like a tailed beast. Just as Haiga Genji was mumbling to himself, Yoda kicked down hard with all his strength. Boom. A loud noise echoed far away. Circles of white air waves visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the ground in the field collapsed and gravel flew everywhere. Because the force was too great, Yang Tai's shoes and trousers couldn't bear it and they all broke apart. Haiga, UNER, and 3 others raised their hands to block the flying gravel. Advertisement. What an amazing destructive power. Could it be that Yang Tai has obtained the true biography of that person? Not far away, everyone in Kyunyi Jizo heard the loud noise and realized something was wrong. The reason is simple, this is not the sound of clay explosion, but the sound of other impacts. We are very close, go and support. After saying that, he waved his hand and led number 30 people towards the giant elephant quickly. It should be solved. Yoda looked at his broken shoes and trousers and muttered in a low voice. He wasn't sure, because the man in front of him was the most difficult guy he had ever encountered. It's not about his personal strength, but his commanding ability. Utilize the cooperation between rock shinobi to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. And his ability to escape is also outstanding. If it weren't for his strange strength, this guy would have run away countless times. Hokage was also very cautious. He secretly praised Yoda's strength and immediately glanced at the ground with his white eyes. Really? The next moment, his eyes were locked not far away. At this moment, in his eyes, two Daoist figures rushed out of the ground at high speed. Over there. Hokage pointed to the distance, and a white shadow rushed out, followed by another figure. Chase! Hokage shouted and rushed towards Kawaguchi Genten, and the two team members behind him also followed quickly. Can you run away? Yoda took out the Kusanagi sword stuck at his waist with his backhand, and pointed it at a person from a distance. Long. Chakra outputted wildly, and the Kusanagi sword suddenly dazzled with white light, and the whooshing sound became longer. The latter struck more than 3 people first and penetrated one person from behind. Ah! The Kusanagi sword was quickly retracted. The rock shinobi screamed and looked down at the sword on his chest. It was not big. However, after running a few more steps, he fell to the ground with a thump. At this moment, the poison on Kusanaga's sword spread wildly in his chest, and he lost the ability to move in just 3 or 4 seconds. When Hokage saw this, he immediately hit the target and threw a kunao to end his life. Boom! Ah! There was a violent explosion, and a silhouette flew out of the woods quickly. It hit the ground hard, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. Everyone's eyes were fixed, and it was the Konoha shinobi who was the first to chase Kawaguchi Genten into the woods just now. At this moment, his lower abdomen was covered in blood and flesh, and a big hole appeared. There is more air coming out and less air entering. Return! Hokage shouted loudly and called back his companions who were about to rush into the woods. At the same time, his eyes were focused and he glanced around, seeing scattered figures surrounding them. More than 30 people. Hokage exclaimed, why are there still enemies? Chapter 174 Support each other. He immediately retreated to the side of the seriously injured person, put on a defensive posture, and looked at the people who gradually appeared. Whoosh! Yoda stepped in front of everyone and saw the miserable condition of the Konoha shinobi. Spirit communication brought out a larger Katsuyu to treat him. However, Yang Tai still remains pessimistic about whether he can survive. Advertisement. The medical conditions here are poor, and most of his organs are severely damaged. There is no replacement at all. Chiba Yoshizo retracted his fist and looked at Kawaguchi Genten, who looked embarrassed. He frowned and asked coldly. Captain Jianteng, what danger are you in? He was also surprised that although he looked down on these family ninjas, but it is undeniable that the strength of these family ninjas is not bad. Especially with some family inheritance and experience, they have a natural advantage in commanding troops. But such a person, with an elite force of nearly 20 people. He was actually in such a mess, and he was the only one. Is it possible that he encountered several Konoha teams and was besieging him? Kawaguchi took a few deep breaths, and finally let go of his tense heart. Captain Chiba, I met that water-style ninja. Water-style ninja? Chiba Yoshizo was puzzled and thought about it. It seemed that Lord Tsuchikage had mentioned this person. Is he the Konoha shinobi who can abandon all missions and kill him whenever he encounters him? Kawaguchi Genten nodded vigorously. It's him. Originally, my troops have gained an overwhelming advantage and can kill all those who intercept Konoha shinobi. Then an angry look appeared on his face, and he gritted his teeth and said. I didn't expect him to be so strong. 20 of us are no match for him. We were killed by him alone, and I managed to escape with great difficulty. Chiba Jizo raised his eyebrows and asked solemnly. His water-style ninjutsu is really as strong as the intelligence. At this time, Kawaguchi Genten shook his head and explained. Stronger than the intelligence. Especially his speed, that weird water teleportation, it's so scary. In just a few seconds, half of my men were killed. So fast. Several people who heard the news were also shocked, and nearly 10 people were killed in a few seconds. This is incredible. You must know that Kawaguchi Ganten's subordinates are also elite ninjas in Rock Shinobi. It's almost the same as them. Isn't there a stone pillar that can restrain him? Is the information wrong? Chiba Jizo reacted from the shock and immediately asked. Advertisement. He is very confident in his own strength, but his subordinates are similar to those of Kawaguchi Genten. In case, a confrontation with the other party will solve it instantly, his men. Then he will really become a polished commander, so he must ask clearly. That's not true. The information is true, but the other party has learned a very destructive water style. It can destroy stone pillars instantly and activate that weird teleportation. Kawaguchi Genten explained in detail. I see. Just be useful. As for being destroyed, that's much easier to handle. You just need to order several ninjas in advance, and they don't have to do anything. He is specifically responsible for raising the stone pillars. Although this is a bit more troublesome, it can definitely contain Yang Tai. Besides. At this time, Kawaguchi Genton continued to speak. Chiba Jizo and the others once again focused their attention on him. Listen carefully to all Yang Tai's information. Although they have some differences, they are ninjas. Being careful, cautious, and gathering intelligence are all things they must pay attention to at all times. If the intelligence is wrong or incomplete, their mission may fail. They may even lose their lives for it. His physical skills are very strong. In front of him, never escape unless you have no choice but to do so. Or you might die. And his weapon is a strange long sword. It is extremely sharp and can be long or short. Xiaoji is very careful. Kawaguchi took a deep breath and told all the information about Yoda. Chiba Jizo nodded, wrote down all this information, and asked again. Then how many people are with him now? Everyone also listened carefully. He has 3 people with him now. Speaking of this, Kawaguchi Genton took a deep look and said. The first one was crippled by your punch just now. The second level is similar to the person just now. But you have to be careful with the third one. Oh. I need to be careful. Chiba Yoshizo suddenly became interested. Kawaguchi Gantang knew that he practiced the explosion-style blood succession limit. Let him be careful, maybe the other party will be too. Is he also a blood successor ninja? Although he had the answer in his heart, he still asked out loud. Kawaguchi Chientang nodded. He is from the Haiga clan, a wealthy family in Konoha. Haiga clan. That family is famous in the ninja world for its white eyes and physical skills. Advertisement. Chiba Jizo asked in surprise. In comparison, Yoda, who is not a master of water style, was forgotten by him. Blood inheritance limit. This is something that cannot be ignored. All ninjas with blood inheritance limits must be careful, and more careful. Because this is too weird and dangerous. Chiba Jizo frowned and fell into deep thought. Yes, it's just them, but you can rest assured that this guy was hit by explosive clay earlier. There are injuries on the body. I guess chakra is also used in some way. In a period of weakness. Kawaguchi Genton reminded. There is an injury. Not enough chakra. That's good news. Chiba Jizo rarely showed a smile. Just now he was worried about how to deal with this guy from the Haiga clan. It's easier to handle now. He cooperated with some ninjas to deal with the water-style master. Kawaguchi Genton led some people to surround and kill the Haiga clan. Apart from anything else, he still believed in Kawaguchi Genton's ability. Immediately, Chiba Jizo immediately ordered. The 8 of you are now under the command of Captain Chienteng. The rest of the people are following me to surround the water-style ninja. We must kill him here this time. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Somewhere in the forest. The camp is 20 miles ahead, everyone, speed up. Katsuyu's crisp voice reaches the ears of every Konoha shinobi fan. Is it finally almost there? Hey, I don't know what happened to my clan brother. A ninja from the Haiga clan side. Another ninja from the Haiga clan next to him patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, clan brother is so strong, even if you can't defeat him, you can still evacuate safely. Also, someone. The ninja who had sighed before suddenly shouted loudly, drew out his sword, and looked not far away. At the same time, a group of ninjas from the baggage troops also drew their swords and protected the scrolls. Looking towards the jungle not far away. Whoosh whoosh. 10 Daoist shadows flashed out one by one. The leader had conspicuous white hair and wore a black mask. None other than Hotaki Kakashi. And there are 12 little heroes behind them. Oh, only 10 came this time. Chapter 175 The Real Demolition Team. In addition to defecting Uchiha Sasuke, there is also something very special. Hinata did not come. Hinata is a direct descendant of the Haiga clan. She was not placed under caged bird. And she is a woman. If she goes to the battlefield, she might be captured. In order to prevent the Byakugan from being lost, Haiga Hinata was kept at home by the Haiga clan. This time Kakashi just took them out to exercise. Advertisement. Let them also see that their classmates who were taking exams together a few days ago are now able to stand alone. It can also stimulate them to practice harder. The 2 Haiga clan naturally knew the famous Hotaki Kakashi. But just in case, I asked Katsuyu on his shoulder softly. After getting the information, Katsuyu gave the 2 a affirmative answer. At this point, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, put down their guard, and asked Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, are you here to support us? Kakashi was extra serious at this time, not as carefree as usual. Yes, where is your captain? The 2 looked at each other, sighed, and attacked them. Haiga Genji led a group of ninjas to stop the enemy. When everyone heard this, they also respected the captain. What about Yoda? How is he? At this time, a green figure came out and looked at the 2 of them with excitement. Yoda? I don't know him. The two shook their heads. They had never heard of this person. How could it happen? According to the news, Yang Tai came to support you from the beginning. Xiao Li was stunned. That shouldn't be the case. Not to mention Xiao Li, even the others behind him were a little surprised. He looked at Kakashi standing in front with doubtful eyes. Support Yoda, this is what Kakashi told them. Teacher Kakashi, your information is correct. Naruto looked at Kakashi suspiciously and spoke in confusion. Boom. Idiot. Do you say this casually? Little Sakura violently blocked Naruto's next words. This idiot has no detailed information. Can he question the captain's information casually? Kakashi was used to it and looked at him twice. Has anyone supported you during this time? The two of them understood. Xiao Li was a little confused just now when he was asked questions without any answers. When Kakashi said this, Yoda's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. There are 4 people supporting us. One has gone to support the captain, and the remaining 3 are in the team to show me the way. Said a ninja from the Hokage clan, pointing to the 3 people in the team dressed as genin. Advertisement. Brush. Several people looked at it at the same time. It's strange, why does it look so familiar? Yamanaka Ino looked at one of them and murmured in a low voice. Shikamaru glanced at Yamanaka a few times, and he had a certain answer in his mind, and said casually. Not your relatives. Hearing what you said, I seem to have seen this face of his before. What is it? Yamanaka Ino frowned and thought. Really, that face looked more and more familiar, she had definitely seen it before. The 3 of them felt very uncomfortable being looked at by more than a dozen pairs of eyes. Hello, my name is Yamanaka Kiyo, and I am the team leader for the time being. Helplessly, Yamanaka Ching stood up and introduced himself to several people. He nodded slightly towards Kakashi. How could he not have heard of Hitaki Kakashi's name? It's you. Uncle. Ino exclaimed, finally remembering that this person was somewhat related to her family. However, the relationship is very weak. It's just a few visits. The reason I remember him is because of his kidney-deficient face. As for calling him uncle, it's easy. Yamanaka Ching is the same generation as his father. He is younger than his father, so Ino calls him brother-in-law. Everyone was also stunned. They could meet relatives here. Uncle. Yamanaka looked at Ino with confusion. Gradually, Ino's figure overlapped with that of a little kid in his memory, and he said tentatively. Ino. Under everyone's strange looks, Ino nodded. It turns out it's you. You've really grown up. I remember you were only this big when I was a kid. I hugged you, remember? Yamanaka Ching was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet relatives on the battlefield. Brush. All the friends looked over, especially little Sakura, who raised the corners of her mouth and showed a beautiful smile. For a moment, Ino's face turned red. Like a red apple. Although Kakashi really wanted to eat melon, time did not allow it. Can you please tell me the specific situation of Yang Tai? Okay, Kakashi Jainin. Yamanaka Ching agreed and told Yoda's plans one after another. When I understood that Kakashi and the others were supporting Yoda, he also handed over his Katsuyu to them to facilitate contact with Yoda. Kakashi got the information he wanted and immediately took the people away. Advertisement. Katsuyu, can you contact Yoda now? Kakashi, who was running, asked Katsuyu on his shoulder. Katsuyu heard this, shook his tentacles, and said in a clear voice. I can get in touch, but the battle is fierce now, and he doesn't have time to deliver the message. Kakashi frowned, then can you tell me about the situation on the battlefield? Can. Then the news about Katsuyu, from Yoda's support to his pursuit of Kawaguchi Ganteng, was revealed one by one. The 10 people behind him were also shocked when they heard Katsuyu's description on their shoulders. Have you reached this point in such a short period of time? Haiganiji couldn't help but clenched his fists, and he had to speed up. You can't be surpassed by him so much. On the contrary, when Xiao Li heard this, his eyes were blazing with excitement. Hard work can surpass genius, and Yang Tai has already achieved this. You must have a fight with him when you turn around. Click click click. The 3 of them moved closer and looked at the rock shinobi who were gradually surrounding them. Boom. Under the command of Chiba Yoshizo, stone pillars rose from the ground, successfully blocking Yoda's idea of using Shun Shui. Clang, clang, clang. Yoda threw a few kunai within a few meters with his backhand, just in case something unexpected happened. Because he clearly felt the difference between these people. It's not just the difference in commanding people, it's that these people are holding some unknown clods of soil in their hands. Is this the real demolition team? No wonder he thinks so. Kawaguchi was so difficult to deal with before. It's because he is extremely proficient in commanding and cooperating. Like stones in a latrine, smelly and hard. Nausea. They don't deserve to be called a blasting squad at all. It's more appropriate to call them a cooperation squad. But now these people give Yang Tai a chilling aura. Especially when rubbing things in your hands. Let him instantly think of someone. Art is an explosion. Deodara. He remembered that Deodara learned the secret art of rock shinobi village clay. It is a type of earth attribute chakra nature transformation. Create explosive clay bombs. Could it be that these people now are the rock shinobi village blasting ninjas? What they have in their hands is clay bombs. No wonder, after fighting for such a long time, the opponent except at the beginning. After injuring Hokage and the others, they never used similar tricks again. Chapter 176 Cracking the Clay Bomb. Turns out they're not a real demolition team. That's right, the real demolition team is divided into two groups. One team is led by Kawaguchi Genten, who is good at reconnaissance, pursuit, and grandmaster various earth-style ninjutsu. The other one is Chiba Jizo demolition team, which is the core of the entire demolition team. Their two teams can be said to complement each other. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Yang Tai immediately reminded the two of them. Be careful with the clay in their hands, it's explosive clay. Detonate the clay. Hokage eyes narrowed slightly. Is this thing powerful? He had experienced it personally. In an instant, his men were almost completely injured. Bang! Yoda separates a shadow clone and prepares himself for the attack. Chiba Jizo saw the three people approaching, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said sarcastically. I really think I died too slowly. Then he turned to look at Kawaguchi Genten and ordered. Lock him up tight for me, do you understand? Kawaguchi Genten nodded helplessly, there was no way the situation was better than others. In the past, Chiba Jizo could only discuss it with him politely. Chiba Jizo nodded proudly, and then made a gesture. Upon seeing this, all the rock shinobi formed seals and threw out the clay they had been kneading for a long time. All of a sudden, clay birds that looked like flying birds flew toward Yang Tai and the others at great speed. From Yang Tai's perspective, it looks like a flock of birds flying over the sky. But Yang Tai and others knew that this was not a flock of birds at all, but a deadly thing. Hokage takes the stance of revolving heaven, and as soon as these things come close, he will immediately defend himself. Senior, wait a minute. At this time, Yoda suddenly interrupted, and Hokage was about to use Hotu Tien. Hokage was confused and turned to look at Yoda, who showed a hint of confidence on his face. Yang Tai already had a way to stop the detonating clay in his mind. Ku now exploded all around, and masses of water appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Yang Tai nodded to Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone formed the seal quickly and completed it in less than a second. Water style, water barrier. The water flow rises high like a tornado. It carried gusts of wind and rotated at high speed, wrapping the three people in it and forming a barrier. The three of them seemed to be in the eye of a tornado. Haha. Naive. I can only defend myself with water style, so let's explode the clay. Chiba Yoshizo smiled disdainfully. Previously, he thought Yoda was not weak and was a difficult opponent. Advertisement. Now that I see it, the opponent is just relying on the power of ninjutsu to crush him. I have no combat experience at all. Sure enough, he is just a little kid. Yang Tai is certainly not stupid. How could water style block the detonating clay? This time la. Chidori. A burst of dazzling thunder light lit up from Yang Tai's hand, and at the same time, the sound of 1,000 birds singing in unison sounded. Chidori Reikari. Hokage was shocked, this was copying the signature ninjutsu of ninja Hitaki Kakashi, how could he do it? Yoda didn't have time to pay attention to their shock. Chakra gathered crazily in his palms. This time la. The lightning was a little more intense. About there. The lightning shines on Yoda's face, and the thunder attribute chakra in his body. Extremely stimulate every cell in Yang Tai's body. The cells in the body are jumping for joy as if they have taken stimulants. Swish. Yang Tai raised his head fiercely, his eyes seemed to flash with lightning, and he stepped out. It disappeared with a whooshing sound, almost to the point where it could not be caught by the naked eye. This time la. In an instant, Yang Tai's hand, braving the lightning, plunged into the high-speed rotating water. Suddenly, lightning flashed on the water barrier, and thunder snakes swam around. Puff puff. One by one, the clay birds dived into the water, making a little splash, and then nothing more. Like a mud cow entering the sea, it cannot make any waves. I see. Hokage suddenly realized, he also saw very clearly. Yoda is using lightning style to destroy the chakra inside the clay, thus making these clay bombs become ordinary soil blocks. It's really not simple. It's a genius to be able to come up with such a method in such a short time. What? Impossible. Chiba Yoshizo exclaimed that their all-inclusive clay bomb was actually cracked so easily by Yoda. Just a simple lightning style and blast them out of the clay. For this reason, many rock shinobi are also full of disbelief. Kawaguchi Genton instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. If this news spreads, their rock shinobi demolition team will be in danger. In the past, other countries had nothing to do with their demolition squad. We can only send more manpower, or add more perceptive ninjas. Now if they explode the clay, it only takes one lightning-style ninjutsu to solve it. Advertisement. Then they will be in big trouble. First of all, Cloud Shinobi next door can wake up with a smile, which is a win. In the past, they fought against Rock Shinobi, but the supply line was too long, so they were always attacked by Rock Shinobi. Now all you need to do is find some well-trained lightning-style ninjas, which is a good thing. They are the most lacking of lightning-style ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village. In fact, this thing is the same as that layer of film. Before it was exposed, it felt very mysterious. After it was exposed, women all over the world were the same. That's all. They must die now, even if they take our lives this time. Chiba Jizo said in a cold tone. Kawaguchi Genton nodded in agreement and said. For the sake of the village, we have no retreat today. Even if we die, we have to leave them behind. The two looked at each other. Although there were various minor conflicts between them. But at this moment, they suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Maybe this is the meaning of living. They think of things, and Hyoga Genji can think of them too. It is estimated that only Yoda does not know the seriousness of the matter. Hyoga Genji reacted with a look of surprise on his face. I didn't expect to get such information today. This time, even if they sacrifice themselves here, it's worth it. Then he said to Katsuyu anxiously. Please immediately convey this complete news to Master Hokage. Good. Katsuyu shook his tentacles and passed the message to nearby Katsuyu one by one. Soon, it reached Kakashi and Tsunade. Kakashi, who was still listening to the live broadcast, suddenly paused and listened carefully to Katsuyu's story. Water, Chidori. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and thought about it. I see. Is this how to break a clay bomb? I didn't expect it to be so easy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Kakashi grew up fighting with rock shinobi. He had also encountered the demolition team before, with clay bombs that looked like detonators. It can be described as a nightmare for some Hyuxia and Genin. That ninjutsu is not only easy to activate, but most importantly, it can also be controlled. This is very pervert. The more pervert these clays are, the more powerful they are when aggregated, and there is simply no solution. How many people died at one point? I didn't expect that today, Yang Tai would crack it so easily. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with you? Naruto asked confused. Chapter 177 Fermentation. Several others also looked at Kakashi. Among them, only Shikamaru's eyes flashed. He always listened to his father often talk about the three wars. I suddenly understood the importance of this matter. Kakashi did not hide anything and explained it to them in detail. Everyone suddenly realized that they didn't expect Yang Tai's simple action to be related to the entire battle. Advertisement. Master Hokage already knows about this matter, it is of great importance. You will keep it a secret for now, but make it public. Do you understand? Then Kakashi said seriously to several people. The Xiaoqiang people nodded, they still took matters into their own hands. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't talk nonsense. He waved his hand and ran forward with everyone. Konoha Camp. Temporary office. I see. Tsunade sat up in shock when he heard the news, with a look of surprise on his face. There's been a lot of bad things going on today. I didn't expect to receive such a big surprise suddenly. What scares you most about fighting Rock Shinobi? It's the supply line. Rock Shinobi usually doesn't get much results on the frontal battlefield. Relying on the magic of the ground, he attacked the baggage troops and some support troops mysteriously. The explosion range of this detonating clay is too large and can easily destroy supplies. This made them gnash their teeth with hatred. Today, Yang Tai brought her absolutely good news. Crack the clay bomb. Just assign a few lightning-style ninjas to the support force. The danger of those dangerous explosive clays is greatly reduced. At that time, I can only fight them normally. At that time, Rock Shinobi's demolition team will cease to exist in name only. As for normal fighting, they in Konoha have never been afraid of anyone. And that wasn't the reason that pleased her the most. Then Tsunade looked at an open document on the table. This is what Jiraiya sent him. Because Cloud Shinobi village seems to have made big moves recently, Jiraiya has left Konoha. When we arrived at the border of the Land of Thunder, we were ready to respond to various emergencies at any time. This document has made it very clear. Cloud Shinobi village is unwilling to be left alone, and is also prepared to get involved. As for the goal, it is nothing more than the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Earth. Tsunade's eyes stayed on this document, his expression flashed, and he murmured. Cloud Shinobi village seems to be worth fighting for. Advertisement. If you want to say who the entire ninja world Cloud Shinobi village hates the most, that has to be Rock Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi village has also played against Rock Shinobi several times, and without exception they suffered some losses. Especially on the supply line, it is difficult to defend against Rock Shinobi's sneak attack. If Tsunade solves this problem, what do you think will happen to Cloud Shinobi? She doesn't know, she should be excited. Go, call everyone over, we have an urgent matter to discuss. Whoosh! A figure flashed out. After a while, those people were still there. There's just one spot left, and that's Kakashi's position. Tsunade looked at everyone and said directly. Everyone is also wondering why I suddenly called everyone here. No one spoke, but that strange look answered everything. Simply because of the clay bombs. Everyone was puzzled. They certainly know about clay bombs. Rock Shinobi is often used to sneak attack supply lines, and of course it is also used on the battlefield. After all, it is so powerful, but the effect is still very good. Especially when they can't be beaten, when they run away, they look behind them and throw a handful of them, which makes people stop. But so what? Of course, there were a few understanding people in the venue. Seeing Tsunade's slightly happy expression, I guessed something, and my heart suddenly turned upside down. For a moment, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and others looked at Tsunade with burning eyes, looking forward to the answer in their hearts. Tsunade glanced at everyone, looked at the people who were eager to know the news, and spoke slowly. We already have a way to crack the clay bomb. Wow! There was an explosion in the field, and all the ninjas were whispering to each other. It was like entering a vegetable market in Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi respectfully faced Tsunade and confirmed again. Lord Hokage, do you really have a way to crack it? No way, this news is still very important to them, the Hyuga clan. Due to Byakugan's clairvoyance ability, Konoha only needs to fight against Rock Shinobi. Logistics and support must involve the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, you won't be able to deal with Rock Shinobi's sneak attack. Of course, they only provide early warning and prevent sneak attacks. When fighting Rock Shinobi, you will still be injured by clay bombs, and many people will die. And these Rock Shinobi also specialize in killing the Hyuga clan. Advertisement. This caused the Hyuga clan's casualties to rise during the Third War. This caused a lot of unhappiness between the branch house and the Zone family. Now the war has started again. Recently, someone from the branch house also raised this issue. He couldn't answer directly, so he could only use Konoha Dai to press them down. Now it's better and the family's troubles have been solved directly. Yes, Chief Hyuga. My disciple Lanchi Yangtai cracked it. The cracking method can be copied and used on a large scale. Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. It was not Tsunade who cracked the code, but her disciple. Eiichi Yoda? Hyuga Hayashi thought for a while and finally remembered the figure of Yoda. It turned out to be that boy. He remembered that he helped Hinata and the others in the Yote's Hongchunin exam. Moreover, by capturing one tail Jinkriki alive, instead of eating alone, they gave most of the cake to their children. It's him, a very outstanding young man. Hyuga Hayashi affirmed Yoda. Tsunade was also very happy to be praised as his disciple for the first time, and he chatted with Hyuga Hayashi for a while. Nz Yoda. On the side, Nara, Shikakuin, Vice Admiral, Yoda's name was repeated. He knew Tsunade was a disciple, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Yang Tai had just become a disciple not long ago, and they were also the heads of the clan after all. There is no need to rush forward eagerly. Compared with this, he still cares more about what Tsunade said, a method that can be replicated and used on a large scale. Master Hokage, can you tell me the specific method of cracking it? Can normal genin be used? Nara Shikaku's words focused everyone's attention on Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Nara and Shikaku nodded. My disciple uses lightning style and water style to crack clay bombs. Any ninja who knows lightning style can use this method. Lightning style, water? Everyone was stunned, what kind of cracking method is this? Then several lightning style genin reacted. I see. Use the thunder attribute chakra to destroy the chakra in the clay and turn it into a clod. I didn't expect that the method to crack the clay bomb was so simple. The person who thought of this method is definitely a genius. After hearing the Jainin's explanation, they also understood the secret behind this. It turns out that cracking clay bombs is that simple. Everyone was talking again. Really, it turns out to be that simple. If I had known it earlier, so many people wouldn't have died during the Third War. Chapter 178 Raikage's Plan. Who says it's not the case? My teammates were killed by clay bombs. Okay, it's not too late now. But the person who came up with this method is really a genius. Yeah. Everyone was talking about it. Advertisement. But after Nara Shikaku was pleasantly surprised, he began to calm down and meditate. This news is very exciting. Tsunade clapped her hands, attracted everyone's attention, and expressed her thoughts. I want to use this news to form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi Village, what do you think? Alliance with Cloud Shinobi? This is not a wise move. Who doesn't know what alliance or contract? In front of the bandit leader in Cloud Shinobi Village was a piece of toilet paper. Take it out and shake it when in use, throw it directly into the wastebasket when not in use. At this time, Shen Si Narashikaku echoed. I think we need to form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi Village as soon as possible. The sooner the better. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Narashikaku. No, why would Narashikaku agree to form an alliance with those bandits? Although it can't be called seeking skin from a tiger, that's what it means. Can you tell me more about it? Although Tsunade is ready to form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi Village, there are many things that she cannot consider. Otherwise, there would be no need to discuss it with them. Under the gaze of everyone, Nara smiled meaningfully. It's very simple. The conflict between the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder is too deep, especially after the death of Third Hokage in the battle. The relationship between the two parties has reached a freezing point. At this time we can only send a powerful person to negotiate with them with this news. The alliance will definitely succeed. It doesn't matter whether Cloud Shinobi Village will abide by the covenant, as long as they don't cause trouble for us in this war. After a pause, Narashikaku continued. The problem now is that the news must reach Hokage as soon as possible. With Hokage's straightforward personality, there is a high chance that he will attack the Earth Kingdom. Secondly, considering Hokage's character, the people we are negotiating with cannot be too weak. Everyone suddenly realized that it would be fine if it was not a real alliance. But now comes the problem. It's not difficult to spread the news. But who should be sent to form an alliance? Advertisement. Tsunade also began to think deeply. In fact, she already had a candidate. Maybe the people below also have this idea. You don't have to worry about the selection, I've already thought about it. Then let's discuss the layout of the frontal battlefield now. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Tsunade with a serious expression and said. Hokage-sama, the plan has been made, it's too late to make major changes now. We can only make some small changes, otherwise there will be unpredictable dangers. On the side I'm responsible for, there are no other changes except that the support troops and baggage troops need to be equipped with a few lightning-style ninjas. Tsunade agrees with Hyuga Hayashi that the overall strategic direction cannot be changed, otherwise there will be big trouble. Master Hokage, our strategic direction cannot be changed. However, each unit needs to replace the lightning-style ninja. Okay, I approve. Tsunade agreed. Then everyone discussed some details. After a while, discussion ended. At this time, the baggage troops also arrived safely. Tsunade sat at his desk and started writing a letter to Jiraiya. After finishing writing, he directly called the three of Shiranui Genma over and asked them to send this urgent express. Hope it goes well. Tsunade muttered to himself as he watched the three people leaving. Shiranui Genma and the three of them had left marks in the village, so it was quick to go back. But to go to the border of the Kingdom of Thunder, you still need to run on 2 legs. It takes about 11 or 12 hours. The letter finally reached Jiraiya's hands. Letter from Tsunade. What's making her so anxious? Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and realized the importance of the matter. He quickly opened it and looked at it, scanning it at a glance. First, he asked some questions about his situation, and then told him how to crack the clay bomb. The plan discussed with them was explained to Jiraiya in detail. An alliance? That would be good. Jiraiya agreed, and immediately arranged for someone to go to Cloud Shinobi Village to report it and see Hokage's reaction. The Land of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Hokage Building. Advertisement. How is the personnel arrangement going? Is there anyone at Rock Shinobi aware of it? At this time, 4th Hokage AI was sitting on his desk, looking at the contents of the document and asked Darui next to him. In reply to Hokage-sama. Currently 5,000 ninjas have gathered at the border of the Land of Fire. We are ready to attack the Kingdom of Earth at any time. Rock Shinobi didn't notice anything unusual and thought we were attacking Konoha like them. Darui answered respectfully about the current situation. Very good, but you still have to be careful, old guy Onoki. Except for the top brass, everyone below them is told to attack Konoha. Hey hey. 4th Hokage AI sneered. When Onoki and Konoha are at war with each other. This is the time for us to attack with all our strength and give Onoki a big surprise. That's the plan he's executing these days. Darui nodded, but then he asked doubtfully. Hokage, we have made so many arrangements, why not directly attack Konoha, which is rich in resources? Instead, attack the Kingdom of Earth, which has scarce resources. This was also his doubt these days. At first everyone thought they were going to attack Konoha. But the premise is that Hokage convenes senior executives like them for a meeting. Tell them that the target of the attack this time is the Kingdom of Earth, and that the previous operations were just a cover-up to confuse Onaki. At that time, many cloud shinobi stood up excitedly and agreed very much with AI's approach. Darui knew that these people were so excited because of hatred. But in his opinion, attacking Konoha is the wisest. The Fire Nation's resources are too abundant. Reikage glanced at Darui and naturally understood what he was thinking. Although he is straightforward, he is not stupid. If he were stupid, he would not be able to do Reikage. You are right, Konoha is very rich in resources. After 3 battles, although we successfully threatened Konoha several times. But this does not mean that Konoha is weak, but that the people of Konoha were almost beaten during that time. We cannot afford the consumption of war. At this time, 4th Hokage sighed. But after these years of recuperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long restored Konoha's strength to its peak. We are now at war with Konoha. Although we can gain a little advantage at the beginning, we will fall directly into the quagmire of war. The final result is that our 3 countries are dragging Konoha with them, and everyone is defeated. No one benefits at all. On the contrary, Konoha will restrain Onaki, and we will seize the opportunity to move in. Not only can you avenge yourself, plunder mineral resources, and strengthen yourself. You can also take the opportunity to weaken Rock Shinobi Village and Konoha Ichiban. Chapter 179 Leaking Secrets? No wonder, it turns out to be like this. Darui suddenly realized that although he was young, he still lacked experience. I gained a lot of experience today. Crunch. At this time, Samai, who had long blonde hair and a plump figure, pushed open the door and entered with a document in his hand. Advertisement. He said to Ai Gongshin. Lord Reikage, someone from Konoha has sent a letter of alliance. Alliance? How can it be? A few days ago, when Onaki didn't attack Konoha, it was okay. Impossible now. He had made so many preparations in the past few days, and it was impossible for him to be exposed because of an alliance letter from Konoha. Ai didn't even look at it, just waved his hand. Through. Forward. The 2 of them were speechless, whether they should be so decisive. Master Reikage, you'd better take a look. There are some things here that may interest you. As Reikage's right-hand man, Samai naturally cannot be as hasty as Ai. Ai put down the pen in his hand, looked at the document in Samai's hand, and smiled disdainfully. What's there to be interested in? It's just to offer some benefits and let us send troops to the country of the earth. Compared to this, compared to the mineral resources we will get when we break into the kingdom of earth, they are insignificant. Samai hesitated for a moment, then put the file on his desk. You'd better take a look. You'll be really interested in the conditions Konoha offers this time. Reikage Ai's expression was a little solemn this time. He had said it so clearly just now. Samui still asked him to insist on taking a look. It seemed that the conditions proposed by Konoha this time were unusual. When I opened the document, there was not much content. I read it quickly after reading 10 lines at a glance. How to hack clay bombs. Ai put down the file and tapped his fingers on the desktop. This temptation is not small. If they at Cloud Shinobi Village knew this method, wouldn't they no longer have to worry about logistical issues? Moreover, the file also has notes, so it can be used on a large scale. This means that on the frontal battlefield, they can easily deal with the attack of Rock Shinobi Village. Compared with the temporary benefits of the former, it is obvious that the benefits of this method are longer term. Done. Advertisement. Reikage was not an indecisive person, so he immediately slapped the table. Inform the people of Konoha that we are willing to ally with them. However, the content of the alliance needs to be discussed in detail. As for the location, it's the border between the 2 countries. Yes, Lord Reikage. Hearing this, Samai put away the documents and quickly left to inform Konoha. Reikage thought for a while and ordered to Darui next to him. If we form an alliance with Konoha, Onaki will definitely increase manpower on the border. We do it now rather than later. Darui, you now inform the troops to attack Iwagakure immediately. Yes, Lord Reikage. Darui agreed and disappeared immediately. The next day, Jiraiya and Reikage met successfully. After a period of wrangling between the 2 parties, the alliance was finally signed. Both parties are extremely satisfied. Konoha was happy. With a simple piece of news, Cloud Shinobi Village was willing to send troops, which was a huge win. Cloud Shinobi Village is happy, thanks to the favor, and can get such important information, it's a win. Since then, the threat from the Land of Thunder has been temporarily eliminated, and Konoha can finally deal with Iwagakure with all its strength. Konoha Camp. Temporary Office. Crunch. Narashikaku pushed open the door and walked into the office. Sit. Narashikaku Jainin, what's wrong? Did you encounter any trouble? Seeing this, Tsunade closed the document in his hand and looked at Narashikaku. Watch him sit down and greet Shizuan behind him. Shizuan, get me some tea. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Shizuan nodded obediently, turned around and walked to the side to prepare tea. As soon as the previous meeting ended, Narashikaku informed her that he had important matters to discuss with her. Tsunade was also a little curious. After the discussion was over, Narashikaku still wanted to be alone, so he came over to discuss with her mysteriously. As far as I'm concerned, Master Hokage, everything went smoothly and there was no trouble. Narashikaku respectfully sat down and answered Tsunade's words. Tsunade did not write ink and said bluntly. Then tell me the purpose of this trip. Narashikaku nodded, organized his words, and spoke in a calm tone. Advertisement. When I come here this time, I hope Hokage-sama can crack the clay bomb. The information obtained by Cloud Shinobi Village has been secretly revealed to Onoki. Tsunade, degree asterisk. Tsunade's mouth opened wide, as if he could swallow an egg. What is this operation? Why can't she understand suddenly? Even Shizuan, who was preparing the tea set next to him, was stunned and turned to look at Narashikaku in surprise. No, shouldn't this be done by an undercover agent? How could the Nara clan leader confide the news to Onoki? It was unscientific. Tsunade, in turn, pondered for a while and had some guesses in his mind, but he still didn't understand and asked directly. Why? Narashikaku sat up straight, looked at Tsunade with wise eyes, and opened Shikai. It's very simple, we need to weaken the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth. Weaken. Right. The 5 major countries in the ninja world now. Kirigakura of the Land of Water, due to the blood mist policy, his vitality was severely damaged, and more than 80% of the blood succession limited family disappeared. Even if the turmoil is temporarily suppressed in the future, it will not be able to compete with us in a few decades. Next to the country of wind, the country of wind has harsh geographical conditions, sparsely populated areas, and even fewer resources. In recent years, the top management has been in a period of semi-chaos, and various problems have arisen internally. In the past, they could rely on their outstanding ninja strength to launch wars and avert internal conflicts. Now it's no longer possible. They can't launch a large-scale war. They have no candidates and can't integrate all their forces. Now that we are allied with Konoha, we don't need to worry about war in the next few decades. Tsunade listened carefully. What Narashikaku is saying now is very important. It can be said that it is more important than the current war, and it is related to the future development of Konoha. It can be said that the risk factor for these 2 countries is very small for us in Konoha. We can even make good friends with them. But the following Kingdom of Earth and Kingdom of Thunder are not good friends. First of all, the country of Earth, and the country of large wild trees with territory are like wolves and tigers. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the 4th Hokage during the 3rd war, in that war, Konoha would have been the weak side in the late stage. This shows how strong Rock Shinobi Village is under the leadership of Onoki. You, Hokage-sama, should understand this. Tsunade did not deny it. It must be said that Rock Shinobi Village under the leadership of Onoki was the leader at that time. That kind of flexibility can defeat several countries and make them impossible to guard against. Cloud Shinobi Village 3rd Hokage had to stop Cloud Shinobi from escaping by himself, and he couldn't run away. It is enough to see how dangerous Cloud Shinobi Village was at that time. If the ambush in that battle was successful, at least half of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village would be injured. Chapter 180 Rumors. And they, Konoha, have always fought on multiple fronts. During the 3rd game of late stage, under Iwa Onoki's attack, he was gradually at a disadvantage. If Namikaze Minato hadn't used 1 against 1,000 to force Onoki to give up the attack, Konoha would have been in big trouble. When Narashikaku said this, the topic suddenly changed. Advertisement. But he got old after all. This time is likely to be the last time he leads Rock Shinobi Village to wage war. Next comes the age of young people. But there are only a few Tsuchikage heirs in Rock Shinobi Village, and they will never be as powerful as Noki. When the time comes that they will lead Rock Shinobi to attack, we don't need to be so nervous. Because there's no Rock Shinobi from Onoki, so it's not a big concern. Although this seems to be an exaggeration, it is still the case. Naraluyu paused, and his expression became solemn. So our real enemy in the future is the Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunade raised his eyebrows. The Kingdom of Thunder. Since the end of the 3rd war, 4th Hokage Ai succeeded to the throne. This man appears to be reckless and decisive. That's actually not the case. Since he succeeded Hokage, he has vigorously developed the village and collected various secret techniques by various means. Or people with various blood inheritance boundaries to enhance the foundation of Cloud Shinobi Village. In the past few years, we have received information from spies and found that the number of ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village has been increasing rapidly. Although they are not as good as our Konoha, they are constantly improving. That's the scariest thing. Actually, it's Cloud Shinobi Village that we should really deal with. Tsunade was silent, the enemy they were fighting now was Rock Shinobi. But the real opponent is Cloud Shinobi. It sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. So what you're saying is that we can just defeat Rock Shinobi this time and let Cloud Shinobi fight them to death. Narashikaku nodded. Right. In fact, cracking the clay bomb only guarantees our late stage. In fact, it is not that significant on the frontal battlefield. Spread this news, that is, tell Onoki. From now on, relying on sneak attacks on logistics troops to cut off supplies has officially become a thing of the past. If you want to win the battle, you can only fight head-on. In this case, Onoki will definitely withdraw his troops. Tsunade thought for a while, and it seemed to work. Then he thought of something and asked urgently. What about Cloud Shinobi village? What's the way you mentioned to weaken the two countries? Narashikaku rarely showed a smile. Advertisement. In fact, we have already begun to weaken both countries. Tsunade and Shizuan were stunned. Are they? Why don't they know? As I said before, we just need to win this war. By the way, I will tell Onoki the news about the clay explosion. This way, the war between Cloud Shinobi village and Rock Shinobi village will last forever. Finally, Narashikaku showed an intriguing smile. Tsunade thought for a moment and was still unsure. Do you think the Kingdom of Thunder will attack the Kingdom of Earth? Narashikaku smiled. Don't you already have the answer in your mind? Yes, they will definitely do it. Even if they don't ally with Konoha this time, they will definitely do so. Tsunade rubbed his forehead. Those who play politics have dirty minds. He waved his hand. Okay, that's it. You are now fully responsible for this matter. Just send the message to Advisor Danzo. Go back and prepare a detailed report for me. Yes, Lord Hokage. Narashikaku happily stood up to say goodbye and left in a hurry. The purpose of his coming this time has been achieved. If he wants to complete this matter. If you have to do it alone, then it's Danzo, the 5th generation movie star. He also has another nickname, Shitstirrer. That's right, we need to rely on his roots to intensify the conflicts between the two countries. Tsunade-sama, why don't you go and rest for a while? At this time, Shizuan came over and asked softly. Tsunade waved his hand and said with a headache. It's getting more and more lively now. Even Cloud Shinobi is involved. How can I have time to rest? Shizuan walked behind Tsunade and slowly rubbed his shoulders. Didn't Narashikaku Jainin just say that? The Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder are going to fight to the death for a while. Then what are you still worried about? Tsunade sighed. Although he said it was simple, it was very troublesome in practice. Hokage and Tsuchikage are not idiots, how could they not consider this kind of problem? So their conflicts must be intensified to achieve this. Otherwise it's just an empty dream. Shizuan listened quietly, waited for Tsunade to finish vomiting, and smiled. Tsunade-sama, there is no need for you to be so upset. This kind of thing is best if it works out. If it doesn't work out, there's nothing to lose, right? Tsunade thinks about it, that's right. Advertisement. If you become the best, you won't lose anything if you don't. At the same time, Narashikaku hurriedly returned to his small office. As soon as he entered the door, there were piles of documents inside. He called his cronies and asked. How is it? Has the news been revealed? The confidant nodded. Hui clan chief, I have already disclosed the information to the spy. I believe it won't take long for this news to reach Onoki. Very good. Narashikaku praised him, then took out a letter and handed it to him. Go back to the village immediately and hand this letter into the hands of the two advisors. Tell them that this letter must be delivered to Lord Danzo. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. Watching his cronies go away, Nara returned to his desk and continued to arrange various trivial matters. The content of his letter was very simple, just telling Danzo that he could start causing trouble. The other side. Rock Shinobi spy got this and immediately found a secluded place. Spirit communication brought out a pangolin, handed it a letter, and left immediately. Rock Shinobi campground. Onoki has just received news that Cloud Shinobi village is gathering troops at the border of Konoha. Strange? Why are they gathering troops so brazenly at the border of Konoha? Onoki looked at the map very strangely. He concluded that Cloud Shinobi would not give up this rare opportunity. For this reason, he made sufficient preparations before leaving. Just to prevent Cloud Shinobi's surprise attack. I just received news that Cloud Shinobi village has gathered its troops at the border of Konoha. And he's still very arrogant. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Just when Onoki was thinking about what tricks Cloud Shinobi village was going to play, a ninja from the intelligence department held a card in his hand and looked anxious. Tsuchikage-sama, the latest information obtained is that Konoha has cracked our explosive clay. And the news has been spread to Cloud Shinobi village. What? As soon as these words came out, Onoki exclaimed. Pulling the paper handed to him, There wasn't much content on it, so he finished it quickly. Lightning style, one lightning style will crack their rock shinobi secret. Hateful. Onoki threw the paper to the ground and stepped on it frantically, venting his inner anger. Chapter 181 Onoki's Arrangement. After venting my emotions for a while, Onoki immediately ordered. Inform Kuratsuki and the others immediately and make every effort to prepare for an attack on Cloud Shinobi Village. It's Tsuchikage-sama. The messenger ninja agreed and left quickly. Advertisement. At this time, Kito and Huangtu, who looked honest, came immediately after hearing the news. When Huangtu saw Onoki's ugly expression, he realized that the news that had been sent back was most likely true. However, he still confirmed. Father. Lord Tsuchikage, is that information true? Onoki nodded with an ugly expression and pointed to a few shoe prints on the ground. Yes. From today on, we at Rock Shinobi Village no longer have the capital to take the initiative to attack. In the past, they relied on earth magic and explosive clay to always strike first. But now that the explosive clay has been cracked, it's like having an arm cut off. The demolition squad could never regain its former momentum. Use the thunder attribute chakra to destroy and explode the chakra in the clay. After reading this, the two people's faces gradually became serious. They thought they needed some special ninjutsu to crack it. Now it seems that explosive clay will be withdrawn from the stage of war. I didn't expect it to be so serious. In the past, they could advance or retreat. If they didn't want to fight. As long as you sneak attack the enemy's supply lines and support troops, you can escape smoothly. But now the security of the enemy's supply lines has been greatly increased. This means that other countries can fight a protracted war with Rock Shinobi step by step. Thinking of this, Huangtu hurriedly asked. Tsuchikage-sama, do we still want to fight Konoha? Akatsuki also looked over, wanting to know Onoki's answer. Fight. We must fight. Onoki suddenly said with firm eyes. Huangtu and Chi-Tu were stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't such an important thing be considered? Huangtu asked quickly. Father, why? If this were a dozen, we at Rock Shinobi Village would be fighting on both sides. And the enemies are the two big countries, the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire. In the past, their supply lines were too long. We could use demolition teams to advance and retreat. Advertisement. But now their supply lines are fully guaranteed, we can't afford it. If we continue to waste it, we may risk destroying the country. Onoki slowly flew to a map of the ninja world, looked at the two of them, pointed at the map, and said in a calm voice. Look. The two of them were confused and looked at the map. This is the map of the ninja world. Since Senju Hashirama established Konoha in the Land of Fire, the ninja world is gradually entering a war between countries. Onoki looked at the map in trance, and continued to talk. The first ninja war broke out. Countries large and small were destroyed, and many more countries were established. The second war and the third war will still be the same. But have you discovered it gradually? The two of them were confused and watched Onoki pointing to familiar countries. The country of grass, the country of soup, the country of iron. The two still didn't understand what this meant. Onoki took a deep look at the two of them and expressed some of his thoughts on the future situation. These countries gradually became tenacious, and they found ways to survive in troubled times. In recent years, have you discovered that those whose countries are destroyed are often the ones everyone is willing to let die? Just like the Whirlpool Kingdom back then, because most countries wanted them to perish, they perished. There are factors such as interest, hatred, jealousy. If you look at it from the other side, those countries that have found ways to survive can survive despite all kinds of problems. Just like we are wiping out the Kingdom of Grass now, do you believe that tomorrow many countries led by Konoha will help the Kingdom of Grass to re-establish itself? So they destroyed the country. The two were a little confused, but gradually they seemed to understand something, but they couldn't explain it. No. Similarly, our Rock Shinobi Village may be defeated, but we will never be destroyed. Why? Kita wondered. Onoki looked at the two and said confidently. Because even if the ninja world today has the power to destroy the country, no one dares to have the intention to destroy the country. If anyone dares to destroy other countries openly, even some small and medium-sized countries, you will be ostracized by all countries. If a big country is really destroyed, then that country will be guarded by the entire ninja world, and even attacked jointly. The two of them suddenly understood, but Huangtu immediately said in confusion. Then if we attack Konoha, won't we become the public enemies of the entire ninja world? Akatsuki also realized that Onoki's behavior and words were not contradictory. Advertisement. Onoki shook his head, we just launched a war and did not destroy that country. Huangtu was still confused, then what is the meaning of what we are doing now? Onoki chuckled, as if his anger had disappeared long ago, and continued to explain. It's easy. First of all, let's bet on whether we can defeat Konoha and occupy Konoha. The second thing is to show the outside world the power of our rock shinobi. Kito was confused, didn't he just say that the country could not be destroyed? Why did it change again? Didn't you say that the country cannot be destroyed? Yes, except for Konoha, because they are too rich, so as long as someone can eliminate them and share some of the benefits. Not only will you not get hatred or wariness, but you will get approval and support. Onoki's meaning is simple, Konoha falls and the ninja world is full. The two of them understood. Then what if we lose, won't we get nothing? Huang Tu hesitated and finally spoke. Onoki shook his head, pointed to the location of grass country and said. Actually, the real purpose of my trip is this fertile land in the country of grass. As for fighting Konoha, it's just an excuse to occupy this place. It means that even if we lose this time, it won't matter. At this point, the two finally understood Onoki's arrangement. The occupation of Konoha is just a pretense, and the occupation of the fertile land of grass country is the real thing. As for the reaction of the country of grass, ask him if he's impressed. Grass country, don't dare to move. Just kidding, Rock Shinobi Village just danced with swords and guns in front of you for a while, why don't you tell them? Don't make any noise, be careful and I'll FK you. Therefore, at this juncture, the country of grass will definitely not come out to fool around. What are you worried about now? Onoki asked with his hands behind his back. No more. They both shook their heads. Then Onoki showed the majesty of Tsuchikage on his body and ordered. Okay, Lois, you go to the border of Thunder Kingdom immediately. You must not let Cloud Shinobi Village go deep into Earth Kingdom, do you understand? Understood. Huang Tu agreed. Turning his eyes, he looked at Chi Tu and ordered. Akazuchi, send someone to control that area now. If Kusanagi dares to talk nonsense, he should be killed. Yes. Lord Tsuchikage. Kitu respectfully agreed. Chapter 182 Explosion Style. You go ahead and do your work. Onoki waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to retreat. When the two saw this, they went about their own business. Hey! Advertisement. After the two left for a long time, Onoki sighed deeply. He really wanted to defeat Konoha and get this rich land. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. Are you going to retreat in the end? I'm really unwilling to do so. On Yang Tai's side, Chiba Yoshizo and Kawaguchi Genten made up their minds to kill Yoda. This time la la. At this moment, the thunder snake scurrying above the water barrier suddenly disappeared. And a bolt of lightning rushed towards Chiba Jizo at such a speed that only a blurry afterimage could be seen. What a speed! This ninjutsu seemed familiar to him. He seemed to have heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, now is not the time to think blindly, Chiba Jizo quickly ordered. Attack from afar. After finishing speaking, the 30 rock shinobi threw a handful of hidden weapons in a tacit understanding. Chiba Jizo did not dare to be careless and quickly formed seals with his hands. Lightning style, lightning strike. This time la la. A burst of intense lightning appeared on Chiba Jizo's hand. Circles of lightning slowly began to wrap around his arm. The same ninjutsu was used very easily by Chiba Yoshizo, which also had something to do with his practice of explosion style. Hit! Chiba Jizo shouted softly, and the lightning in his hand shot out very quickly. Like a long blue and white dragon, it twisted its body to meet the lightning coming at a high speed from the opposite side. Yang Tai's figure was so fast that he was blurred. He tossed and turned, perfectly dodging the hidden weapons that were attacking him. However, gradually he began to have difficulty. Because the speed was so fast, his reaction gradually failed to keep up with the rhythm. Escape the last wave of hidden weapons. Facing a dazzling lightning bolt, it rushed at a very fast speed. Yang Tai paused for a moment to fully see the incoming lightning. It turned out to be this ninjutsu. He had seen Kawaguchi Genten use this ninjutsu before, and it was quite powerful. However, this time it seems to be more powerful. Yang Tai narrowed his eyes and saw clearly the person who performed the spell this time. He has an afro, and his dress is obviously different from the others. He must be the commander of this group of people. Then a cold light flashed in Yang Tai's eyes, and his speed became a little faster. Facing the razor that was about to hit him, he showed no fear at all. As he raised his hand, the lightning in his hand became more solid, and gradually took on the appearance of a sharp blade. Advertisement. Lightning style, Reikari. The realm above 1,000 birds. Yoda yelled loudly, and stabbed the Reikari in his hand directly towards the razor. This time la la. Lightning flashes. There were bursts of thunder and lightning collisions. With the speed of Yoda ultimate and the destructive power of Reikari, Chiba Jizo used Thunder Snake and was defeated inch by inch. What? It actually split my lightning strike. During the operation, Chiba Jizo was shocked and lost his voice. This is too unbelievable, lightning style was actually split open with bare hands. The last time I heard something like this was a few years ago. Wait, split the thunder and lightning. Rakery. He finally remembered. No wonder this ninjutsu looked so familiar to him. I always feel like I have heard or seen it there. The signature ninjutsu of Konoha's copy ninja, Hitoki Kakashi. Rumor has it that this move split thunder and lightning, hence the name Rakery. It turns out the rumors are true. Yoda didn't have time to take into account Chiba Yoshizo's shock. At this moment, he split the thunder and lightning with an extremely fast speed, and he was there in the blink of an eye. In front of Chiba Jizo, with his frightened expression. Without any hesitation, he aimed at his chest and stabbed him hard. Boom! Dazzling lightning flashed, and Yang Tai's blow passed through his chest very easily. However, the power of this inertia is too strong. Yoda's momentum continued unabated and he rushed towards the rock shinobi behind him. Phew! The rakery in his hand easily penetrated his chest. Hot blood spurted out and covered Yang Tai's body. Thump! Yang Tai retracted his hand and frowned, looking at the corpse in front of him without paying any attention to it. Instead, he looked behind him at Chiba Yoshizo's position. There are no corpses there now, just a pile of human-shaped clods. Earth substitute. Not good. Yang Taiyan screamed something bad, hurriedly formed seals, opened his mouth and spat out a stream of rapid water. Water style, water barrier. The water flow quickly covered the balcony and rotated at high speed. From a distance, it looks like the revolving heaven of the Hokage clan. Click click. At this time, Chiba Yoshizo suddenly emerged from the ground behind Yotai. Advertisement. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a strange ripple appeared on it. Punch Xiang Yangtai's lower limbs, which is the closest distance to him. Explosion style, mine punch. Boom. The water barrier exploded, filling the sky with water. Yang Tai flew out completely, sliding a few meters on the ground to stabilize his body. Ahem. Yoda coughed up some blood, and now his whole back was burning. The feeling was as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled on top of the blistering pus after being burned by fire. The pain is excruciating. Kawaguchi Genton was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately seized the opportunity and used ninjutsu to definitely eliminate Yoda. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. An Earth Dragon quickly emerged from in front of him and rushed towards the injured Yoda. Yang Tai ignored the pain now and hurriedly stood up to avoid the attack. Boom! At this moment, a palm-like wind came first and hit the Earth Dragon. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and gravel flew everywhere. Whizzing! Hokage appeared in front of Yoda, assuming the classic posture of gentle fist. He looked at Chiba Jizo and the others with solemn expressions. Are you okay? Another Konoha shinobi appeared next to Yoda and asked concernedly. It's okay, I just got injured and need to take some time off. Yang Tai shook his head and said, they were all injured, except for some obstruction of movement, nothing serious. This time I was too careless. This rakery is really not something ordinary people can play. If that blow just now had been Kakashi, the opponent would have been completely cold. It's simply impossible to be a substitute. Yang Tai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now was not the time to think blindly. He mobilized the chakra in his body and began to form seals quickly in his hands. Ninja, spirit communication technique. An arm-sized Katsuyu appeared, quickly climbed onto Yoda's shoulder, and began to heal with green light. Be careful, the explosive head on the opposite side should be the explosion-style blood succession limit. You can't fight with him in close combat. Looking at Chiba Jizo who was rushing toward them at extremely high speed, Yoda immediately reminded him. At this time, Kawaguchi Genton was not idle. He quickly commanded Rock Shinobi to cover and distract the Konoha Shinobi. Create favorable opportunities for Chiba Jizo. No, that guy must die. Yoda looked at Kawaguchi Genton who was constantly making various code gestures to direct Rock Shinobi. His eyes were immediately filled with murderous intent. Although Chiba Yoshizo is very troublesome at the moment, it is still troublesome. Far less difficult than Kawaguchi Ganteng. This guy's commanding ability is too strong. If we don't kill this guy first, he might actually fall here. Then Yoda separated a shadow clone. Chapter 183 Killing Kawaguchi Ganteng. At this moment, Hokage and Chiba Yoshizo get involved. Chiba Yoshizo smiled coldly and used the explosion style without hesitation, punching out. Hokage didn't dare to be careless and jumped up to avoid it. This time he looked very carefully, and there was a strong chakra attached to Chiba Jizo's fist. The power is astonishing and contains a destructive force. Advertisement. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. For a moment, it attracted everyone's attention. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure flashed out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It was Hokage. Hokage only looked a little embarrassed, but he wasn't actually hurt at all. At this moment, he was looking cautiously at the figure rushing towards him inside. Take the move. Chiba Yoshizo roared, attached explosion-style chakra to both fists, and punched Hokage Genji several times. The whistling wind of the fist is heard endlessly, creating after-images. Boom boom boom. After seeing Chiba Yoshizo's explosion style, Hokage Genji naturally didn't dare to take it hard. Dodge quickly, with the blessing of Byakugan, you can easily dodge every time. However, he is obviously at a disadvantage. There is nothing he can do about it. This explosion style is a rip-off. It can explode if it touches something, or it can explode if it doesn't touch something. It's impossible to prevent it. And on the other side, although I was attracted by Chiba Yoshizo and Hokage, but Kawaguchi Ganten's command did not stop at all. Several rock shinobi have surrounded them, and there are rock shinobi behind them who are covering with hidden weapons. And Konoha shinobi is also difficult to beat with 4 hands. Trading injury for injury, stabbing a rock shinobi in the heart with a sword. He quickly retreated to Yoda's side, warily looking around at the approaching rock shinobi. Tick-tock. At this moment, a long knife mark appeared on his chest, his skin and flesh rolled, and drops of blood fell like water drops. Fortunately, it was him. Katsuyu started treatment in time and stabilized his condition. Seeing this, Yoda strengthened his idea, lowered his head and said to Katsuyu and Konoha shinobi. Take shelter in the air. Next to him, Konoha shinobi was stunned and nodded quickly. Hokage Genji, who fought against Chiba Yoshizo, heard Katsuyu's message. Without any hesitation, the chakra on the soles of his feet exploded and he jumped into the air. Because Yang Tai had already used his ability to prove his strength before. Needless to say, Shadow Clone naturally understands Yang Tai's thoughts. He quickly threw a kunao in the direction of Kawaguchi Ganteng. Boom! The powerful momentum of the Yang Tai body exploded, and the airflow surged around the body. The inner chakra quickly gathers on the right leg and raises it high. The chakra visible to the naked eye is wrapped around the right leg, which is very impressive. Advertisement. Crush it for me. Yoda yelled loudly, and with a huge sound of breaking through the air, his right foot hit the ground at high speed. Boom! It's like the sound of rolling thunder, sweeping across all directions. The entire ground, centered on Yang Tai, exploded inch by inch. The stone pillars that restricted Yang Tai shattered under the powerful shock wave and flew all over the sky. Yoda's astonishing kick immediately startled the rock shinobi who were about to surround them. Quickly retreat to avoid. As for the few people close to Yang Tai, they were directly hit by the powerful air wave. The wind blew out like a broken sack, making several muffled sounds and hitting the ground heavily. Even Kawaguchi Chienteng, who had seen strange power before, was horrified and swallowed subconsciously. Is that human being? Chiba Jizo rushed towards Hokage Genji and stopped when he saw the oncoming shock wave. I immediately exclaimed because this scene was so visually impactful. I am afraid that only numerous detonating clays can have such power and impact. He didn't have time to think too much, because the powerful shock wave carried billowing smoke, dust and gravel and hit him. By this time it was too late to escape. Chiba Jizo quickly crossed his hands to protect his chest to resist the shock wave that swept over him. Good chance. Shadow Clone quickly threw another kunao in the air. Burst. Kunao exploded in the air, and a line of water emerged out of thin air, extending straight to the back of Kawaguchi Ganten. From a distance, it looks like a sickle. Shadow Clone rushed into the water and disappeared with a whoosh. Oops. When Kawaguchi Ganteng saw the water column appearing next to him, he was so frightened that he almost died. Cold sweat dripped down my back. Although Shinobi has heard of Shunsui before these rocks, he has never actually seen them. That kind of speed is really very fast, so fast that it is difficult to defend. Just one mistake could lead to death in an instant. Whoosh. Kawaguchi Ganten clearly felt a figure appear behind him and had already taken action to attack. Ah! Kawaguchi Ganten roared. At the moment of life and death, he unleashed his potential. At a speed that is impossible to achieve normally, he turned around and raised his knife to block. Clang! Splashing red. Looking at the figure opposite, Kawaguchi Chienteng breathed a sigh of relief. He blocked it. Boom! At this moment, several rock shinobi, who were always paying attention to Yoda, immediately launched the ninjutsu that had been brewing for a long time. Advertisement. Rows of stone pillars quickly rose again, sealing their surroundings. When Kawaguchi Ganten saw this scene, he looked at Yoda with mocking eyes. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a victorious smile. No matter how powerful you are, under my command, there is only one way to die. You talk too much nonsense. Shadow Clone replied, the chakra in his hand gathered rapidly, quickly forming a blue light wheel. Buzz. 4 volumes of air flow. The Chi Yuan slash in Shadow Clone's hand rotates at high speed, like a cutting machine. Chopping down at an astonishing speed, unstoppable. Clang. Clang! In an instant, Qi Yuan's slash was like cutting tofu. The long knife that Kawaguchi Ganton held in front of him was cut into 2 sections and fell to the ground. Impossible, this is impossible. Kawaguchi Ganton's face was filled with disbelief. His long sword was also made of special chakra metal. Unexpectedly, he was cut off by Yang Tai's Qi Yuan in one encounter. How could he accept this? The next moment, Qi Yuan's slash was approaching quickly and was already less than a few inches away from his throat. No, I can't die. Thump. Before Kawaguchi Ganteng could say the word death, his body was immediately separated. Am I dead? This is when Kawaguchi Ganteng's head flew out and he saw the headless corpse that was about to fall in front of him. The last thought in my mind. Then his eyes dimmed and became lifeless. Quiet. You deserve to die. Chiba Jizo roared angrily, used the body flicker technique, and came quickly. Before Yoda's shadow clone, he punched with all his strength. This punch blasted out like a cannon from the barrel, and the astonishing fire and smoke instantly covered the shadow clone. Boom. The smoke cleared. Shadow clone has disappeared. In the field, only Chiba Yoshizo's figure sealed Kawaguchi's corpse into the scroll. Amazing. Yoda received the memory of shadow clone and murmured subconsciously. The kind of explosion just now was definitely not something that could be resisted with the physical body. It's too powerful. At this time, the rock shinobi realized that their vice captain was dead. At the same time, he looked at Yang Tai with eyes full of hatred and fear. Previously, although they heard that Yang Tai's teleportation was very fast and strange. But he was just cautious and didn't take it too seriously. Chapter 184 Various Sexy Operations. After all, there are so many of them. Not cowardly at all. But now they no longer think so. Surrounded by everyone, they instantly killed their vice captain. What a feeling. Even if Hokage comes, he can't do it. Advertisement. Well done. Haiga Genji landed next to Yuta and praised. He has personally experienced how strong Kawaguchi Ganton's commanding ability is. If it weren't for Yoda's support, they would have been almost wiped out. However, Haiga Genji's face was solemn and he said in a low tone. The next step is to face the violent storm on the other side, so be careful. Yang and Tai nodded and looked at Chiba Jizo with solemn eyes. After putting away the scroll, Chiba Yoshizo looked at Yotai and the others coldly. After being furious just now, he has completely calmed down now. As the captain of the first team, no matter how angry he was at this time, he could not mess up the situation. Now 1 to 30. You still have an absolute advantage by waiting for others. With this in mind, Chiba Yoshizo made various gestures and ordered all the rock shinobi. Although his commanding ability is not as good as Kawaguchi Ganton's. But it's generally not bad, it's quite satisfactory and I can't find any faults. After receiving the signal, all the rock shinobi mobilized their chakra and began to form seals. Earth-style earthquake core. Earth-style, quagmire. Boom boom. Mud suddenly spewed out from the surrounding ground, instantly turning into a black swamp. Yang Tai and the others were startled and jumped up in a hurry. At the same time, the ground sank rapidly, and within a few seconds, a 100-meter deep pit appeared. Yoda let out a small sigh of relief, and quickly threw out the kunao and used the water style to move away. But, the next moment, in the sky, in all directions, there were dense shurikens, kunao, senbon, and even dirt. Do you still want to escape with that weird instant water? Delusion. Chiba Jizo sneered. Although Yang Tai Shun Shui is weird, after Kawaguchi Ganteng's analysis. And what he just saw, as long as there are foreign objects around, it is difficult for the opponent to use it. Now that there are so many weapons blocking the intersection, how are you going to escape? Then he kept moving his hands and continued to direct everyone. Earth-style falling rock technique. A colorful gap appeared strangely in the sky, and countless watermelon-sized stones appeared. Falling rapidly, it brought out a series of sounds that broke through the air. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Haiga Genji's body rotated at high speed, and the chakra shield was instantly knocked away, and the incoming hidden weapons and stones were knocked away. Yoda was not idle either. He threw out the kunao and started to form seals quickly. Water style, water dragon bullet. The kunao exploded, and a ferocious water dragon quickly took shape. A long roar. Advertisement. Dive down at extremely high speeds and carry huge force towards rock shinobi. Yang Tai held a kunao tightly in his hand, waiting for the opportunity. After a series of battles, he now doesn't have much chakra. You must find an opportunity to break through the encirclement. As for the chakra's shadow clone scroll, there is simply no time to use it now. If you want to open the gap, there is no way. Chiba Jizo quickly formed seals and released ninjutsu. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. An Earth Dragon several meters long jumped out from the ground. It raised a puff of smoke and roared, charging towards the Water Dragon with astonishing power. Follow up the attack. At the same time, Chiba Yoshizo yelled at the surrounding rock shinobi. Many rock shinobi quickly threw their weapons. Boom! The water splashed with clods of earth. The water dragons and earth dragons in the sky died together and scattered in all directions. Damn it! Yang Tai cursed directly. Dirty! So dirty! How can you play this? There is not even a single gap between the front, back, left, and right, or in the sky above. Isn't this nakedly disgusting to him? Next time he will also use the crowd tactic, which is too bullying. Fire style, fire wave technique. At this time, the baggage ninja quickly formed seals with his hands, opened his mouth and spat out a large ball downwards. Wavy flames. This time la. Waves of fire swept around. The mire in the deep pit was instantly burned by the flames and became dry. Bang bang bang. The three of them landed firmly. Boom. My eyesight went dark. A huge stone slab overhead sealed the gap. What's wrong? They still want to use that trick. Then Konoha Shinobi said in horror. He had personally experienced the power of explosive clay before. Hokage looked up at the sky, and through his Byakugan, he could clearly see. Streams of special chakra are flowing down from the soil above and blending into the surrounding soil. The power this time is probably several times greater than before. I don't know if I can block it. After a pause, Hokage looked at Yang Tai's position and asked hurriedly. Are you stupid? His voice stopped suddenly. A light rose before my eyes. Advertisement. He was seeing Yang Tai holding an oil lamp in his hand. This. The two of them were confused at the same time. Why did he bring an oil lamp when he went to the battlefield? Follow up. Yang Tai didn't have time to chat with them, so a few of them teleported to the wall. He threw the oil lamp in his hand and watched stupidly as he operated the baggage ninja. Yang Tai quickly took out a scroll, unfolded it and laid it on the ground. He quickly formed seals with his hands and performed his best Earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style promising transformation. Snapped. Yang Tai slapped the scroll hard with both palms, and the blue chakra quickly moved on the scroll. The scroll is like a transformer, penetrating Yang Tai's chakra into the ground again. The ground began to squirm, and a stone door appeared in front of you. The two of them were stunned by Yang Tai's operation. This is the first time I've seen someone use chakra like this. Before Yoda was finished, he used the spirit communication technique, and 3 kunao appeared in place. The two of them suddenly couldn't understand what the operation was. Yoda didn't have time to explain to them. His chakra was about to bottom out. Shadow clone technique. Leave a shadow clone behind and enter the stone door first. Come in. The two of them quickly followed and entered. It's actually a room. The two of them were shocked and speechless. At this time, Yang Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief, took out the shadow clone scroll and opened it. A shadow clone appeared and disappeared instantly. He should be fine. The baggage ninja asked uncertainly. After all, it was a bit unnecessary for Yoda to take off his pants and fart like this. Hokage shook his head, he saw clearly. The moment Yoda's shadow clone disappeared just now, a large amount of chakra merged into Yoda's own body. The chakra that had been almost depleted before by his white eyes suddenly became full. He's using shadow clone, to restore chakra. Restore chakra. The baggage ninja frowned, and the next moment he suddenly realized. He is in the team, and although he does not know shadow clone, he has heard the principles of shadow clone. He couldn't help but admire. Let shadow clone store a large amount of chakra in advance and seal it. It's a genius idea to use it at the critical moment. Hokage nodded. Feel the chakra filling your body. Yang Tai smiled with satisfaction, he liked this feeling. Then, in the puzzled eyes of the two people, the scroll that had been transformed previously was revealed. Take out the special chakra ink you always have with you, take out the pen and start writing and drawing. Two people, degree. What is he going to do? Chapter 185 Escape. In just a few seconds, Yang Tai stopped his movements and formed a seal with his hands to perform the transformation again. The two of them turned their heads. The surrounding walls squirmed, and the previous way in was completely blocked. It's safe for now. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. The baggage ninja frowned when he saw this, and said worriedly. Can this really stop a clay bomb? He has personally experienced the power of explosive clay, and it is estimated that it will be even more powerful this time. I'm afraid this earthen house can't protect them. It should be nothing. Yoda thought for a while, and according to his plan, he should be able to save his life. Then he was not idle. He took out a blank scroll and sketched the runes one by one. The baggage ninja wanted to say something more, but when he saw Yoda starting to be busy again, he finally swallowed his words. Rest assured. At this time, Hokage calm voice came. When the baggage ninja looked at him, Hokage nodded and patted his shoulder. Although he didn't understand Yang Tai's operation, Yang Tai was calm and composed. There was no tension, he definitely had his own response. Hokage Genji opened his white eyes and turned to look at the slowly gathering chakra. In the pit. When Yoda's shadow clone saw the three people entering the earthen house, he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The rushing water instantly filled the entire pit. Shadow clone spit out a string of bubbles in the water, and a faint thunder light gathered in his hand. This time la la. The powerful current, using water as the medium, spreads all around instantly. Shadow clone was also numb all over, but he still gritted his teeth. All the chakra in the body quickly poured into the thunder in the palm of his hand. In an instant, thunder and lightning exploded, and countless electric snakes were swimming around the area, filling the air with lightning. Boom! Shadow clone could no longer withstand the power of the current and dissipated directly. So that's it. Hokage Genji can clearly see the conductive properties of Yang Tai water. Use Shadow Clone to instantly use powerful electric current to instantly destroy the clay bombs around them. The baggage ninja's expression changed and he immediately asked. Captain, how's it going? Hokage Genji smiled and said truthfully. This boy's previous Shadow Clone used lightning style and destroyed all the clay bombs near us. Very good. The baggage ninja finally showed a smile, and slowly relaxed his heart. Rumble. Advertisement. Suddenly, a loud noise like a landslide and earth cracking spread in all directions. A mushroom cloud rose slowly, blooming with heat and light. At this time, Yoda's chakra was outputting all his strength to stabilize the earthen house from collapsing. Dust fell in clusters. Hokage and Genji stood around Yoda to protect him immediately after the explosion. Bang bang bang. The power of the explosion swept over, and pieces of rubble fell. Yang Tai worked hard to repair it, but finally stabilized it at the last moment. Call. Yoda took a deep breath and stopped chakra's output. It's safe now. The baggage ninja licked his lips and said with lingering fear. Yang Tai shook his head, took out the scroll he had not finished drawing just now, and continued. No, Rock Shinobi may come to search at any time. We may not be able to hide away. Also, based on their previous survival cases, the Rock Shinobi may have their own special exploration methods. After a while, Yang Tai finished the last stroke, not daring to delay for a second, mobilizing the chakra in his body to perform a promising transformation. As Yang Tai pressed down with his palm, the ground in front of him squirmed and a square hole appeared. Yang Tai put away the scroll and entered it first. Hokage looked at each other and followed closely. Outside the pit. After the explosion disappeared, a group of Rock Shinobi quickly came to check. With such great power, they should all be dead, right? A Rock Shinobi wasn't sure. Rock Shinobi next to him nodded. 9 times out of 10, he should be dead, but it is also possible that he can escape through special methods. Let's wait for news from the rock rat first. Chiba Yoshizo arrived here immediately and saw the heat wave hitting his nostrils and the deep pit. I also feel that Yoda and other Konoha shinobi are doomed. However, out of caution, Chiba Yoshizo still sent the spirit communication beast, which has a very strong reconnaissance ability, to investigate. After a while, a rock shinobi hurried over to report. Captain, there is a tunnel below, which seems to be the trace where the Konoha shinobi escaped just now. What? Go to hell. That's right. They must have escaped. Chiba Yoshizo was extremely angry when he heard this. After roaring twice, he immediately calmed down. No, they have information on cracking the explosive clay, we must not let them escape like this. Chiba Yoshizo gave an order in a cold voice. Trace them immediately and find them at all costs. Yes. Immediately, the entire rock shinobi began to search. Due to the simplicity of Yoda Earth-style ninjutsu, they quickly locked onto their direction. Boom. Advertisement. Whoosh whoosh. 3 daist shadows quickly emerged from the underground hole. But it finally came out. The baggage ninja breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Hokage Genji smiled and said nothing. He was naturally happy to have escaped death. Let's retreat quickly. Rock shinobi may catch up at any time. Yoda smiled. The three of them looked at each other, nodded, and quickly evacuated without any delay. 3 minutes. Several human figures jumped out of the hole, and an animal that looked like a groundhog circled around. He squeaked a few times at a rock shinobi. The rock shinobi listened carefully and then said to Chiba Yoshizo. Captain, they fled in this direction for about 4 minutes. Chase. Chiba Jizo said one word very simply and immediately chased forward. A group of rock shinobi followed suit. In the woods. While escaping, Hokage Genji suddenly stopped and reminded with a gloomy face. Careful, we are surrounded. The two of them were stunned. Yoda. The baggage ninja frowned and said, how come it's so fast? They are a demolition team. They come and go without a trace. Their marching speed must be much faster than ordinary people. Yoda explained. How could I forget this? The baggage ninja said in annoyance. Rumble. Stone pillars rose from the ground again. Yang Tai's face is dark. Are you polite? Place stone pillars wherever you see people. At this moment, a man named Rock Shinobi emerged from the earth. Is it because you can run away? At this time, Chiba Yoshizo was not far away from the three of them, slowly emerged from the soil, and looked at the three of them with a mocking expression. Yang Tai and the other three looked at the afro cautiously. I'll leave it to you to command the team. Chiba Yoshizo said to the Rock Shinobi next to him, who was considered his right-hand man. His commanding ability is similar to his. He has almost figured out the abilities of these three people. Handing over the team to his deputy is to free up his hands to deal with these three people. We must not let them run away this time. Okay, Captain. The deputy didn't hesitate and immediately began to direct everyone. Chapter 186 Support. Under the command of the deputy, a group of rock shinobi used ninjutsu to divide the battlefield, and then various weapons attacked. Yoda quickly dodged, and he was surrounded by 30 rock shinobi alone by the baggage ninja. At this moment, Hokage Genji looked at Chiba Yoshizo opposite him with a solemn expression. I won't give you any chance now. Chiba Yoshizo said a harsh word, raised his hand and punched out. Advertisement. Lightning style, mine punch. Boom. Gravel is flying. Hokage Genji turned around to dodge, and at the same time, a faint airflow surged in his palm, and he struck out with a palm. Boom. The wind in his palm was like a giant dragon, rushing towards Chiba Jizo quickly. Seeing this, Chiba Jizo didn't retreat but advanced, and punched out again. There seemed to be lightning flashing on his fist. Boom. There was an explosion, and a wave of air exploded. Chiba Jizo met head-on and easily defeated the powerful palm wind. The lightning-flashed fist continued to attack Hokage Genji unabated. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Just when the lightning flashed and his fist approached Hokage Genji. Hokage Genji had no time to dodge, his body rotated at high speed, and the chakra shield quickly covered his whole body. Boom. An explosion. Thump thump thump. Chiba Yoshizo covered his numb arm and looked at Hokage Genji with a solemn expression. As expected of a taijutsu family. Hokage Genji also flew backwards for a few steps and steadied himself with a look of embarrassment. Yoda was firmly suppressed by these rock shinobi. He dodged a shuriken attack and stabilized his body. As expected of the elite of rock shinobi village. With a sigh of admiration, Yoda didn't dare to neglect and quickly threw out a few kunao. The kunao exploded rapidly in the air, and pieces of paper fell down like leaves. The falling pieces of paper suddenly spurted out a stream of white dust. The seals in Yoda's hands flew, he instantly threw out a shuriken, and opened his mouth to spit out a fireball. Fire-style Fengxian gets popular. Several shurikens were quickly stained with chakra flames. Quickly rushed towards the already white dust. Boom. In an instant, it was as if thunder from the sky stirred fire on the earth. A small mushroom cloud rises. A circle of powerful air waves with 4 volumes. This move shocked even Chiba Yoshizo, who had already gained the upper hand. So strong fire style. Although he was worried, he still calmed down and did not rush over. He still has confidence in his subordinates. The flames dispersed. Advertisement. A deep crater exploded in the distance. When Yang Tai took a look, he was speechless and complained. Fire style really can't kill people. Of course, this is just a complaint, but you can also see from the side that these rock shinobi are good. It's Yoda. When Naruto saw Yoda being surrounded not far away, he exclaimed and was about to rush over. Kakashi saw this and grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar. Naruto was like a lifted kitten, looking at Kakashi doubtfully. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Keep your voice down. Kakashi made a hissing motion and threw Naruto back. Continue to look at the battle not far away. Naruto stood up holding his buttocks and complained. Aren't we here to support Yoda? Little Sakura was speechless, punched Naruto, and said angrily. Don't you see the number of enemies? What's the use of just rushing over like this? Naruto was stunned and scratched his head, as if this was really the case. Then what do we do? Little Sakura shook her head, I don't know. It depends on what Mr. Kakashi plans. Ino looked at the battle not far away and whispered to Shikamaru next to him. What do you think Kakashi-senpai will do? Shikamaru held a piece of grass in his mouth, watching the battle not far away, and heard Ino's words. After thinking for a while, he turned around and said. We are small in number, so rushing out now won't be of much use. So, Kakashi-senpai should want to find some small bosses and behead them in public. Cut them off direct contact. The friends around him nodded after hearing this. This seems to be the only way at the moment. Kakashi on the side glanced at Shikamaru and nodded secretly. As expected of the Nara clan. It was quite different from what he planned. Just now, he has found 5 people, These 5 people can be said to be the medium through which this group of rock shinobi pass messages to each other. Pop! Kakashi attracted the attention of several people and began to lay out his plan. Bang bang bang! The defensive stone slabs fell down one after another, revealing the figures of the rock shinobi. Go with all your strength, no matter the cost. At this moment, Chiba Yoshizo forced Hyoga Genji back with a punch and immediately shouted at rock shinobi. When the deputy heard this, he hesitated for a second and immediately began to command. This time his command was different. The 10 rock shinobi were at the front, guarding the 3. The remaining dozen or so people behind them began to form seals quickly, and pieces of clay appeared on their hands. Advertisement. Yang Tai and the others saw that these people looked like they were not prepared to use their big moves, so they did not dare to be careless. Yoda quickly threw a few kunao around to get on guard. La 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 la, squeak squeak. Just when the 2 sides were tense, a sudden voice sounded. The sound was chaotic, like the calls of thousands of birds. What sound? Chiba Jizo was startled, this voice was too familiar to him. He immediately turned to look at Yang Tai. However, he was stunned, and Yoda was also confused, and there was no sign of thunder or lightning on his body. Soon he realized that the sound came from behind. Suddenly he felt a thump in his heart. Konoha reinforcements are coming, how is that possible? How could it be possible to provide support so quickly? No, he didn't know how many people were coming, so he had to go back. Thinking of this, Chiba Jizo's eyes turned cold, and terrifying fluctuations surged above his fist. He punched out, shocking the world. Boom! A flash of fire suddenly appeared, forcing Hyoga Genji to retreat. Seeing this, he turned around and ran towards the rock shinobi. What Chiba Yoshizo can think of, Hyoga Genji can naturally think of. Their support has arrived. At this juncture, he naturally couldn't let Chiba Jizo run back. He caught up with him in a flash and started fighting with him. Hizzy. The harsh sound is getting louder and louder. All the rock shinobi looked around with alert expressions on their faces. Brush. A figure flashed with blue lightning. Over there. A rock shinobi shouts. Everyone looked over. The figure disappeared instantly. Then Raikage dodged to the left and then to the right, completely attracting the attention of rock shinobi. Lightning flashed, and everyone immediately looked around to see where they would appear next. However, this time the lightning did not disappear again. Instead, he suddenly approached them very quickly. To be precise, he headed towards his deputy commander rock shinobi. The lightning danced left and right, approaching extremely fast. People are coming too fast. Deputy rock shinobi was sweating coldly, his eyes couldn't catch it at all, and he hurriedly moved towards the crowd. Bang bang bang! Suddenly the soil beneath his feet cracked, and several ferocious hounds rushed out. Several hounds opened their huge mouths and bit his limbs, restraining his body. Stab! Phew! Before Deputy Rock Shinobi could scream, a bolt of lightning penetrated his chest. Chapter 187 Solving the Goal. Tick tick tick. Blood flowed, staining the ground red. So wild! Chiba Jizo yelled angrily when he saw this. The deputy named Mano spat out a large ball of blood foam from his mouth. Advertisement. He made 2 aha sounds in his mouth and tried to focus his eyes. He wanted to see the appearance of the person clearly. White hair, mask, Konoha vest, and blood-red eyes. Phew! Kakashi withdrew his hand, and the rock shinobi fell to the ground with a plop, lifeless. In the blood-red eyes, 3 rapidly rotating Megatama gradually stopped. Kakashi looked at the rock shinobi without any emotion in his eyes. The eyes of all the rock shinobi were attracted by Kakashi alone. Damn it, he actually killed Zhen Yet, let's avenge Zhen Yet. Rock shinobi was silent for a second before someone immediately yelled and threw kunao shurikens at Kakashi. Kakashi jumped left and right, dodging all kinds of hidden weapons very easily. His purpose was achieved. Then his eyes looked at a corner of the sky. 2 scrolls stretched out in the air, like 2 elegant ribbons. Between the 2 scrolls, a figure suddenly appeared. FK Shenglong. Tenten gently touched the scrolls around him with his palm, including kunao, shuriken, and detonating charms. And all kinds of strange and weird weapons appear. Ah! Tian Tian waved his hand, and these weapons burst out instantly. Attacking in all directions, in an instant, the rock shinobi were dodging and their formation was disrupted. Rumble! At this moment, a green, high-speed rotating meatball rushed out of the grass and rushed towards a rock shinobi at extremely fast speeds. Seeing this, the rock shinobi immediately jumped up to avoid the attack. Shadow mimicry. Suddenly, a black shadow arrived at the bottom of his feet and instantly wrapped around his ankles. Damn it, what is this? That rock shinobi's reaction was very quick, and he hurriedly formed seals. I want to use the earth current wall to block the fast colliding meatballs. Waiting for companion support. Ino, hurry. Shikamaru, who was using shadow imitation to control Rock Shinobi's movements, shouted to Ino next to him. "No." Ino aimed her hands at the target and activated the ninjutsu with a thought. Hard turn technique. Then Ino closed her eyes and collapsed on the ground. In the distance, Rock Shinobi suddenly stiffened and gave up any resistance. Facing a few people in the distance, he showed a strange smile and stuck out his tongue. When he was about to be hit by Chji's meat bomb tank, he instantly withdrew his ninjutsu. Then the Rock Shinobi immediately regained consciousness, and then he was directly hit by Chji's meat bomb tank with a look of horror on his face. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. The Rock Shinobi's body was twisted strangely, and he flew backwards. After a few blows, he fainted. At the same time, a green figure rushed towards a Rock Shinobi at high speed. Konoha Shinobi. The Rock Shinobi was shocked, but he didn't show any timidity at all. He flew his hands and slapped the ground. Earth-style Tulan gun. The ground squirmed, and rows of ground thorns quickly stretched out from the ground and attacked the green figure. Xiao Li moved left and right, leaving behind a series of afterimages of his body, and those ground thorns couldn't touch him at all. Brush. Xiao Li's figure flashed out from the ground and appeared on the right side of the Rock Shinobi. Konoha Steel Fist. Xiao Li didn't hesitate and punched out with great force. The fist wind roared like a tiger coming out of its cage. Time was too short, and that Rock Shinobi had no choice but to block with both hands. Boom. Stab. The Rock Shinobi protected his chest with his hands and flew backwards several meters, plowing a long ravine under his feet. What a hard fist. Rock Shinobi was surprised. The punch just hit him like a piece of steel. His hands are still sore and numb now. This person is a master of individual skills. He immediately analyzed Xiao Li's position. Kang Lang. Without saying a word, he directly drew the long sword from his back and looked at the figure in front of him with a solemn expression. Xiao Li's movements didn't pause at all. When he knocked Rock Shinobi away, he immediately rushed towards him. Seeing that the opponent's reaction was not weak, he actually pulled out the long sword so quickly. Xiao Li didn't dare to agree. His palm slipped from the ninja bag, and a kunao appeared in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks fly. The two of them were going back and forth for a while, and they were actually inseparable. The other side. Niji dodged Rock Shinobi's kunao stabbing him, and under his Byakugan. The opponent's chakra is just short of the last A-cup ointment, and it's about to be sealed by him. Acupuncture. Niji had veins bulging around his eyes, and he quickly pointed at the chest of Rock Shinobi who was attacking him. In an instant, the fingers wrapped around chakra seemed to press the switch of the Rock Shinobi. The chakra all over his body was stunned and could not be mobilized at all. How is this possible? Why can't my chakra be mobilized? The Rock Shinobi exclaimed, horrified in his heart, and quickly wanted to retreat, but without the blessing of chakra. His speed was more than a little slower, not even half of his usual level. Niji showed a sneer, and even with such speed, he wanted to run. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Advertisement. Niji quickly struck out with a palm. The palm of his hand was covered with rich chakra, and he hit Rock Shinobi's chest with one palm. Rock Shinobi spits out a mouthful of blood and can't do anything to you. 12 palms. 24 palms. 32 palms. Boom. After Niji's last slap, the Rock Shinobi vomited blood from the mouth, as if a sack had been broken. It fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Niji retracted his fist and quickly looked around, seeing that Xiao Li was still fighting with Rock Shinobi. He frowned and shouted to Xiao Li. Xiao Li, stop playing around and fight quickly. He then dealt with several Rock Shinobi rushing towards him. When Xiao Li, who was actually fighting, heard this, he turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of Niji. See, Niji has solved one of the 5 goals. The desire to win instantly burned, and he could no longer waste time with the enemy like this. You're looking for death, you fight me, and you dare spirit partitioning. When Rock Shinobi saw Xiao Li fighting against him, he actually didn't take him seriously at all. Angry, he slashed the long sword in his hand horizontally, vowing to chop off the opponent's head with one sword. When Xiao Li saw this, his pupil shrank, but he didn't panic at all. He leaned back like a big bow, easily dodging the sword. At the same time, he put his hands on the ground and kicked Rock Shinobi in the jaw. This powerful and heavy kick directly kicked him into the air. Xiao Li quickly turned over and landed on the ground. Looking at Rock Shinobi in the air, it was time to finish. 8 inner gates, the first gate opens, open. In an instant, the chakra in Xiao Li's body was no longer restricted and began to surge rapidly. Second gate, the closed gate is open. The third gate, the gate of life, is open. Bang bang bang. Xiao Li's heart is beating rapidly and the blood in his body is flowing extremely fast. His skin slowly turned red instantly. Boom. The power of the solace of his feet exploded, and Xiao Li's whole body flew out like a cannonball, arriving in front of Rock Shinobi in an instant. Konoha Steel Tornado. While Rock Shinobi was still confused in mid-air, Xiao Li spun at high speed. Like a tornado, it kicked down instantly and hit his chest. Click. The Rock Shinobi's eyes were bulging, and his chest collapsed strangely. The whole person suddenly hit the ground quickly. Boom. Smoke and dust are everywhere. A small pit was directly smashed into the ground, and the Rock Shinobi was embedded in the pit, lifeless. Xiao Li landed firmly, and after confirming that the opponent was dead, he rushed towards Niji, who was surrounded by several people. Chapter 188 Killed. Finish. Thump. A Rock Shinobi's body was crawling with parasites. Shino didn't look back and supported another battlefield. This all seems very long, but in fact it only lasts about a minute or two. Advertisement. I thought it was someone else, but I didn't expect it was them. Yoda initially thought that Kakashi brought other Konoha shinobi to support him, but he didn't expect that they were all old acquaintances. Also, although these rock shinobi are not weak, but the 12 little heroes are not vegetarians. Yang Tai may not be afraid of them individually, but if they join forces, Yang Tai will have to weigh it. Raise Nan. At this time, Naruto also successfully killed rock shinobi with the help of several people. At this point, the Kakashi plan has been successfully completed. All 6 commanders were killed. Although these rock shinobi still have a numerical advantage, but there is no overwhelming advantage like in the early stage. Chiba Yoshizo is still pestered by Hokage Genji. Seeing this scene, he was also furious, but his reason was still there. Knowing that it would be futile to continue like this, he immediately gave the order loudly. Get out! Get out quickly! After giving the order, he forced Hokage Genji back with one punch. Quickly blend into the ground. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yang Tai sneered, before pressing the 3 of them to the ground and rubbing them. Now I want to run away if I can't beat you, you are so beautiful. Call out. Yang Tai threw a kunao into the air, water pillars appeared, and he stepped out. The figure instantly appeared in the air. However, Yang Tai did not come out of the water column this time. Instead, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Water style, water dragon bullet. The water column instantly turned into a water dragon several meters long. And Yang Tai is in Shuolong's mouth. Roar. The water dragon leaned down in the air and rushed to Chiba Jizo's position. Just a few seconds. Chiba Yoshizo's body had just submerged into the ground when the water dragon bullet was already approaching. Yang Tai in the water dragon had already finished charging up his energy, and with a flying kick coordinated with strange strength, he hit the ground directly. Boom. Advertisement. A loud noise. The ground shattered. A circle of air waves exploded with Yang Tai as the center, and powerful shock waves spread out in all directions. In an instant, rain fell from the sky. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Strange power. I didn't expect that he has completely mastered it. Kakashi, who was not far away, was a little surprised. How could he not recognize it as one of Tsunade's signature ninjutsu? The blood chakra eyes in his eyes rotated crazily, carefully observing the flow of chakra in Yang Tai's body. It's so powerful. I don't know which one of us is stronger now. Niji was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This power must soon catch up with Xiao Li. Everyone was surprised that Yang Tai actually had such power. Among them, the most shocking thing is Xiao Li himself. The power of Yang Tai's kick just now. It's almost as strong as the one he had at 5th gate. You must know that the gap in physical skills between him and Yang Tai is a world of difference. He is no match for him at all. Every time he fights against Yoda, he was carrying various loads and fighting with Yoda. Unexpectedly, just how long has passed, Yang Tai's physical skills have improved so much. Boom. Not far away, there was an explosion and debris flew everywhere. A figure came out in a panic. Chiba Yoshizo's eyes showed a fierce look, blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Yoda with a ferocious expression. You deserve to die. He didn't expect that Yang Tai would be so fast without the stone pillars blocking him. At this moment, a group of rock shinobi stopped one after another, sinking, and rushed towards Chiba Yoshizo to support him. Chiba was moved when he saw this, but then his expression turned cold. He knew that the situation was decided, and staying would only increase casualties. Shouted. Didn't you hear my order? Roll. The rock shinobi paused, hesitated, and immediately merged into the ground completely. Only the 2 unlucky ones who were entangled had not escaped yet. Seeing that rock shinobi had escaped, everyone gathered around Chiba Yoshizo. This is a big fish. Chiba Yoshizo just shouted those words, and he already had a death wish. His eyes swept around, and finally settled on Yang Tai. You are very strong, may I know your name? Yoda stared at him closely, and drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. Don't you think it's childish to delay things like this? Chiba Yoshizo was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed at himself. Haha. That's right. With the Byakugan, I'm too naive. Boom. Advertisement. At this time, Hokage suddenly took action and slapped the ground with his palm. The palm wind directly blasted a deep pit in the ground. A shadow appeared and instantly turned into soil. Earth clone. Chiba Yoshizo shook his head helplessly. When he was forced out earlier, he left a trail of earth clones underground. If you want your earth clones to make clay bombs, take 1 or 2 away. Although the method is good, it is of no use because the other party has a supercilious look. The Joker turns out to be himself. Yang Tai didn't talk nonsense, he rushed over and struck with his sword. He didn't believe that the so-called explosion style could detonate the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Chiba Jizo quickly dodges, just as Yoda guessed, his explosion style is of no use against swords. If it were an ordinary sword, he could smash it with a thunder fist, but the Kusanagi sword in Yoda's hand was obviously extraordinary. Niji took a few steps forward, preparing to attack Chiba Jizo, but was immediately stopped by someone in front of him. What's wrong? Uncle Clan. Niji looked at Hokage doubtfully. He and Hokage were both from branch houses, so they naturally knew each other. Hokage's move attracted the attention of Xiao Qiang. Hokage explained to him with a serious expression. This man has the explosion-style blood succession limit. It's literally an explosion. Most things that come into contact with him will explode, including your skin and flesh. After a pause, Hokage quickly added. At present, it seems that he cannot detonate items such as metal, but we can't be sure at this time. For safety's sake, let's use long-range attacks and assistance. After saying that, Hokage looked at Shikamaru, Ino, and Shino. Now these 3 people can assist and control the enemy. Everyone also understood and looked at the 3 people. The 3 nodded. Suddenly Shino frowned, the parasitic bugs won't have much effect at the moment. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Shino, who cherishes words like gold, met everyone's gaze, thought for a while and explained. My parasite has been parasitic on him since I arrived here. But just now, I made a little move, and most of my parasites died. Only a few continue to multiply within him, adapting to his chakra as quickly as possible. Everyone suddenly realized that when Shino's parasite used the opponent's chakra, that's when the other person dies. However, everyone could not wait any longer and turned their attention to the 2 Shikamaru. Trouble. Shikamaru complained, he originally thought he could be lazy, but he didn't expect he would still take action. Then he and Ino aimed at Chiba Yoshizo and prepared to take action. Kakashi has been watching quietly since he took action just now. This was also one of the purposes for him to bring these people out this time. Chapter 189 Full of Harvests. Let's take this opportunity to let them get to know each other better. The difference between ordinary tasks and war. Shadow Mimicry. Shikamaru was the first to activate the secret technique, and saw a shadow swimming out from under his feet at extremely high speed. Like a flexible giant snake. Advertisement. Chiba Yoshizo, who was actually fighting Yoda, naturally saw this scene. Inoshika ch. How could he not have heard of it? The overall situation has been decided. It seems that I am really going to die this time. Chiba Jizo felt sad for a moment, then his eyes were firm. Even if he dies, he can't let Konoha get his body. Thinking of this, his eyes towards Yang Tai became sinister and his expression became crazy. The explosion-style chakra in the body is instantly distributed in every corner of the body. Chakra surged, and his skin gradually turned red, as if Xiao Li had opened the 3rd gate. Careful. Always paying attention to the battle, Hokage, Niji, and Kakashi reminded each other at the same time. The tone was more anxious. The 3 of them have blood chakra eyes and white eyes, and the flow of chakra in Chiba Yoshizo's body can be seen clearly. The chakra in this guy's body swelled rapidly, like a bomb ready to explode at any time. Combined with his explosion-style blood inheritance limit, it is not difficult to see what he is going to do. This guy is going to blow himself up. What's wrong, Niji? Xiao Li asked quickly. The friends around also gathered their gazes, and they were also curious. Niji took out a shuriken, threw it quickly, and explained. He's going to blow himself up. Explode. Everyone was shocked. No wonder the 3 of them were so anxious. The few people didn't hesitate and threw kunao shurikens to support Yoda. Yoda also noticed something strange about Chiba Jizo, and after hearing the reminder, he immediately became vigilant, raised his hand and threw out the kunao. At the same time, he pulled away some distance, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand shook up and down. At the same time as he heard the reminder, he also heard the sound of kunao and shurikens breaking through the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Tai took the opportunity to use an illusion technique that he had not used for a long time. Konoha-style swordsmanship, Willow. Chiba Yoshizo, who has just gathered chakra and is preparing to self-destruct. Shei was distracted by the shuriken attacks from all over the sky. Suddenly, the sky is filled with dancing willow trees, and the world in front of us gradually distorts and spins. This. I am under an illusion. Then he smiled with disdain in his heart, and the chakra in his body rioted. He is not afraid of any illusion at all. It only takes a second or two for him to break through it in an instant. Advertisement. What he didn't know was that Yang Tai just needed a second or two. Suddenly, a water column appeared out of thin air in front of everyone's sight. The water column is very straight, close to Chiba Yoshizu's body, and extends to 60 meters away. Yang Tai seized the opportunity, melted into the water, and disappeared in a flash. A red light flashed. Chiba Jizo's head flew high. Rumble. The fire is soaring into the sky. Chiba Yoshizu's body exploded completely, and a pillar of fire more than 10 meters high rose from the spot. Circles of airflow, carrying some burnt smell, spread out. Real men never look back. Yoda, who was dozens of meters away, shook the water on his body and the blood on the sword. He just heard the explosion and his feet were shaking, and he was also shocked. Damn it, this BD actually dared to blow himself up. Niang Zipai. If he hadn't used instant water out of caution, he would have suffered a big loss now. He sealed the Kusanagi sword into his windbreaker and walked towards Chiba Yoshizu's head. Has he improved so much in a few months? Niji was shocked by Yoda's performance this time, actually making such a complicated action in such a short period of time. If he fights Yoda again, can he defeat Yoda? Niji frowned, lost in thought. The other people were also shocked by Yang Tai's performance. I haven't seen him for a short time, but Yoda is so strong. It seems that they haven't worked hard enough these days, and they must work harder when they go back. Other than that, they didn't have Niji's emotions. Yoda sealed Chiba Yoshizu's head into the scroll and walked towards the crowd. Everyone, long time no see. Yang Tai smiled and waved to Xiao Qiang. Long time no see, Yoda-san. Everyone smiled and waved, but Shino and Niji nodded to him. Hineo understands, with such a personality, he cherishes words like gold. But Niji is obviously a tsundere. It seems that the bond is not enough. Hey, Yang Tai, we are here to save you this time. How are you going to repay us? At this time, Ye touched the dog's head and asked humbly. When Yang Tai saw this mean expression, he suddenly felt bad and felt that he was going to be in trouble. Really? The next moment, everyone was booing. Yes, yes. How to repay us? How about a barbecue? TCH, you're going to kill the beggar for a barbecue. Among them, Naruto, Chiji, and Yakua are the most fierce. Advertisement. As for the content, everyone will know it after thinking about it. When Yoda saw this, he immediately looked at Kakashi who was eating melon, asking for help. Kakashi-senpai, look. It's not safe here, why don't we retreat first? Snapped. Kakashi opened the intimacy paradise with a snap, looking like he was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Forward. Yang Tai. This has convinced me. How can 2 meals be enough? 3 meals are necessary. I second the proposal, 3 meals. 2 meals of ramen and 1 meal of barbecue. Fart. 3 meals of barbecue. Hearing this, Yang Tai became even more silent. After thinking for a while, he tentatively said to Kakashi. A barbecue. Kakashi remained unmoved and continued to swim in the ocean of knowledge. After a pause, Yang Tai said again. Plus a hardcover copy of Making Out Paradise. Snapped. Kakashi closed the intimacy paradise with a snap and quickly put it into his ninja bag. His expression instantly became serious, and he said to everyone. Quiet. All the friends fell silent for a moment and looked at him. Escape first. It's too dangerous here. Rock Shinobi may come back at any time. Everyone thinks about it, yes, it's too dangerous here. Kakashi nodded, then looked at Yang Tai and smiled. It seems to be saying, don't forget it, kid. Yang Tai, _. You old man is so shameless. But before that, there is one important thing to do. Kakashi then ordered all the bodies of Rock Shinobi and his family members on the 2 battlefields to be packed away. These Rock Shinobi corpses are all intelligence data. It's all credit. Of course they can't miss it. Yang Tai didn't argue with them, he just sealed a few corpses and didn't continue. One is that the big head is here, Chiba Yoshizo, the opponent of the demolition team. It's a pity that Kawaguchi Ganteng's body was exploded by Chiba Yoshizo, leaving not a single hair left. But even so, his contribution this time is very great. First, the safety of the baggage was protected, then support, and finally the head of Chiba Yoshizo. In short, he gained a lot this time. As for the remaining credit, he can just think of it as thanking you Xiao Qiang for your support. If not for their support, he would have had no choice but to escape alone. Chapter 190 Arrangement. Konoha Camp. Hey, I'm finally back. Yang Tai sighed, then lined up and registered to enter the camp. Yotai-san, the two of us are very grateful for your support this time. If you need us in the future, just ask. Advertisement. At this time, Hokage led the baggage ninja and bowed slightly to Yoda to express his gratitude. Upon seeing this, Yang Tai immediately ran away and said quickly. No need to thank you, we are all Konoha shinobi, we are a family, and we should help each other. Those who have attained the truth will receive much help, while those who have lost the truth will receive little help. This is pretty much his philosophy. Of course he won't put on any airs. Thank you too. Sorry, we have something important to do, so I'll take my leave now. Hokage smiled, then thought of something, apologized immediately, and left quickly. Yang Tai was thoughtful when he saw this. Is it about spies? Shaking his head, this has little to do with him at the moment. Then he chatted with everyone for a while. After handing in his harvest to the interrogation department, he would go to his tent to rest for a while. Perhaps because he consumed too much chakra, Yoda fell asleep without even realizing it. Temporary office. Tsunade-sama, the latest information from the interrogation department. Shizuan handed a file to Tsunade. The latest information. Tsunade muttered, thought of something, and immediately opened it to check. It contains the general contents of Chiba Yoshizo and some secret missions he has performed. Hesitation is death, his memory is incomplete and its content is intermittent. One piece to the east and one piece to the west. And now there is not much rock shinobi content, so I can only use it as a reference. But it's also something very valuable. It seems that Onaki, the drunkard's intention is not to drink. This is his idea to conquer the country of grass. Closing the file, Tsunade muttered to himself. None of the other content above is important, only one. That was Onoki secretly detached a 12-man demolition team. Carrying out a secret mission is to secretly solve the grass ninja somewhere in the country of grass. This is very interesting. However, its authenticity is not yet completely certain. Tsunade thought for a while and said to the surroundings. Send this document to the Ministry of Intelligence and let them do their best to verify the authenticity of its contents. Whoosh! An Anbu appeared, took the file, and disappeared immediately. Seeing Anbu leave, Tsunade leaned on the chair and began to think. Advertisement. Seeing this, Shizuan poured another cup of tea for Tsunade. Suddenly something occurred to him and he hesitated and asked Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, have you thought about where Yoda will go? Tsunade was pulled back from his thoughts, looked at Shizuan, thought for a moment, and said. I want to keep him in the medical department, behind the lines. Shizuan was a little confused, isn't Yoda very strong? Would it be a bit, to leave him here? Before I finished speaking. However, Tsunade naturally understood what she meant and shook his head. Yoda is strong, but still lacks experience. His ninjutsu is too limited. As long as the enemy knows the information, his strength will be greatly suppressed. This time you also learned about the situation from Katsuyu's information. Just a few stone pillars can restrain him. And this news, Onoki will probably spread it soon. When the time comes, he will be restrained in every aspect on the frontal battlefield. After a pause, Tsunade continued. As for keeping him in the medical department, on the one hand it is to protect him. On the other hand, his defensive ability is very good. Especially the defensive ninjutsu, it's remarkable. In addition, his medical ninjutsu is not weak, so keeping him in the medical department is a better choice. Shizuan nodded after listening to Tsunade's words. It would be better for Yoda to stay with her. It would be troublesome if something went wrong with him and he reminded Tsunade-sama of something bad. Tsunade thought for a while and suddenly said. How about we form a small team with a few of these brats? This is what she just thought of. Those little guys are also important figures in major families. We also need to be careful when training them. It would be better to throw them together with Yang Tai. Firstly, it can increase feelings, and secondly, it can also serve as a supporting force to provide support and accept the baptism of war. Okay, I think they will be very lively then. Shizuan chuckled, those brats were very difficult to deal with, and just one Naruto was enough to give Yoda a headache. Okay, that's it. Captain Yoda, Vice Captain Shikamaru. Tsunade decided directly. Of course Yoda doesn't know, he has been clearly arranged by Tsunade. At this time he woke up faintly. After taking a look outside the tent, I estimated that the sun was setting toward the west around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The old man has not come back yet. There was a vague suspicion in his heart that the old man had been captured as a young man again. No, with the old man's character, he should take the initiative to become a strong man. The old man really never stops. Yoda sighed, this is what the old man's Nindo can do. It seems that we need to find Tsunade and transfer him to the old man's side. Advertisement. Is this Xiao Li? Just when Yoda was about to find Tsunade, a green figure came quickly from the distance, bringing a long trail of smoke behind it. Yoda. Good news. You've been named captain. Xiao Li said excitedly and handed an appointment letter to Yang Tai. Team leader? What captain? Yang Tai was a little confused. He was confused by Xiao Li's words. But after receiving the appointment letter, I understood instantly. Who said a letter of appointment is actually just a piece of paper? It said they were assigned to the support department, which was also the medical department. He is the captain, Nara Shikamaru is the vice captain, and the rest. Naruto, Sakura, Niji, Lee, Tenten, Chiji, Ino, Shino, Kaiba. For the team members. Every time Yang Tai saw someone, his eyes twitched. Does Tsunade think this team is not lively enough? Haha, 9 people. No one is easy to get along with. The difficulty here does not refer to him, but to them. For example, Naruto and Kaiba, Sakura and Ino, Niji and Lee, etc. The only person who understands is a salted fish. Thinking of this, Yang Tai suddenly felt a headache. Just as he was about to discuss it with Tsunade, he noticed a line of small writing at the bottom of the appointment letter. Yoda, take a closer look. No need to discuss, don't bother me. Yang Tai, O_O. No need to think about it, these words sounded like Tsunade's tone. It seems that there is really no room for negotiation on this matter. Yang Tai is heartbroken. What kind of master has he worshipped? Women's mouth. Forget it, I have to recognize the master I worship with tears in my eyes. Then he began to think quickly about Tsunade's intentions. After thinking for a long time, I came up with a possible result. Is it just to brush up on favorability with Xiao Qiang? Can't think of anything else right now. Forget it, the done deal is done. Tsunade must have her intentions, at least she won't harm him. Then he put the matter behind him. His eyes flickered and he looked at Xiao Li beside him. Because next he wants to learn a ninjutsu from Xiao Li. Chapter 191 Before studying Third Gate. That's right, 8 inner gates. Originally, Yoda had no intention of learning this ninjutsu. The main reason is that the learning conditions are too harsh. If Yang Tai forced himself to practice in the past, it would be almost like giving away his life. But after several battles these days, when I saw Xiao Li using 8 inner gates, Yang Tai's mind became active. 8 inner gates is indeed not something that ordinary people can practice. Advertisement. To be precise, from the 4th post onwards, it is not possible for ordinary people to practice. It places great demands on people's perseverance and body. But once you get to the 3rd gate, the requirements are not that high. Just like Kakashi, I can't keep practicing, but I can't stop practicing. In fact, this time Yoda only plans to study, a former 3rd gate student. Open the door. Close the door. Health gate. Opening the door is to lift the restrictions of the chakra in the brain area to enhance one's own power. It can bring out 100% of the power of the human body. This may be used to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical moment. It can be used in conjunction with opening the door, because closing the door can relieve people's physical fatigue. You can instantly restore your physical strength, so if you open the door first and then close the door, you can achieve twice the effect. And during the period when the door is open, excess physical energy of humans will be stimulated. But it will put a lot of burden on the body. If you can't bear it, you will hurt your body. In this way, even if it's a tug of war, Yoda doesn't need to worry about physical exhaustion and a decline in strength. The best thing for students to understand is Xiao Li's Lorenhua. Rinka is somewhat similar to Luffy Rubber Fruit level 2 in One Piece. He releases the shackles of the human body's limits, but the specific bonus varies from person to person. After opening the door of life, the blood flow rate of the whole person will become very fast, so the whole person will become red. The strength and speed have all been greatly improved. However, the load on the body is also great, but the raw gate is the safe zone of the 8 inner gates. Why is it called a safe zone? Because the former 3rd gate will only bring burden, just take a rest. Starting from the 4th gate will cause irreversible damage. In fact, the 3rd gate Yoda is not very optimistic about, because this is completely different from person to increase the speed of strength. But with a body as small as Yoda's, who knows how much strength he can gain after opening the gate of life. Xiao Li. That. Yang Tai smiled and put a hand on his shoulder, wanting to learn 8 inner gates from him. However, the next moment he realized that this was also his impromptu idea, maybe it was a bit too reckless. Why don't you ask Might Guy first? Thinking of this, Yang Tai continued the above words. Teacher Guy, do you know where he is? Xiao Li didn't think much, thought deeply, and said. Advertisement. It should be at venue 2. What, do you have anything to do with Teacher Guy? There are 5 sites in Konoha camp. Site number 2 is on the east side. Well, there is something I want to ask his permission for. Yang Tai took Xiao Li and walked towards the east. Matter? Xiao Li was confused, but did not continue to ask. By the way, Xiao Li, can I ask how long it took you to open the first gate and the second gate? Yoda asked as he walked. Xiao Li was stunned at first. Why did Yang Tai ask this question today, but he didn't mean to hide it. It took 15 days to open the door, and it took a month to close the door. That's it. Yoda thought thoughtfully. It seemed that the difficulty of the third gate was indeed not high. He is a medical ninja and knows the body well. The speed of learning the third gate should be very fast. The two then chatted about training matters and soon found Might Guy. At this time, Might Guy carried 4 wooden boxes in each hand and walked towards the field. Yang Tai looked around. It turned out that supplies were being distributed, and hundreds of people at the venue received detonating charms, kunao, shurikens and some armor in a very orderly manner. Teacher Guy, we are here to help too. When Xiao Li saw this, his blood immediately boiled. Sure enough, the teacher was practicing all the time. Guy turned around and saw Yang Tai and Xiao Li, and smiled. Then come on. Yang Tai had goosebumps all over his body, but he had to admire the master and disciple's perseverance. Really, practice all the time. Yang Tai couldn't stand still, so he went over to help. I touched it for about 20 minutes. Several people have also finished moving. At this time, Might Guy seemed to react and asked the two of them. What did you come to see me for? Xiao Li shook his head, indicating no, and looked at Yang Tai aside. It's Yang Tai who has something to ask you. Might Guy was confused and looked at Yoda. Yang Tai, you have something to ask me about. Do you want me to give you special training? Advertisement. At this time, Might Guy looked at the hundreds of people in the field and said with some regret. But I have a mission now and don't have time. It's not surprising that he thinks so. He had arranged some physical training for Yang Tai and Xiao Li before. Yang Tai waved his hand. Teacher Guy, you misunderstood. I am not here for special training from you this time. In fact, under Might Guy's doubtful gaze, Yang Tai's expression gradually became serious and he said, I want to learn your 8 inner gates. Yang Tai's tone of voice was very sincere and firm. Brush. 2 eyes suddenly focused on Yang Tai, seeming to be confused and puzzled. Are you serious? Might Guy's expression rarely became serious. He looked directly at Yang Tai and asked in a low tone. Yang Tai nodded vigorously, his eyes full of determination. Can you tell me why? Might Guy continued to ask in a deep voice. Yang Tai had thought of this answer long ago, and it was absolutely in line with the facts. Yang Tai lowered his head, clenched his hands into fists, and said slightly sadly. I want to protect my companions. I don't want to watch my companions fall around me one by one. As soon as Yang Tai said these words, the master and the disciple were quite moved. It turns out that Yang Tai also has this idea. Is it because you saw your companions sacrificed? Might Guy secretly thought that it seems that Yang Tai has realized the importance of companions before Xiao Li. Instead, you can pass 8 inner gates to him. But Might Guy still looked directly at Yoda. Do you know the dangers of 8 inner gates? With your current body, if you practice forcefully, you will be seriously injured and disabled, or your life will be lost. Yang Tai took a deep breath and nodded. I know. But don't worry, Mr. Guy, I know I'm not as talented as Xiao Li in physical skills, so I won't force that dangerous 5th gate. 5th gate. Might Guy suddenly realized, it seems that Yang Tai already knows about the 8 inner gates. That's fine. If he only opened the 3rd gate, his life would not be in danger. Also, he knows a little bit about Yang Tai's character, and he won't do anything he's not sure about. It seems that you have made up your mind. Then I agree to teach you 8 inner gates. Yang Tai was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in thanks. Thank you, Teacher Guy, I will work hard in the future. Chapter 192 Challenge. Might Guy nodded happily, but just in case, he still said. However, you have to promise me that the 5th gate will not be opened later unless absolutely necessary. Looking at Might Guy's serious expression, Yang Tai also promised seriously, I promise you. Might Guy laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Might Guy is very happy today because his secret skill has been passed on to the 2nd person. Advertisement. Congratulations, Yoda. This way we can train together more often in the future. At this time, Xiao Li sincerely congratulated. Yang Tai also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, finally getting official authorization. At this time, Might Guy, who was laughing with his hands on his hips, suddenly thought of something and scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, I have to carry out a mission right away. I guess 8 inner gates won't be able to teach you in person. After a pause, Might Guy tentatively said. How about you study with Xiao Li first, and I will teach you carefully later when I have time. Although Yoda felt a little regretful, he still nodded. You go ahead and let Xiao Li teach me. Even though he said that, Might Guy still took advantage of his free time. The key to opening the door to practice was explained in detail. Yang Tai and Xiao Li also listened carefully, and the content was not difficult to understand. It seems that opening the first door is very simple. It is necessary to control chakra and release the brain's restriction on chakra. Yang Tai closed his eyes and concentrated, controlling the chakra in his body and wandering in his brain. Gradually the chakra gathered in the center, where there seemed to be a membrane, like a bottleneck. Yoda controls the chakra, touches it, and it's very fragile. It feels like window paper, which breaks when you poke it. Yang Tai opened his eyes, a little suspicious, so simple? At this time, Xiao Li came over and asked hurriedly. How is Yoda? Do you feel that restriction? Yang Tai met their gazes, nodded slightly, and said thoughtfully. Felt it. So fast. The two of them exclaimed at the same time, how long has it been, 30 minutes? Yoda's own family knew about his family affairs. If he hadn't learned medical ninjutsu, it will take at least 7 or 8 days. In fact, there is really no technical content in opening the door, as long as you have a good understanding of the body structure. Can be opened successfully. Try opening the door. Might Guy is located near Yotai Road. Hearing this, Yang Tai closed his eyes and controlled chakra to gather in his brain. Open the door, open. Advertisement. That layer of obstruction was instantly opened, and the chakra in Yang Tai's body became extremely active and filled his whole body. A few veins suddenly bulged on Yang Tai's forehead, and his 5 senses instantly became extremely sharp. The body seems to be a little lighter. Yang Tai opened his eyes, and his vision became very clear. He could see the bumps on Might Guy's big face very carefully. No wonder, it turns out that opening the 8 inner gates can enhance the perception of the 5 senses. He has always been troubled by a problem. Chidori must cooperate with the blood chakra eye, otherwise the speed will be too fast and the eyes will not be able to keep up. What about 8 inner gates? How can your eyes and thinking keep up with such a fast speed? Now I understand. Call out. Yoda swung his fist and made a sound of punching through the air. It's indeed much faster than before. Yoda, you are really a genius in physical arts. You were able to open the first door in such a short time. Might Guy praised, you know, he also spent a lot of time back then. Yang Tai smiled bitterly, wondering what kind of genius he was, and quickly explained to the two of them. Teacher Guy, I'm not a genius. This is all due to the medical ninjutsu I learned, which is the result of my understanding of the body's structure. The former 3rd gate may be very easy for me to get started, but the remaining 5th gate is very difficult for me to open. Might Guy nodded thoughtfully, he understood, and then said. The conditions for opening the former 3rd gate are not difficult, as long as the standards are met. But the next 5th gate requires a lot of time to exercise and improve your physical fitness before you can open it. Otherwise, if you force it open, neither the chakras riot nor the severe physical pain will be something you can bear. I see. Yoda nodded, closed his eyes and opened the door again. Hey! Yang Tai opened his eyes and felt nothing had changed. The time you turned it on just now was too short, and there was no strenuous exercise, so there was no consumption. However, you started the time too slowly first. You need to practice more in the future. It's time for me to go. Might Guy finished his instructions, waved his hand, and walked towards the people who were already lined up. Yang Tai and Xiao Li stood up and watched the ninjas leave, heading back to their number 4 venue. Because the time for distributing supplies is coming soon. According to the order, those combat troops will go first, and Yang Tai's logistics will go last. Site number 4. As soon as Yang Tai and Xiao Li arrived, they saw several Xiaoqiang chatting in a corner of the field. Swish! Several eyes looked at Yang Tai. There was hostility in some of the glances. Ahem, hello everyone. Yang Tai naturally understood why, and he quickly smiled and waved to greet everyone. Advertisement. Hey, isn't this our captain? Ino looked at the people around her who had unhappy expressions, and said with a strange sound. Especially the captain's voice gave everyone goosebumps. Ka Inyazuka Kaiba touched the dog's head with a look of reluctance. Niji's eyes twitched and he turned his head. Yang Tai was speechless, turned his head, and was startled. He didn't know when. Naruto has a weird look on his face. Staring at Yang Tai. Very much like a civet cat. Puff. Ha ha ha. Little Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and the others all burst into laughter. Naruto scratched his head, but it didn't matter. But Niji and Inyazuka Kaiba had dark faces. Hateful. Not only did I have to obey his orders, but I also had to be laughed at by everyone. No more, I can't bear it anymore. Inyazuka Kaiba put Akamaru on his shoulders, pointed at Yoda and said loudly. Yoda, I want to challenge you. If you lose, the captain will give up to me. Yang Tai had expected this scene a long time ago. These three people were the most difficult to deal with. Two prickly heads and one tsundere. So Yang Tai said simply. Okay. Everyone was stunned. Yang Tai agreed so readily. Ino and the others originally wanted to watch the show, have fun, and finally support Yoda. The reason is very simple. Needless to say, Niji, everyone who owes him money is the same every day. It might not be a problem to let him be the captain and give orders, but he definitely won't be as easygoing as Yoda. As for Inyazuka Kaiba and Naruto, they simply ignored them. Both of their faces showed great unreliability. Inyazuka Kaiba was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Wahaha. This is what you said. Don't go back on it. Yang Tai nodded and said with a smile, I won't regret it. I want to participate too. At this time, Naruto yelled and raised his hands. When Nya heard this, he immediately said angrily, why are you joining in the fun just like a crane? When Naruto heard the word crane, he was furious. You actually called me crane tail. Have you forgotten what happened when you were defeated by me last time? Chapter 193 Drawing Lots. Damn it, do you want to fight? Inyazuka Kaiba looked at Naruto fiercely like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Come on, come on. Naruto didn't show any signs of weakness and immediately started tearing each other apart. All the friends laughed and showed no intention of stopping him. Advertisement. I want to try it too. Brush. Quiet. The place suddenly fell silent. Even Naruto and Inyazuka Kaiba stopped and turned to look at the speaker. Abarame Shino felt a little uncomfortable when everyone looked at him. Yoda was very surprised. He considered everyone, but Shino really didn't even think about it. He originally thought that the fourth person to challenge him was Xiao Li, but he didn't expect that it was Shino. Are you serious? Yoda spoke in confusion. Everyone looked at Shino, who had been silent. Abarame Shino put his hands in his pockets, with firm eyes under his sunglasses, and nodded to Yoda. He had wanted to compete with Yang Tai a long time ago, but he never had the chance. This time he wanted to try. Yoda nodded, he understood Shino's determination, and then said to everyone. It's just the five of us. Xiao Li, aren't you coming? Xiao Li shook his head, not this time. Yang Tai was stunned, this is not like Xiao Li's style. However, he had no intention of going into details and said to the four of them. Looks like it's just the five of us. Come on, I'll fight you first. Inyazuka Kaiba took the lead and said while holding Akamaru. Niji raised his eyebrows, you were the one who interfered in the confrontation between geniuses. When Yang Tai saw that the remaining three people were trying to take action, he immediately interrupted. Stop, listen to me first. Everyone turned their attention. Don't be impatient yet. Look, you won and my captain stepped aside, but what if you lost? Yoda said with a smile. The four people were stunned when they heard this, and they suddenly felt bad. The friends who originally thought it was interesting heard what Yang Tai said, and they all pricked up their ears, looking like they were enjoying themselves. What do you want? Inyazuka Kaiba hesitated for a while and then asked carefully. Yang Tai smiled and said. The five of us draw lots and compete, and the loser will treat everyone to a meal when he returns to the village. Okay. We agree. We agree. Before the four of them could speak, the friends behind them all raised their hands in agreement. 4 people, underscore. Niji thought for a while and nodded. Advertisement. Okay, I accept it. Naruto and Kaiba hesitated, then agreed rather sadly. In the end, Shino nodded simply, he was not short of money. Fortunately, I didn't participate. Xiao Li was still a little lucky. Fortunately, he did not participate, otherwise his wallet would be in danger. Soon the drawing of lots began, and all 5 people got their own numbers. Ahahaha, I am 5. Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly, feeling pleased that his number 5 was directly promoted. Hey, what a bad luck. Inyazuka Kaiba turned his head and snorted. As expected of pig's feet, this luck is gone. Yang Tai groaned secretly and looked at the number in his hand, 2. Niji no 1 Yoda number 2. Shino number 3, Inyazuka Kaiba number 4. After the order was decided, it was everyone's turn to receive supplies and equipment. 10 kunao, 20 shuriken, and 10 detonating charms. After receiving the supplies, everyone went to an uninhabited place noisily. Start this game. The first is the battle between Yoda and Niji. In the field. Both sides stand still. Niji raised the corners of his mouth and took on the posture of gentle fist. I will go all out this time. We'll see. Smile from the balcony. The next moment, the entire figure flashed and disappeared. Boom. The fists and palms hit each other, and a dull sound sounded. Do your best. Niji caught Yoda's fist and said proudly. Yang Tai didn't say anything. His punch was just a test. Then he swept Tang's legs and swept across. Seeing this, Niji jumped and dodged, taking advantage of the situation to spin in the air and kick hard. Boom! Yang Tai frowned, and with such a silky movement, he immediately crossed his hands to block the blow. Yang Tai gritted his teeth, this force was a bit strong. Ha! With a loud shout, Yang Tai pushed upward with both hands. The powerful move directly pushed Niji away. Niji spun a few times in the air, released his strength, and landed perfectly. One hand in front, one hand behind. Yang Tai's eyes twitched, no wonder this guy didn't have any friends. Damn it, this pretentious attribute is simply engraved in my bones. Inadvertently, the characteristics of forcing the king are fully revealed. Advertisement. With a flick of his hand, a kunao appeared in his hand, hold it tight. Yoda quickly rushes towards Niji. Seeing this, Niji slapped his ninja bag, and a kunao appeared in his hand. At the same moment, he rushed towards Yang Tai. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. The two of them were fighting each other for a while. Who do you think will win? Ino watched the two fighting and suddenly asked a few people. It must be Yoda. Naruto spoke directly without hesitation, thought for a moment and then added. Yoda is very strong. Tian Tian shook his head, pointed to the middle of the field and said. After the Chunin exam, Niji practiced inhumane practices all day long. The strength is not the same as before. Look. He doesn't even open his eyes now. After hearing this, several people immediately looked towards the field and found that Niji did not open his eyes. Is Yoda going to lose? Sakura asked tentatively. Tian Tian said, 9 times out of 10. Yoda may lose, but it probably won't be too miserable. At this time, Shikamaru opened his mouth to comment. Naruto turned to look at everyone and said doubtfully. Have you forgotten Yoda's shun? Shunsui. That move is very fast. Hearing this, several people looked at Naruto and shook their heads. Naruto, didn't you take appropriate precautions against Yoda's shunsui? Shikamaru asked looking at Naruto weirdly. Naruto was stunned, then scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, that, no. Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. Shikamaru smiled bitterly. Then he explained to Naruto. Most of us, when we saw Yoda's weird shun shui, took corresponding precautions. Everyone nodded. Tian Tian watched the battle in the field and said. In order to cope with Yoda's shunsui, during that time, Niji pulled Xiao Li to do various trainings of throwing kunao at high speed every day. So, Yoda's ninjutsu is completely restrained by Niji. Naruto was surprised and stared at the field. Xiao Li nodded, you can say that. However, the loser is not necessarily Yoda. Xiao Li secretly added in his heart. Yoda is going to lose in all likelihood, so the next opponent is Niji, how should we deal with it? At this time, Inyazuka Kaiba was extremely serious, watching every move of the two of them carefully. At the same time, he was mentally planning various responses to his next encounter with Niji. Then several people started talking around Niji. In the field. The two fist bumped. There is no distinction between top and bottom. Chapter 194 Fighting Niji again. It seems that your physical skills are only at this level. Niji dodged Yoda's punch and said. Next, let me show you what gentle fist is. As soon as the words fell, Niji's veins popped out around his eyes, and he struck Yoda on the left shoulder with his hand like lightning. Advertisement. Yang Tai was shocked, this guy didn't have martial ethics, he hurriedly turned sideways and narrowly escaped. The corner of Niji's mouth raised, and he immediately turned his palm into a finger and pointed at Yoda's chest. Acupuncture. Yoda groaned, his chest hurt and numb. He quickly kicked out a whip kick and quickly opened the distance. Is this acupuncture? Really, not to be underestimated. Green light lingered in Yang Tai's hand, and he placed it on the spot where the A-cup ointment was tapped just now. Medical ninjutsu. Niji blurted out. I didn't expect you to know medical ninjutsu, but if you do this, you will lose today. Stop talking big words, I will attack with all my strength next, so be careful. Yoda rolled his eyes, insisting on showing off. He just felt the so-called gentle fist. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to fight the Hokage clan in close combat? Call out. A kunao flew out of Taeyang's hand at great speed and headed straight towards Niji. I've been waiting for you for a long time. 8 trigrams, empty palm. As if Niji had trained countless times, he shot out with one palm. As soon as the wind in the palm was visible to the naked eye, it was close to the flying kunao in an instant. Boom. Hwa la la la. When it emerged from the water, it was hit by the wind of the palm and exploded, turning into smoke and rain all over the sky. Look. This is the result of Niji's training. Yoda's ninjutsu is directly ineffective. Tian Tian smiled. Rely on the observation power of Byakugan. Shikamaru murmured. Yang Tai was stunned. What is going on? How could one person find a way to restrain his shunsui? Could it be that I am falling behind? Immediately suppress this thought, now is not the time to consider this issue. Since he couldn't cast instant water, Yang Tai took advantage of the situation to quickly form seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. The scattered water flow gathered into a water dragon of about 2 meters in the next moment. The water dragon's twisting body was like a roar from Yoda, and he quickly rushed towards Niji. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Niji was surprised that the speed of performing ninjutsu was so fast. There was no time to think too much. Advertisement. His whole body began to rotate at high speed. Chakra surges out of the body, forming a semicircular shield. Boom. The water is flowing. Niji's figure stopped, his cautious eyes fixed on Yoda. So fast. The speed of Yoda's connecting ninjutsu surprised everyone. Chiji rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Did you see clearly just now? 2 seals in a ninjutsu. It takes less than a second. Ino said in shock, that means you can use more than 2 ninjutsu in 1 second. Although Niji couldn't easily block this blow, that wasn't what everyone was concerned about. But the possibility of multiple ninjutsu in 1 second. It seems that they have more to study when they go back today. Do you think Yoda will still lose now? Little Sakura asked. Tian Tian thought about it and said bluntly. If it were just this one ninjutsu, it would still be difficult for Yoda to win. On the contrary, if there are other types of this 2-seal ninjutsu, then the situation will be a bit difficult to predict. It seems like we can't win. Little Sakura muttered, she knew that Yoda only had one of these 2-seal ninjutsu. This shouldn't be all your strength, Yoda. Xiao Li stared closely at the people in the field and thought to himself. In the field. Is this your trump card? It's indeed very powerful. However, these are the only methods you have today, so you will definitely lose. Niji said confidently. It looks like I have to use that trick. Thinking of this, Yang Tai immediately used Shadow Clone. Whoosh whoosh. Shadow Clone directly surrounded Niji. Shadow Clone. That's a good way to deal with Niji. Ino said to herself. Xiao Li shook his head, Niji already has several ways to deal with Shadow Clone. If Yang Tai heard these words, he would probably vomit blood. Superior. Yang Tai gave the order. 5 Shadow Clone leaped into the air, raised their hands and threw a shuriken. Like this little trick. Niji was confused, Yoda should not be making such a big move. Shadow Clone began to form seals at the same time. Shadow Clone shuriken technique. In an instant, the sky in Niji was filled with dense shurikens. Sweeping in with great momentum. Amazing power. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Niji did not panic at all. Only revolving heaven is on display. Clang, 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 clang. Advertisement. Shurikens were laid out thickly around Niji. Finally finished. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief and happily looked at the circles of runes in his palm. Then he looked up at Niji who was about to stop. Boom. A small pit was directly trampled on the ground. Yoda's body was like a cannonball, rushing towards Niji at extremely high speed. As soon as Niji stopped, he saw a big foot kicking him in the face. Niji didn't hide. He pulled again and again to remove the power of Yoda's kick. One strike with great force and one palm with a heavy heart. When Yang Tai saw this, he also greeted him with a palm. Boom. Thump thump thump. Yang Tai took a few steps back and managed to steady himself. Good chance. Niji's eyes lit up, he pursued the victory, gathered chakra in his palm, and stamped it on Yang Tai's chest with one palm. This palm was powerful and heavy. It was a strike with all his strength. If he got hit, he would be hit with a set of combos. Yang Tai, who suddenly retreated, paused and stopped firmly in place without making any move. Yoda, are you admitting defeat? Ino and Sakura looked at each other in confusion. Probably. Tian Tian didn't understand. He was beating back and forth just now, but suddenly there was someone in his heart who didn't want to fight. This makes them a little confused. Yoda smiled and looked at Niji who was attacking him. 1, 2, 3. When Niji struck Yang Tai's forehead with a huge palm. Stop suddenly. To be precise, it was as if the whole body had been injected with chicken blood and could not move at all. This. What's going on? Why can't my body move? Is this a spell? Niji's face was full of horror. He immediately looked at his body with his white eyes. At this time, in his sight, there were tadpole-like facial expressions. From the palm of his hand, it spread extremely quickly, and in just a few seconds, it had completely taken over his body. It's that palm just now. Niji tried hard to remember, and soon thought it was the slap just now. Yang Tai must have taken advantage of that palm just now. Yoda smiled and patted Niji's ugly little face. Niji-san, you lost again. Mean. Niji cursed proudly. Yang Tai shook his head, still too young. On the battlefield your enemies will only become meaner. You just lost now, instead of losing your life. Niji was silent for a moment, staring directly at Yoda with his deep eyes. After a long time, he said. I lost. Chapter 195 Victory. Strange, why is Niji not moving? Tian Tian covered her mouth with shock in her eyes. It was clear that Niji had the upper hand and was about to win. Why did it suddenly stop moving like a sculpture? The other friends around him were also extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Niji, who was about to win. Suddenly there was a big reversal, and Yang Tai easily handled it. Advertisement. Binding curse seal. Shino, who had been watching the battle quietly, was also shocked inside. When the two of them were fighting just now, he had released the parasites early. Observed clearly. Previously, Yoda did some strange actions under the cover of 5 shadow clones. It was very hidden. It seemed that when he mobilized chakra just now, even Byakugan didn't notice anything strange. Then I gave Niji a slap in the face. After a palm strike, densely packed runes as thin as tadpoles poured out of Niji's body, controlling his figure. Can't we have direct contact with him? A flash of white light flashed on Shino's sunglasses, and a parasitic bug quickly crawled across his face. Yoda smiled, patted Niji's shoulder, and lifted the human seal. In an instant, the runes all over Niji's body shattered, and the feeling of restraint completely disappeared. Niji retracted his palm in confusion. He didn't understand. How did Yoda use this restraining ninjutsu just now under his Byakugan? He simply asked directly with a puzzled look on his face. I always observe with my Byakugan, your chakra flows. How do you perform this jutsu? Yang Tai smiled and told him directly. This ninjutsu is a type of sealing technique. I have sealed all the runes in my palm in advance. When I use them, I can use them instantly. As he spoke, Yang Tai raised his other hand and saw 3 black megatama in the palm of his hand. Yang Tai was also happy. This was the first time he used the curse seal he obtained from Uncle Snake. The effect is still very satisfactory. As for why it was not used before, firstly, it was not needed at all. If you can't react, you will die as long as he uses Shun Shui to get close to you. As for being able to react, it's either a terracotta rock man or Onaki's super heavy rock. The last thing is explosion style, you can't touch it, it's simply disgusting, you can't meet a normal person. If he hadn't met Niji who could fight normally today, he would have thought that this ninjutsu would be useless. I see. No wonder when observing with white eyes, only 2 chakra points can be seen. I thought it was useless before, but I didn't expect it to be a killer move. Advertisement. Then he had an arrogant look on his face. He really felt the power of the ninjutsu just now. In fact, he is not that strong. With the blessing of Byakugan, he can definitely easily break it within 10 seconds. If you are prepared, the cracking speed will only be faster. Thinking of this, he turned around proudly and left a sentence. You're lucky this time. I won't be so careless next time. Yang Tai nodded seriously, what should I say? He still hates cheat players like Niji. Not to mention a pair of white eyes, just his defensive physical skills, revolving heaven. Yoda has a headache. I wonder if his Chi Yuan slash can break through this turtle shell. Fortunately, he unexpectedly won today. Hey, Yoda, you came at the right time, tell me how you won. Naruto shouted carelessly. Everyone noticed it when Yoda patted Niji on the shoulder. This one was clearly won by Yoda. But everyone is still confused about how he won. At this time, the friends also cast curious glances. Yang Tai didn't hide it, anyway, sooner or later someone would know about this kind of thing, so he smiled and explained to everyone. This is a binding ninjutsu, I call it the seal of man. The function is to restrain the enemy's body at the moment of physical contact. It's similar to Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. I specially prepared it to deal with physical masters like Xiang Niji and Xiao Li. Of course, there is one thing Yoda didn't say. His current ninjutsu is only a semi-finished product. It doesn't take long to restrain people, and it can't cause any harm to them. The seal of a complete human being, once the enemy falls under the spell, the curse seal will instantly absorb the natural energy between heaven and earth into the body. You must know that there are no rules and corresponding methods of guiding natural energy into the body. Under such circumstances, if natural energy enters the body rashly, the body will suffer severe pain. The seal of man takes advantage of this to instantly render the enemy incapacitated. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Xiao Li and Niji, yay. Silently for the 3 of them, observe 3 seconds of silence. Xiao Li didn't think anything was wrong, but looked eager to try. But Inyazuka Kaiba went straight to Spartan. Damn, what should I do? Then he quietly walked up to Yang Tai, hugged Yang Tai's shoulders, and smiled at everyone. Fu Er whispered. Yuta, look, that seal of yours, can you use it when we are fighting? Don't use it. Yoda raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Xianja with a flattering smile on his face. Advertisement. He glanced at the quiet Shino again, rolled his eyes, nodded, and simply agreed. No problem. After saying that, Yoda couldn't help but touch Akamaru's dog head on his shoulder. Akamaru, woof. Brothers. Inyazuka Kaiba patted Yoda's chest and said happily. Hee, okay. I can do better, do you believe it? Yoda said with a wicked smile. A person and a dog looked at each other, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Yoda cleared his throat and shouted directly to Shino. Shino, Ya said he was going to crush you hard, with you. Ya Xiao quickly covered Yang Tai's mouth, but it was too late now, and everyone could hear clearly. How could I say that? Inyazuka Hero pulled Yoda's neck and growled. Everyone also followed suit and immediately raised a thumb to their teeth. You are so brave. To be able to say this to Shino. You know, Shino may not be the strongest among them. But it must be the toughest one. Yay, come on. You can definitely beat Shino until his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. Geez. Ino giggled, arching the fire. Yes, yay, we support you. Go up, defeat Shino. Gudong. His teeth and throat twitched, the situation was like this, no matter how he tried to quibble, it was useless. A little guilty, he looked at Shino with his hands in his pockets. Shino was as quiet as ever, but at this moment, bad bugs crawled out of him quickly. It was not difficult to see that he was feeling a little excited, or to be precise, he was throbbing. Shino, Kaiba said he was going to knock you down. Seeing that Inyazuka Kaiba was distracted, Yoda immediately broke away and yelled. Don't talk nonsense. Akamaru. Come on. Inyazuka Kaiba was furious, and when he saw Yoda running away, he immediately released Akamaru. Woof. Akamaru jumped down and rushed towards Yoda with bared teeth. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed wildly when they saw this scene. Chapter 196 Ya vs Shino. Shino, please listen to my cunning explanation. This was all framed by Yoda. Inyazuka Kaiba hurriedly explained to Shino. However, Shino did not answer. It seemed that he was waiting for the opportunity to be able to reasonably flatten his teeth. Bring it on. After uttering 2 words, Shino walked to the field first. Advertisement. Inyazuka Kaiba was immediately discouraged and slowly walked towards the field. Yang Tai touched the dog's head. Aren't you going to help the tooth? Zayuda got bad and bit Yutai's arm. When Akamaru heard this, he immediately let go of his mouth and ran towards Inyazuka Kaiba. Yoda shook his arm. Don't tell me, even though it bit the arm guard, it still hurt a little. You still haven't changed. Use your teeth to explore Shino's bottom. At this time, Shikamaru came over and smiled. If others saw the previous actions as just a fight between people. But in his eyes, fighting is just one of them. The most important thing is that Yang Tai used a simple method to get the information he wanted to know without any effort. When Yang Tai heard this, he spread his hands indifferently and said with a wry smile. There's no way, Shino is too mysterious, it would be nice to have someone check out his background. 2. Shikamaru nodded, Shino was too mysterious. Of course, their conversation was not hidden from everyone. The friends heard clearly that Yang Tai had this meaning. At the same time, they recalled Yang Tai's previous operations, which seemed to almost always try his best to collect intelligence from others. Then use this information to defeat those opponents. Gather information. They all secretly wrote down these 4 words. Which one of them do you think will win? At this time, Ino suddenly asked everyone. Shino should win, right? Tian Tian thought for a while and said. I also think Shino will win. Chi showed off a large amount of potato chips and said vaguely. The remaining people also meant the same thing. Yoda, what about you? Ino asked curiously. Yoda smiled bitterly, like everyone else, I think Shino will win. It's just that it won't be too easy. After all, Ya is not too weak as his companion. Everyone agreed. At this time, Inyazuka Kaiba also regained his energy. Although he was a teammate, he still wanted to have a real competition with Shino. Akamaru, are you ready? Woof. Akamaru agreed, leaning down and staring at Shino fiercely. Orc clone. 4 legs technique. Inyazuka Kaiba used all his strength from the beginning, only to see long nails growing out of his hands, like sharp claws. Advertisement. Next to him, Akamaru transformed into him and looked at Shino with a ferocious expression. It's about to begin. After Inyazuka Kaiba said this, blue chakra surged around his limbs, jumped up, and began to spin at high speed. Like a small tornado. Akamaru did the same thing and instantly formed a tornado. Teeth to teeth. The air currents are swirling and dust is flying. Two tornadoes crossed each other and rushed towards Shino, who was waiting quietly. As soon as Shino thought, the swarm of insects in his body quickly swarmed in front of him and turned into a swarm. Dark insect wall. Boom. In just 2 seconds, the insect wall was instantly penetrated by two tornadoes spinning at extremely high speeds. Shino seemed to be shocked and quickly took a step back, trying to escape. However, Inyazuka Kaiba was too fast and was in front of him in an instant. So smooth. Inyazuka Kaiba felt happy in his heart. However, the next moment, Shino in front of him instantly dispersed and turned into a swarm of insects. Bug clone? Inyazuka Kaiba was startled and immediately realized that this was a trap set by Shino. He quickly wanted to turn around, but the two of them were too close to the ground now. It was impossible to stop, let alone turn around. Boom. At this time, the undefeated god of war Shino waved his hand, and a black swarm of insects appeared. Surged towards the pit, swallowing Akamaru and Inyazuka Kaiba. It's still the same tactics as always, strike from behind. As his teammate, Inyazuka Kaiba, how could he not understand his fighting methods? In fact, Shino and Yoda are very similar. They both collect information and take action before taking action. Is this a win? Little Sakura asked doubtfully. It should be a win. Being swallowed up by Shino's swarm of insects, few people can escape. Shikamaru said bluntly. Everyone agreed that there was no possibility of winning when surrounded by so many insect swarms. Don't underestimate me, Ye. Yang Tai looked at the field and reminded. At this time, Niji also opened his eyes. In his eyes, there were dense blue dots all over the sky. However, in the deep pit, there was an extremely active chakra surging. He narrowed his eyes and said. This is Inyazukaryu human-animal hybrid transformation two-headed wolf. Boom. Suddenly, a giant white two-headed wolf of 4 to 5 meters in size appeared on the spot. It finally swung its claws to the left and right, like several sharp blades cutting through the insect swarm. In an instant, large clouds of insects fell, like dumplings, covering the ground in black mass. Roar. Advertisement. The two-headed wolf roared proudly to the sky and looked at Shino. Amazing. Everyone was shocked, mainly because the appearance was a bit scary. I didn't expect you to hide such powerful tricks. At the same time, Shikamaru and Niji looked at Yoda in unison. In my heart, I all agree with Yang Tai's intelligence-gathering ability. It seems that he already knows Ye's abilities well, otherwise he wouldn't be so sure about Ye's strength. Shikamaru secretly glanced at Yoda, who was watching the game intently. In the field. After Inyazuka Kaiba felt proud, his huge body jumped up and spun at high speed. Only the upgraded version of Teeth Tooth is on display. Wolf Fang. In an instant, a strong wind swept through the field. The tornado formed this time was several times larger than before. The high-speed rotating tornado rushed towards Shino faster than before. Like a wind dragon, it is powerful and unstoppable. Because the wind was too strong, Shino's insect swarm couldn't get close to him. Shino didn't dare to be careless, and stared at Inyazuka Kaiba under his sunglasses. At the same time, his body sank slightly, preparing to apply the previous method. Boom. Debris is flying. A big hole appeared directly on the ground. Shino, who dodged away, pushed up his sunglasses and glanced at the damaged windbreaker. He secretly agreed with the power of Inyazuka Kaiba's move. If he had been any slower, he would have been hit. But this move was just as he expected. Although this move was powerful. However, it is no different from the previous Denton treatment, except that it is faster and stronger. He can definitely use this move to dodge. What a pity, it was just a little bit close. Little Sakura sighed. It's just a little bit close to hitting Shino. Ino echoed. If you continue to consume like this, you will lose your teeth sooner or later. It was rare for Naruto to see the truth behind this. I'm afraid it will be faster. Yoda looked at Shino and said solemnly. Although everyone was curious about what Yang Tai said, the fight between the two was at its most intense now. There was no time to ask any more questions. Boom boom. After escaping the feeling of fangs twice, Shino suddenly stopped, glanced at the giant two-headed wolf, and uttered 3 words. You lose. A giant wolf head with a human face full of confusion and confusion. Chapter 197 The war begins. Everyone was also puzzled. I see. Niji suddenly realized that in the huge wolf body in his white eyes, there were dense blue dots swimming around. Parasitic bugs? Then he turned to look at Yoda, who looked confident. Did he expect such a result? Advertisement. Niji mused, it seems that he needs to improve on gathering intelligence. Ouch. Thump. The two-headed giant wolf howled miserably, fell to the ground, and rolled. Boom. Akamaru and Kaiba instantly disintegrated, both holding their stomachs in unbearable pain. At this time, Shino walked over, squatted in front of Inyazuka Kaiba and said, "Don't move, it will be fine soon." After saying that, they saw bad bugs crawling out of Kaiba and Akamaru's mouths. "What's going on? Are you okay?" At this time, Yang Tai and others hurried over and asked hurriedly. Shino shook his head and explained. "My parasite just absorbed some of his chakra. It didn't damage the organs. There's no problem." After he finished speaking, some parasites finally crawled out. "Alright. Ba, ba, ba." There were no parasites in his body, so Inyazuka Kaiba instantly stood up and vomited in disgust. "Ha ha ha, Kaiba, when did you start eating bugs like Akamaru?" Seeing that Inyazuka Kaiba was fine, Naruto laughed and joked. As soon as this statement came out, everyone laughed. Inyazuka Kaiba chakra was absorbed by the parasitic parasites in large quantities. He was a little weak at this time, but he still pointed at Naruto with some annoyance. "You're dead. When I come back, I'll beat you to pieces. Come on, hit me, you idiot." Naruto continued to provoke. Inyazuka Kaiba was furious, but he couldn't muster the strength now. "Okay, there is nothing wrong with the tooth now, let's continue." At this time, Yoda stood up and spirit communication produced a Katsuyu, which climbed onto Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru respectively. "Okay, it's just the three of us now. It won't be my bye again." Naruto didn't tease Inyazuka Kaiba, turned around and said excitedly. "Then go ahead." Shikamaru handed over the 3 paper balls he had prepared. "Let me first." Whoosh. Before Naruto finished speaking, an Anbu appeared in front of everyone. Brush. All eyes fell on Anbu. Anbu, who was being watched by everyone, did not have any mood swings. After scanning everyone, his eyes finally rested on Yang Tai. "Yuta Imik, the director of the medical department has ordered you to come over." Advertisement. Medical minister? Does he know him? And this person can also order Anbu? Who gave the permission? Yoda thought for a moment, and Shizuan suddenly appeared in his mind. Also, only he, a close confidant of Tsunade, can have this kind of power. Thinking of this, Yang Tai nodded to him, turned to look at his friends. "I'll go first and let everyone disperse." "What about challenging the competition?" Naruto asked urgently. "Let's put the challenge on hold for now and wait until we have the opportunity next time. I'm leaving now." After that, Yang Tai didn't waste any time and left quickly with Anbu. "What a letdown," Naruto complained. Shikamaru looked in the direction where Yoda left, his eyes thoughtful. "It seems that the war has officially begun." What do you mean, didn't the war start a long time ago?" Naruto wondered. Several people shook their heads. Naruto was still such a stubborn person. Little Sakura explained. "It was just a confrontation before, but now it officially begins." Naruto frowned, he understood. "Okay, let's go back and cultivate ourselves mentally to face the upcoming war. Even our late-stage team cannot be careless." After that, he waved his hand and left lazily. Everyone looked at each other, waved their hands, and left one after another. Temporary office. At this time, in the office, Shizuan was correcting documents alone. "These are documents from her medical department. 20 minutes ago, Tsunade had led the troops to leave. Only 6 Anbu were left to follow her orders for the time being." Shizuan ne. Correcting documents. Shizuan stopped writing, raised his head and said. "Come in." Yang Tai walked in and looked around, wondering. "Where's the teacher?" "Tsunade-sama, you have left." Shizuan motioned for Yoda to sit down. "Have you set off yet?" Yoda frowned, it looked like the war had begun. Seeing Yoda sit down, Shizuan went straight to the point. "I called you here this time because I want your team to patrol the front. Patrol ahead. This is not a good job." Advertisement. Compared with the rear, the danger in the front is greatly increased, and there are more enemies encountered. If it had been before, Yang Tai might not have gone there rashly. Because it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, but it is different now. The 12 strong ones are in hand. He was completely unafraid. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could lead them to escape with the skills of the 12 little strong, so it wouldn't be a problem. And with them, Yoda can also get a lot of credit. "Yes, do you agree?" Shizuan asked. Yang Tai nodded in agreement and smiled. "This mission is a perfect fit for our team, with the Katsuyu connection. Sister Shizuan, you can quickly learn the important information ahead." "That's good, here's the mission voucher." With that said, Shizuan took out a small certificate and handed it to Yuta, and said. "After tonight, all passwords will be changed, and the IDs will also be rectified. You should go back and make it clear to your team members." "Okay, Shizuan-san. Then I'll take my leave first." After saying this, Yang Tai planned to withdraw. Don't worry. Shizuan quickly stopped Yoda and threw him a thumb-sized glass bottle. There's some green sappy stuff in it. What's this? Yoda asked directly. This is the poison I prepared. It is very toxic. Just add this small bottle to the water and it will not be a problem to poison hundreds of people. Shizuan explained, and took out a slightly larger bottle with his backhand, which contained blue crystal particles the size of rice grains. This is the antidote, but it takes 3 minutes for the medicine to take effect. Yang Tai was overjoyed and carefully put them away. These were invisible things that could kill people. Can be met but not sought. And these things are specially prepared by Shizuan for Yoda. Thank you Shizuan-san. Yang Tai sincerely thanks. Shizuan smiled and waved his hand. I'm busy first. Please be careful outside. Yet. I will. Yang Tai nodded and then exited the office. Yang Tai separated Shadow Clone and asked Xiao Qiang to gather and set off in 3 hours. After a while, Yang Tai returned to his tent and finished organizing the things inside. Yoda started working on the Tailed Beast Chakra Scroll and the Shadow Clone Recovery Scroll. Try to get it done as soon as possible, otherwise you will be in trouble when encountering a battle. Arriving here first, Yang Tai rolled his eyes. If the 12 Xiaoqiang had the Shadow Clone Recovery Scroll to restore the chakra, doesn't that mean they can gain experience like crazy? No, crazy missions. It seems like this is a credit. Thinking of this, Yoda suddenly became happy and quickly asked Katsuyu to inform Tsunade. He has important things to look for her. Katsuyu nodded in agreement and immediately informed Tsunade. Chapter 198 Shadow Clone Scroll. Time was running out, and he couldn't waste time, so he divided out 10 Shadow Clone. Madness draws runes on the scroll, and runes appear one after another. Due to Mrs. Yang's skill, she completed the Shadow Clone Scroll for one person in 15 minutes. 11 in total. In the jungle. Advertisement. The Konoha troops were moving slowly and not hastily. Their goal is simply to let Rock Shinobi divide his forces. As for an ambush, it was impossible with the humanoid radar of Byakugan. Tsunade, who was really leading the way, suddenly stopped in his steps. This throbbing is, spirit communication beast? Did something happen to Shizuan? It shouldn't be. How long has she been gone? Although he was confused, he formed a seal with his hands and used the spirit communication technique to summon Katsuyu. Who's looking for me? It's Yoda-san. Yoda? There are some differences in Tsunade. Ask him what's wrong. It's okay. Get out of here. Katsuyu swayed his tentacles obediently and practiced tying Yoda. Soon, Katsuyu received the message and imitated Yoda's appearance. Teacher, I just thought of a good thing that you or others can use. Let go. Tsunade simply said one word. Katsuyu, Yoda, _. Do you still remember my Shadow Clone Scroll? Yoda asked. The one who restored chakra? What happened? Suddenly Tsunade got stuck and understood something. However, since it was a message, Yoda didn't notice anything and continued. Yes, that's it. I just remembered it, what I thought was. If our Konoha Shadow Clone ninjas were equipped with a scroll like this, wouldn't their durability be greatly increased? I'm here to ask you if you need anything. Over there, Tsunade said without hesitation. Want? Then he paused. Is this scroll of yours going to be troublesome to make? Yoda shook his head. It's not troublesome. It's easy to make. Both the Sealing class and the Barrier class can do it. Good. Tsunade was overjoyed. Yoda's invention seemed quite restrictive at first glance. It's not very useful and has some side effects. But now that I think about it carefully, it's not simple. Chakra is a life-saving tool on the battlefield. If there were several times more chakra, sometimes there would be no need to be tricky. Advertisement. Just rush over and you'll be done. Just like Hokage Kakashi, cool and handsome. But lack of blue. After a few powerful ninjutsu moves, they become useless, and Yoda's chakra scroll is like Indian sacred oil. Let you break the world record. Yoda then handed over the production method to Tsunade. Then there was no movement from Tsunade's side. Although Tsunade did not give any reward, Yoda believed that Tsunade would not forget it. He then passed the news to Shizuan and started working on the scroll. After Tsunade got the production drawings, he hurriedly called someone to check. How many of their team know how to shadow clone? As soon as the man left, Tsunade ordered someone to call in, the people from the Sealing class and the Barrier class. Looking at Tsunade's hurried operation, Nara looked at it for a long time and finally couldn't help but said. Tsunade-sama, what important thing happened? Tsunade didn't hide anything and talked about the pros and cons of the Shadow Clone Scroll. I also showed him the drawings, but I wasn't afraid that he would learn. This thing has no technical content at all. Suddenly, Nara opened his mouth wide, as if he could swallow an egg. There is such an operation, so cool, so cool. This is used on the battlefield to allow the ninja to last longer. Sometimes there is no need to save chakra. Ninjutsu can be released directly. Of course, as Hokage's right-hand man, his sights don't stop there. If so, this scroll is of great significance. In ninja school, in addition to 3-body technique, Shadow Clone must also become one of the required courses in the future. We will vigorously popularize Shadow Clone in the future. Tsunade was stunned. Why is it related to the ninja school? Isn't this inappropriate? After all, this is still a bit dangerous. Narashikako shook his head. This risk is simply insignificant. It's just like drinking. I only drink one drink once in a while. Will it be harmful to my health if I smoke one drink a month? Not at all. After a pause, he added, if anyone has any problems because of this, that means his health is too poor and he is not suitable to be a ninja at all. Tsunade_o. I always feel like there's something in your words, lousy. Tsunade thought about it. If Shadow Clone is popularized in the future, how much will our strength increase? Narashikako immediately grew 3 fingers. 30%, at least 30%. Tsunade thinks. 30%, how big a reward should we give that brat? Award? Advertisement. Nara was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what he was doing and asked anxiously. Hokage-sama, who invented this? Who knows whether the person is here or not? You tell me, and I will bring someone to arrest him immediately and take care of him. Tsunade was stunned. Are you kidding me? But looking at the serious expression on Narashikaku's face, it didn't seem like a joke. Then I figured it out. Suddenly, he smiled and waved his hands. It's okay, this was invented by my disciple. Speaking of her disciples, her tone was obviously proud. Disciple? Narashikaku thought about it suspiciously. It seems that the person who cracked the clay bomb was also a disciple of Master Hokage. Yoda Aike. Well, that's him. Tsunade nodded. Narashikaku's eyes were serious. He used to fight around, but he felt that Yoda was nothing. Not long ago, I also felt that he had some luck in cracking the clay bomb. But now that the Shadow Clone scroll appears, he won't think it is a coincidence. This person is not simple. If so, what a coincidence. A very good ninja. This is Narashikaku's truest opinion. From today's name Aike Yoda officially entered the core circle of their Nara clan. Tsunade smiled, this is the joy of being a teacher. By the way, now that you know about this, please notify the other 2 teams immediately. Don't worry about the low-level ninjas for now, give priority to ensuring that those Jainin who know how to Shadow Clone have scrolls. Yes, Lord Hokage. Narashikaku agreed and immediately sent the order. As soon as he left, 2 ninjas, 1 male and 1 female, came to Tsunade. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Get up first. Look, can you make this scroll? Tsunade said, handing over the scroll. The 2 of them took it respectfully, glanced at it for a few times, and were immediately speechless. The 2 of them are experts in the art of sealing after all. Although their research directions are different. But these runes and basics are just at their fingertips. But the problem is, why did Hokage-sama give them 2 a seal scroll to look at when there are several mistakes and omissions? The 2 looked at each other. The male seal squad leader said in confusion. Lord Hokage, what do you mean by showing us this, slightly imperfect sealing scroll? Tsunade couldn't understand anything about the 2 of them, so he said frankly. I just asked you if you could do it. Chapter 199 Influence. Able. They both answered in unison. Okay, you are now going all out to make this kind of scroll, and you have to be quick. Tsunade waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, Lord Hokage. Advertisement. After the 2 agreed, they looked at each other and didn't leave. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, is something wrong? After hesitating for a moment, the leader of the sealing squad asked cautiously. Lord Hokage, may I ask what this is for? After a pause, he added. I just saw this seal scroll. It was very rough and imperfect in some places. If I could find out what it's used for, maybe I could improve it. Upon hearing this, Tsunade said to himself, that's right. Although Yoda has many clever ideas, he is still only a teenager after all, and it is impossible to study the seals so deeply. Tsunade thought for a while, and under the expectant gazes of the 2, he explained. This scroll seals the Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone? The 2 of them were puzzled. Monk Zhong-er was confused. What was going on? Divide a large amount of chakra into Shadow Clone. When fighting like this, release the Shadow Clone will dissipate, and the chakra can return to its original form and continue fighting. I see. That's okay. The 2 of them exclaimed in surprise at the same time. As the top leaders of Konoha, How could they not understand the importance of this method? Isn't this understandable? Those of them who know shadow clone ninjas will no longer have to worry about lack of chakra in the future. Real. This shadow clone sealing method is not worth mentioning at all. They could do it in minutes, but they didn't even think about it. Now that they hear this method, it simply opens the door to a new world for them. Really, this method is great. The SEAL squad leader said excitedly. Then he thought of something and looked at Tsunade with fiery eyes. Master Hokage, I would like to ask you, which ninja thought of this? The boundary squad leader also turned his attention to Tsunade. He was also curious. Who is it that will single-handedly change the system of Konoha? Tsunade smiled, feeling a sense of pride. It's like your child gets 100% on a test and everyone praises him. This kid is really promising. I can definitely get into XX University. That kind of mood is so good. My disciple. Lord Hokage's disciple? Advertisement. The two of them thought about it for a while. Is that a teenage guy who doesn't even have hair? Is this what your disciple came up with? The SEAL squad leader couldn't believe it and carefully confirmed it. Tsunade saw the unnatural expressions on the two men's faces and immediately understood something. There is no hair on the mouth, and the work is not stable. The old man was very impressed. Then he hummed impatiently. When the two heard Tsunade's impatient voice, they naturally knew that they had just lost their composure. He quickly made amends. Young and promising. Young and promising. As expected of Master Hokage's disciple, a great teacher makes a great disciple. He said this, but he was disappointed in his heart. He thought he had met some kind of sealing genius. Unexpectedly, it was just an empty joy. Tsunade nodded slightly and waved his hand. Hurry up and do it. Yes, Master Hokage, let's take our leave now. After that, the two left quickly. Watching the two of them go away, Tsunade thought for a while and said. Notify them and ask them to quickly make some simple mobile tools and send them to them. Yes. A voice came from behind, and then an Anbu disappeared. Tsunade saw this and continued on his way. At the same time, Kakashi is leading more than 500 people, marching forward in a mighty manner. At this time, a messenger ninja rushed over in a hurry. Captain! Wait a minute! Hearing this, Kakashi raised his hand and everyone stopped. Kakashi, what's wrong? At this time, a green figure hurriedly appeared, looking around. I didn't see the enemy. Kakashi pointed speechlessly, the messenger. Summons from Lord Hokage. Ahahaha. I thought an enemy appeared. Might Guy laughed, hiding his embarrassment. Kakashi ignored him and looked at the messenger ninja with a solemn expression. Logically speaking, they have already made a battle plan, and Master Hokage cannot change his mind temporarily. So what is the purpose of this emergency summons? Did the Hokage's troops encounter a massive rock shinobi? No, what are those white eyes for? Shaking his head, he said directly without thinking about it. Advertisement. Lord Hokage, what are your instructions? Captain, Hokage has sent an urgent message. This information must be delivered to you personally. The messenger ninja respectfully handed the envelope in his hand to Kakashi. Kakashi was curious, this was not a verbal order, so he opened the envelope and said. There are 4 pages in total. The first page details the mystery of the Shadow Clone Scroll. The remaining 3 pages are all design drawings. Quick chakra recovery. Kakashi was shocked inside. If this method is feasible, his strength has directly improved several levels. Not to mention other things, he can show off his ninjutsu to make the enemy's scalp numb. Then he suddenly thought that Chunin seemed to have used this method to test Yang Tai. However, the Konoha collapse plan occurred at that time, and he had no time to consider these things. Send it from Hokage-sama. How can I put it? This method is most likely the one created by Yoda. Kakashi thought to himself. Good idea. At this time, Might Guy came over and praised him. Then his face fell and he said regretfully. Unfortunately, I can't use it. Kakashi was speechless again. Where is Versailles? You, a ninja who specializes in physical arts, want the woolen chakra. Ignore him. Kakashi said directly to a ninja. Inform the people from the enchantment and sealing classes to come over. Yes. He also has a few special ninjas on his team, just in case. Soon, 20 ninjas carrying various scrolls appeared in front of Kakashi. I will solve your operational problems. What you have to do now is to work hard to make such scrolls. The more the better. Kakashi handed them the drawings. The team leaders of the sealing class and the enchantment class looked at the drawings. What's the use of this thing? Although the two of them could see the imperfections in this scroll. But they are not ministers and can only complete their tasks honestly. Then he agreed and worked hard to make it. Kakashi nodded and then looked at everyone. Ninjas who are skilled in using Shadow Clone are out. Brush. Almost all of them came out, except for a few 50 people. After all, Konoha's official signature ninjutsu, Chunin, and above must start learning it. Of course, there are also many genin who study in advance, because it is really useful to collect intelligence information. Kakashi is still very satisfied with this quantity. Because almost all of them were Chunin, and some genin were also family members. Kakashi then told them about the Shadow Clone Scroll. Chapter 200 Don't you know how? Suddenly, there was an uproar in the venue. There is such a method. Then can't they just start wandering? Cool. Then a group of people quickly made 10 wooden carts. Advertisement. Pulling the restless ninjas from the ceiling class and the barrier class. Each one stared at them with burning eyes. The 20 of them were like the author who had been captured alive and imprisoned in a small dark room. If you don't update 100,000 words a day, you won't get food. Naturally, Yang Tai was not sure about the significance of what he had created. At the moment he is working hard making scrolls. The other side. Not long after Shizuan sent Yuta away, he turned around and saw a blue and white Katsuyu. Came over holding an envelope. Shizuan was confused, is there news from Tsunade-sama? Little Katsuyu shook his head, Yuta asked me to give it to you. If anything happens, just tell me no before. Sorry, please come. Shizuan apologized. It's okay, but Yuta said the content inside is very important. And Tsunade-sama has also received the news. Katsuyu said softly. Tsunade-sama knows. Shizuan was stunned, then opened the envelope and took a quick look at it. I didn't expect that his creation would have such a big impact. Shizuan was slightly shocked, then began to think deeply. Please tell Tsunade-sama if our medical department needs to mass-produce such scrolls. Shizuan said to Katsuyu. Okay. Katsuyu agreed and started to contact Tsunade. Soon Tsunade-sama answered. It's not needed at the moment. Just make sure the medical department is done well. Shizuan nodded and then directly gave the same order. Suddenly, the entire medical logistics department came into operation. Time flies. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yoda also finished the 36 scrolls, and he also finished the tailed beast chakra scroll. It's time to gather. Thinking of Yang Tai, he packed up everything and arrived at the gathering place. In the middle of the field, 10 friends arrived. I saw that 3 hours had passed and Yang Tai still hadn't come over. Everyone was talking about it. What, Yoda is as late as Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complained. Boom. Little Sakura just punched her, didn't you see, was Yoda asked to leave. Maybe there is something delaying you now. Oh. Naruto covered his head and responded aggrievedly. Advertisement. Everyone ate in silence. Whoosh. Sorry, I am late. Yang Tai's figure blurred for a while and appeared in front of everyone. Yang Tai apologized and then explained. I prepared some things for everyone, so I wasted some time. Everyone cast curious glances. Naruto said excitedly, what? Is it out of print instant noodles? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Everyone was speechless, underscore. Yang Tai sweated, took out the scroll and said. That's it. What? Naruto took it and opened it directly. Underscore. This is? They were densely packed with runes the size of tadpoles, more than he had ever seen in writing. Naruto closed it very gracefully, placed it on Yoda's hand again, and quickly backed away. What is it? It's mysterious. Seeing Naruto's panic, Kaiba stepped forward and grabbed it without hesitation. Yang Tai did not stop or explain, he believed that the tooth would be returned to him. The tail of the crane is the tail of the crane. Even such a thing is scary. Inyazuka Kaiba laughed at Naruto. But this time, Naruto didn't fight back like before. Instead, he looked at him quietly with a smile on his lips. Everyone was curious, look at Naruto, look at the teeth, what's inside? Ye smiled disdainfully and watched Naruto open the scroll. Coward, Ye's eyes suddenly widened, dumbfounded on the spot. What's this? What's the meaning? These runes know him, but he doesn't know these runes. Who knows what this is? Say it. Why don't you say it? Were you arrogant if you didn't say it just now? Naruto applied a finishing blow. Inyazuka Kaiba very politely placed the scroll in his hand carefully in Yoda's hand. Ahem, my tone was a little loud just now. But. Having said this, Inyazuka Kaiba looked at Yoda suspiciously. Yoda, what on earth are you doing? Now everyone became completely curious and asked. What exactly is Yoda? Yeah, don't be pretentious. Yang Tai smiled slightly and explained. This is a sealing scroll, specially designed to seal Shadow Clone. Earth Coiling Axis. Naruto wondered. This was what he learned when he played the opening Heaven Earth Coiling Axis and Irika appeared. Advertisement. When everyone heard this, they all remembered it. But what's the use of that? Inyazuka Kaiba said in confusion. Yes. What's the use? Everyone was also puzzled. Yang Tai pressed his hands and said, everyone, listen to me first. Everyone was quiet, waiting for the sun to set down. Yoda directly separated a shadow clone. This is my shadow clone, he now has half of my chakra. I will seal him. Saying that, Yoda sealed the shadow clone into the scroll. What's the use? Here comes the point. Yoda said, releasing the shadow clone, and at the same time the shadow clone disappeared. Everyone frowned, what do you mean? Restore chakra. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone cast their gazes, Niji. At this time, Niji opened his eyes and saw things clearly. Store shadow clone with a large amount of chakra in advance. Then before your own chakra is exhausted, dissipate the shadow clone, restore a certain amount of chakra and continue fighting. When Niji said this, everyone suddenly understood. I see. Restore chakra, just restore chakra, make it mysterious. Tisk. Inyazuka Kaiba said contemptuously. Yang Tai raised his eyebrows, Lao Zi worked hard to prepare the scrolls for you. There is hard work even if there is no credit. Now I won't accept any benefits from you. Just put it in a cup, right? Then do you want it? Of course I. Just when Inyazuka Kaiba was about to refuse, the next moment he thought of. Previously, chakra was absorbed by parasites and looked exhausted. Sanshin said. Want. At this critical moment, how could he not want something that could save his life? So delicious. Everyone despised him. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Yang Tai praised Ye's ability to bend and stretch, and then got back to the topic. However, this method is all implemented by Shadow Clone, so. Yang Tai glanced at everyone and said. Except Naruto, will you, Shadow Clone? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other and then looked at Yang Tai strangely. When Yang Tai saw this, he was surprised. Don't you know? Do these big families have optical secrets? Then out of humanitarianism, Yang Tai comforted everyone and said. No, it doesn't matter. I will find an opportunity to study hard in the future. I believe you can master it soon. Chapter 201 Hand over the chakra absorption technique. The word mastery has not yet been spoken. Yang Tai suddenly stood there dumbfounded. Bang bang bang. Figures appeared one after another, looking at Yang Tai in various postures and angles. In addition to Xiao Li, even Niji and little Sakura also have a shadow clone. Advertisement. Family members, who knows? Others can distinguish shadow clone. Yang Tai barely understands. But have you ever seen a Hokage clan using shadow clone? Yoda remembers that when he was watching anime in his previous life, the Hokage family didn't know any other ninjutsu. Why did you change your mind here? And who taught Sakura the shadow clone? Naruto? Kakashi? Yoda, stop being dumbfounded and send out the scroll quickly. At this time, Yes shadow clone shouted. Yet. Naruto's 7 or 8 shadow clone said in confusion. Yang Tai quickly reacted from his daze and took out 36 scrolls. That, as long as it doesn't affect your ability to cast shadow clone, feel free to take it. Personally, I feel that it is enough to separate up to 3 shadow clone. Too many shadow clone may affect itself. Having said this, Yoda glanced at Naruto and paused. Naruto, just take 6. If you divide more, it will affect your ability to use shadow clone. Oh. Naruto scratched his head, half understanding. Then one by one, they came over and took the scrolls. When Niji arrived, Yoda couldn't help but ask. Niji, how did you shadow clone? Niji took the scroll, looked at Yoda strangely, pointed to his forehead protector and said. I graduated from a ninja school. Snapped. Yoda slapped his forehead. He figured it out. Niji could graduate from the ninja school. Then 3-body technique must be qualified, and then it is not surprising to learn shadow clone from the family or other channels. Then he continued to take the scroll, and soon everyone had finished it. Ivory, Shino and others took 3 directly, while Sakura, Tenten and others took 2. Very self-aware. Seeing everyone receiving the scroll, Yang Tai explained some of the key points. Now that everyone has the scroll, I will tell you the key inside. Actually, it's nothing, I'm just proficient in shadow clone. Shadow clone technique is a clone created by dividing one's own chakra into half. It is equivalent to having half the amount of chakra of one's own body. As more is separated, the less chakra will be. At this point, Yang Tai created a shadow clone. When you reach my level of proficiency, you can freely control the amount of chakra. Advertisement. For example, the clone in front of me has 90% of my chakra capacity. When everyone heard this, they slowly frowned. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. So at their current level, they can only seal 3 shadow clones with half the amount of chakra they have. Yoda, is there no other way? This condition is a bit harsh. There are not many of us here who can reach your level. Ino frowned and asked Yang Nyangta. Everyone nodded. Indeed, this condition is a bit harsh. Little Sakura looked around and was secretly happy. Sure enough, no one else could compare with him. Yoda thought for a moment, and was about to deny it, but suddenly paused, as if there was really a way. So under the expectant eyes of several people, Yang Tai took out a scroll and said, "There is a way." Yang Tai shook the scroll in his hand, attracting everyone's attention and said, "This is a ninjutsu I found in the library, called Chakra Absorption Technique." Chakra Absorption Technique. Everyone was shocked. Niji seemed to suddenly think of something. Could it be the ninjutsu used by the guy who fought Sasuke in the last Chunin exam? Little Sakura, Naruto and the others also thought of the red copper armor. I didn't expect that after so long, you still know him. Yoda smiled. My ninjutsu is somewhat similar to his. I found it in the library. It can absorb the opponent's chakra, but the speed is not as fast as the red copper armor. Maybe he has made some kind of modification to his body. Saying this. But in fact, Yang Tai had already put forward this ninjutsu training method and his understanding of the human body through medical ninjutsu. After sorting it out thoroughly, it is no longer the same thing as before. It can now be regarded as a ninjutsu that can be passed down. As for learning conditions, they have also dropped a lot. Moreover, Yang Tai also has 2 versions. One absorbs the opponent's chakra super fast, and the other is only 1/5 of its speed. Mainly used to deceive others. However, the difficulty is not low, but it is definitely a lot easier than before. Come and take a look. If you can learn from it, try to copy it. After that, Yang Tai unfolded the scroll and let Xiao Qiang watch. This was also the idea he came up with after handing over the Shadow Clone Scroll. He knew that his Shadow Clone Scroll would definitely be beneficial to some Konoha shinobi. If he hands over this chakra absorption technique after a while. By then, the vast majority of Konoha shinobi will have benefited from him. Especially those civilian ninjas below, get their own benefits. He Yang Tai officially has a foundation in Konoha. Those who have attained the truth will receive much help, but those who have lost the truth will receive little help. Yang Tai's idea is very simple to make friends and make more friends. Advertisement. Plant a seed in spring and harvest grain in autumn. 20 minutes later. There are only 6 people who are qualified to study. Sakura, Niji, Tenten, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino. Yoda gave them a. As for the other 4 people, they took one look and lay down directly. Just half. Fine. Among these 6, little Sakura is extremely talented in chakra. Really strong. It only takes 10 minutes to absorb a little bit of chakra. This made Yoda look at him with admiration, and he cut off his beard and became Tsunade's disciple. And she did miss the opportunity to become a Hokage disciple. Yang Tai still feels very guilty about this, but he will never regret it. Even if it happens again, he will still be like this. You are really talented in chakra. Yoda admired. Little Sakura looked at the blue light in her palm and smiled sweetly. I also want to thank you Tai for being able to come up with such a precious ninjutsu. Yang Tai waved his hand, they are all in the library. If you go there, you can find them too. Anyway, thank you very much. Sakura bowed and thanked her. Sure enough, sincerity is the most irresistible thing. Yoda lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head to look at little Sakura and said. Sakura-chan, are you interested in learning medical ninjutsu? Little Sakura was stunned for a moment, then she realized what she was saying and seriously considered Yoda's words. Although she has excellent grades, is a little fairy with both wisdom and beauty. But her strength is flawed, not even as good as Naruto, the tail end of the crane. In their 7th class, when they were doing tasks, she became a burden. When Sasuke was fighting Naruto, she couldn't do anything. She wanted to help Sasuke, she wanted to help Naruto. Even if you just treat their injuries, it's better than doing nothing. Thinking of this, little Sakura looked at Yuta with firm eyes. Maybe Yuta will become a turning point for her. I want to study medicine. Yoda nodded and took out the scroll of healing jutsu and gave it to her. What is recorded in it is all of Yoda's understanding of healing jutsu, absolutely detailed and clear. Yang Tai did this out of guilt, but that was all. If you can help, please help. As for introducing little Sakura to Tsunade, he didn't even think about it. When Tsunade accepts a disciple, it's not his turn to dictate. Little Sakura took it with both hands and looked at Yoda gratefully. Yoda, thank you. Chapter 202 Turn it in. You are a good man. Ding, good guy card. Yoda, Omega. Yang Tai is speechless, you can get a good guy card. He is not a boiling sheep. Advertisement. Shake your head to get rid of these messy thoughts. It's okay, it's okay. You go and take a look first. If you don't understand, just ask me. After that, Yoda gave everyone another hour to seal the shadow clone. Yang Tai glanced around and saw a corner. A somewhat lonely figure was looking at the 6 people studying with envy. Completely different from the other 3 guys lying flat. Yang Tai walked over and sat down next to Xiao Li. What's wrong? I didn't give it to you. Are you unhappy? Xiao Li shook his head. It's not like you don't know my situation and you are helpless. Am I, particularly useless? At the end of the sentence, Xiao Li's voice became smaller and smaller. Yang Tai smiled and patted his shoulder. How could it be? Have you forgotten how weak I was before? Don't we all become stronger through hard work? Think about it, if you open the 5th gate together, who among us is the opponent? You, don't say such depressing words in the future. After saying that, Yoda took out a seal scroll and opened it, and a slender straight sword appeared in his hand. This sword was captured by me when I killed the explosion-style ninja a few days ago. It is made of special chakra metal produced in Rock Shinobi village. After injecting chakra, the power is very impressive. It is a rare treasure. Yang Tai turned the sword and handed it to Xiao Li. Now it's for you. Xiao Li quickly waved his hand and refused. No, I can't accept such a precious thing. As a ninja, after dealing with ninja tools for so long, how could one not understand how precious a weapon made of chakra metal is? He remembered that a ninja shop he often went to had a kunai made of chakra metal mixed with refined iron. It actually sold for 600,000. And look at the sword Yang Tai and the metal material light. All are chakra metals, worth over 1 million. Yang Tai ignored his refusal and thrust the sword into his arms. Do you know what you are missing now? Xiao Li held the sword and was a little stunned when he was asked this question. He shook his head. Have no idea. Advertisement. Yang Tai smiled, you just need a good weapon now. You must know that the ninja god, the first Hokage, also used weapons when fighting. Yang Tai looked Xiao Li up and down and shook his head. And you? Still using fists? Where are your weapons? Xiao Li immediately clenched his fists. My body is a weapon. Yoda did not refute, but nodded. I agree with you. Our bodies are the most powerful weapons, but that doesn't mean you can't use weapons. Anyone who fights must use fists. Even if you use fists, you will encounter a very strong opponent. This is when you take out your strongest weapon. Just like the 8 inner gates, only when you encounter a more powerful enemy will the next gate be opened. Hearing this, Xiao Li fell into deep thought. Yoda patted him on the shoulder. And against enemies that are weaker than you can't use large-scale ninjutsu, so why not try the sword in your hand? Maybe it will, faster. Xiao Li looked at the sword in his hand, thought for a moment, and nodded. Let me try. Okay. Yang Tai smiled. An hour passed quickly. Everyone looked a little tired, after all, they had consumed a lot of chakra at once. Yang Tai looked at everyone and said seriously. Next, we have to patrol the front and may face danger at any time. If you encounter a large number of enemies, it will definitely be a protracted battle. So, I hope everyone will bring a long sword with them, just in case. Is it okay if I don't bring it? Naruto asked weakly. Yang Tai shook his head. There must be their reasons for his insistence. A good weapon is very important on the battlefield. If you have a close quarters weapon, you will encounter some physical masters. It can make them afraid to get close. And when encountering some weapons masters, they can resist for a while. The most important thing is to be surrounded and still have a glimmer of hope. But, I don't have it, what should I do? Naruto spread his hands. When other people saw this, they also spread their hands. Yoda was stunned. Impossible. Where were the seizures you made from Rock Shinobi earlier? He remembered clearly that those Rock Shinobi all carried a long sword on their backs. At that time, these guys had at least 2 corpses each. This shows that each of them captured at least 2 long swords. Naruto scratched his head and said doubtfully. Don't they all have to be turned in? Advertisement. Everyone is also confused. What? You all turned it in? Yang Tai was so shocked that he only handed over the body, not the loot. These are Konoha's rules, after all, they paid for these things with their lives. Moreover, even if these things are handed in, no additional credit will be given. This is what shocked Yang Tai. These smart people actually handed over the sword. Although those Rock Shinobi swords are not as good as Chiba Yoshizo's. But it's also made of chakra metal. You can buy it in Konoha for between 90 and 1 million. Otherwise, it's a gold belt for murder and arson. Yang Tai extended a thumbs up to everyone. Compared with you, I, one of the 3 best young men in Konoha, am ashamed of myself. I can give you something worth $1 million as soon as I ask for it. It's so generous. I guess the people in the intelligence department are smiling crookedly now. Million. Shikamaru reacted immediately and murmured. You mean we can keep those things? We don't have to hand them over. Yang Tai nodded and said matter-of-factly. The trophies we seized with our lives naturally belong to us, but the bodies have to be handed over. After all, the intelligence department wants to obtain information. At this time, a group of friends also realized that they had been cheated. 1,000,000 taels. 10 of us get one share, which is 100,000 taels. This can buy a lot of snacks. Chi smacked his lips and quickly took out a bag of potato chips to soothe his wounded heart. Shikamaru's face was dark. He was just smart, not a good calculator. This was the first time he was beaten by reality. Everyone was also stunned. 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels. The reward for a sea-level mission. I can buy so many out-of-print instant noodles. Naruto clenched his fist and said angrily. Yang Tai swept away everyone with a strange expression. Have you misunderstood something? How can these things of yours be worth 1,000,000 taels? Haha, I see, I knew you were deliberately playing tricks on us, Yang Tai. Naruto suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Damn it, I was actually deceived by you, it made me sad for a minute. Niji slurred while showing off a handful of potato chips. Several other people also smiled and teased Yang Tai. Only Shikamaru frowned, looking at Yoda's strange expression. He seems to have seen this expression somewhere before. Where is it? Suddenly he remembered that this was the way he often looked at Sabi. Chapter 203 Controlling the Team. The next moment, Yang Tai said an astonishing number. Yang Tai looked at several people and said word by word. 20 million, a whole 20 million. Quiet. The venue was eerily quiet for a few seconds. Advertisement. For a moment, everyone was confused. What? Several people screamed at the same time. They never expected that the value of those corpses was so high. Then they reacted and looked at Yang Tai suspiciously. Naruto mentally counted how many instant noodles 20 million could buy, and said suspiciously. Yuta, please stop joking, it's not funny at all. Yes, there are so many people, how could each of them be worth more than 1,000,000 taels? Ino waved her hand and asked Yoda not to joke. Several other people also chatted among themselves. The topic was nothing more than why the corpses were so valuable, and even if it were possible, there were so many of them. Yang Tai looked at a few people and shook his head. Young man. Without any nonsense, he took a scroll directly from the vest and unlocked the seal. The next second, a straight long sword appeared in Yang Tai's hand. The dark sword cocked attracted everyone's attention. Kang. A cold light flashed, and the sword was like a mirror. You can see people's reflections clearly, and it's a good weapon at a glance. Yoda waved the long sword in his hand to teach some novices. They may have certain intelligence value in themselves, but us ninjas can only profit from the enemy by capturing them. Saying that, Yoda turned to look at Tian Tian and threw the sword directly to her. Tian Tian, look at it, how much is the sword here worth? Tian Tian took the long sword, and out of instinct, she flicked the sword with her fingers. A sweet and clear sound was released, which echoed. Tian Tian nodded secretly. With her many years of experience in visiting stores, she could determine the value of this weapon with just one shot. However, out of principle, she still injected chakra, which was barely smooth. This sword is made of chakra metal, and the whole body is perfectly forged. It is a fine piece. As for the value, Tian Tian hesitated and said, 900,000 taels is the price in the village. If you get it from other countries, it might really be 1,000,000 taels. After hearing Tianatian's evaluation, everyone also believed Yang Tai's statement. So, they really lost more than 1,000,000 taels. No, I have to get my things and come here. Naruto said angrily. Advertisement. Me too, damn it, I handed it in 3 times. Inyazuka Kaiba yelled and wanted to go with Naruto. The other people were also ready to make a move. What are you doing? Yoda stopped them immediately. Of course we want our loot back. Naruto said matter-of-factly. Yang Tai looked at several people and shook his head. No, it's been handed in now. Do you want to get it back? And now that they have left, you won't be able to find anyone even if you go. What's more, at this juncture, if you are convicted of gathering a crowd to cause trouble, I don't need to tell you what the result will be. Yang Tai's reaction was like a basin of cold water being poured over their heads, causing them to react instantly. The current war period is unusual. If they dare to cause trouble, not only can't you get the things you want, but you will also face heavy fines. Damn it! Is this the end of it? I'm so unwilling. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Hateful! Inyazuka Kaiba growled, suppressing his anger and stopped talking. Everyone was also angry. It was obvious that they had been tricked by the intelligence department. You will gain wisdom after suffering a hardship. Just accept your defeat. Just treat it as tuition. And don't think about going to the battlefield to seize it again. We were lucky this time. We encountered a special force. If it is difficult to get such things on the battlefield, they are usually ordinary things. Of course, when the war is over, you can sue them, and when Master Hokage investigates, they will also have a hard time. Yang Tai comforted everyone and looked at the atmosphere. Everyone seemed unwilling. He also smiled slightly in his heart. Previously, he also considered using competition to resolve internal conflicts. Although the Xiaoqiang are his subordinates in name, they are all arrogant. How is it possible? I really followed his orders. There is a good opportunity now. At least these people will not be naysayers by then. Thinking of this, Yang Tai directly took out 9 small, thumb-sized scrolls. Under the astonished looks of several people, I threw it to them. What's this? Naruto asked, looking at the small scroll in his hand. In fact, he had a vague suspicion in his heart. Everyone took the scroll and looked at Yang Tai. Yang Tai showed a bright smile. I was lucky before and captured 13 weapons. I can't use so much myself, so I'll share it with everyone. Advertisement. Everyone was first shocked by the quantity seized by Yang Tai. Then he was shocked by what Yoda said. Things worth tens of millions of dollars were given away without any hesitation. No, I can't accept such a valuable thing. Even Naruto, who had always been indifferent, looked serious at this time, holding the scroll and stuffing it into Yoda's hand. Thank you for your kindness, Yoda. The stuff is too valuable, we can't accept it. Little Sakura also refused. She got a lot of benefits from Yoda today. He must not accept this weapon again. The same was true for the other people, but their tone and attitude were much gentler than before. Even when Niji held the scroll, he no longer looked so arrogant. How could Yang Tai take it back again? He quickly excused himself. Everyone, listen to me first. When everyone heard this, they all stopped, but the determination in their eyes did not change. Seeing this effect, Yang Tai was very satisfied, and then said in a solemn tone. First of all, you must accept this weapon today. Don't get excited yet, just listen to what I have to say. Seeing everyone's silence, Yang Tai continued. As for me, I am lucky enough to form a team with everyone today. It is not easy to form a team with friends I know. At this point, Yang Tai changed the subject. But because of this, I hope everyone will put away their weapons. This is not a question of whether the item is heavy or not, but... Yang Tai pointed around and said seriously. This is a battlefield. I let you accept it. I just hope that you will have an extra chance of saving your life when you are in danger. Similarly, if I encounter danger, if everyone has more weapons, my danger will be less. Compared with this, do you still think this weapon is valuable? Besides, aren't we all companions? As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent, and suddenly felt that Yang Tai's figure was a bit tall. Is this a companion? What we care about is the items, but what Yoda cares about is their lives. Compared to them he pulled. Companion. Friend. Naruto couldn't help but feel soft in his heart when he heard this. He clearly remembered that when everyone stayed away from him, it was Yang Tai who came to talk to him and play with him, and finally made everyone accept him. Yes. Yoda is my friend. Then he became determined again and said seriously to Yang Tai. Yoda, I will definitely protect you. I will. Yoda sweated profusely when he heard this. He didn't know that he thought the hero and heroine of a romance novel were confessing to each other. Chapter 204 Onoki's Real Purpose. This kid has figured out something. Ha ha ha. You are the only one who still protects Yang Tai, Yang Tai should protect you. At this time, Inyazuka Kaiba burst out laughing. Damn it, are you looking for a beating? Naruto was immediately furious. He had obviously put on such a serious atmosphere just now, but Inyazuka Kaiba's words ruined it. Advertisement. Why do your teeth smell like Sasuke? Shikamaru and others eat melon. Yang Tai also nodded secretly, and they seemed to be incompatible. But Yoda naturally couldn't watch the two of them arguing. Naruto, I believe you. Just as he was about to quarrel with Tooth, Naruto was startled, looked at Yoda, and suddenly became silly and happy. This is a companion, a friend, trust him unconditionally. Yang Tai also smiled slightly, although the current prince stretched his hips a little. However, this did not affect his late-stage performance, which swept all directions. In short, it was just a move of his lips, and there was no missing piece of flesh. Make money with blood. After Naruto's little fuss, everyone stopped talking about weapons. He chatted a few words with everyone. Yoda was the first to take out the Kusanagi sword and carry it behind his back. Seeing this, Xiaoqiang hid their swords behind their backs in a tacit understanding. Without further ado, let's set off. Yang Tai leads the team and let's go. Rock Shinobi Camp. Master Tsuchikage, according to the latest news from the survey team, Konoha is divided into 4 teams, one is stationed in place, and the other 3 are attacking us from 3 directions at the same time. Speaking of this, Kito hesitated and continued. However, their marching speed is a bit slow and weird. I don't know what they have planned. Onaki looked at the map and fell into deep thought, then said for a long time. They are trying to force me to divide my troops. Split the troops. Akatsuki still doesn't understand what it means. Onaki pointed on the map a few times and explained. The news from the spies is that the number of ninja sent by Konoha is about the same as ours. About 3,000 to 4,000. Onaki narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. But how can they have so many ninjas? Advertisement. Kito was stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise appeared on his honest face. Are you saying that one of their teams is a cover? It's to attract our troops. Thinking of this, he quickly said. Tsuchikage-sama, I will notify the troops now and ask them to gather urgently to prevent Konoha from taking advantage of it. Onoki waved his hand. No, we can't afford it if the 2 sides are in a stalemate. Onoki suddenly sneered. Since this move is very insidious, let's gather together to compete in national strength. Divide the enemy, divide it and annihilate it, in short, it plays into their ambitions. I see. I didn't expect Konoha to be so insidious. Sure enough, those who play politics have dirty hearts. We can't gather our troops now, nor can we divide them. Should we just retreat like this? Kito spoke in confusion. Retreat? Yes, this is the only option. Onoki thought for a while and suddenly sneered. The matter in the country of grass has been settled. I have already obtained what we want. Evacuation is inevitable, but it is up to us to decide how to evacuate. What do you mean? Akatsuki asked. Onoki's expression returned to calmness and he expressed his plan. Since they have divided their forces, we can follow their wishes. Speaking of this, Onoki pointed to a place on the map. Split the troops. Akatsuki looked at where Onoki pointed, and there was a red pen marking the Konoha camp next to it. We also divided into 4 teams. 2 truths and 2 falsehoods. You and I each lead a team. I'm going to entangle Tsunadeheim, but you need to lead a team of 1,000 people and penetrate into the heart of Konoha. Onoki said that he was excited and clenched his fist fiercely. Catch all these nasty medical ninjas behind Konoha and flee quickly. So that's it. It suddenly dawned on Akatsuki that Master Tsuchikage had always wanted to eliminate Konoha's medical ninjas. But why did Tsuchikage-sama go to all the trouble to eliminate these medical ninjas? He still doesn't understand. Is it just because these people are annoying? Is it to weaken Konoha's medical level? Yes, after all, so many medical ninjas died, Konoha's medical level must have been severely damaged. Onoki seemed to understand his expression and explained. Advertisement. I eliminated these medical ninjas, firstly because these people are so skilled in medicine. After a war, as long as the wounded are still alive, they can save more than 90% of them. And these people have been baptized by the flames of war, and their bodies are intact, so they are elite ninjas. Even if you are disabled or have a hidden disease, you can still work behind the scenes or teach students. Speaking of this, Onoki couldn't help but sigh. What an asset this is to a village. Suddenly Onoki's face was full of murderous intent, and in Kito's slightly frightened eyes, he said in a cold voice. And I'm going to kill these people. Kito looked at Onoki, hesitated and said cautiously. But they still have inheritance. Even if these people are killed, a new batch of medical ninjas will appear. This is one of the reasons why Konoha is strong. But even Akatsuki can understand everything, why can't Onoki understand it? According to the news from the spies in Konoha, this war. Konoha Hospital urgently mobilized 60% of its medical ninjas, most of whom were middle and upper level. Onoki looked straight at Akatsuki. You know what this means? Kito thought for a while, nodded and shook his head, as if he had some realization, but he couldn't explain it. Onoki smiled and said. It's equivalent to saying that as soon as these people die, Konoha's medical ninjas will immediately break down. At that time, they will have to urgently select personnel to train and supplement. In this way, our spies in Konoha Hospital have a high chance of being selected. As long as they can master Konoha's medical ninjutsu, our medical level in Rock Shinobi Village will be greatly improved by then. At that time, even if it is worse than Konoha, how much worse can it be? Are we still worried about someone getting hurt? At this moment, Akatsuki truly understood Onoki's thoughts. For the first time, it dawned on him that Tsuchikage-sama was not interested in drinking. These moves are just to annex some land in the country of grass. The second time it dawned on him, he thought Onoki was going to destroy Konoha's medical force and severely damage Konoha's medical level. Unexpectedly, he suddenly realized twice that it was just part of Onoki's plan. His real purpose is to obtain Konoha's medical ninjutsu. Radically increase the strength of Rock Shinobi. Chi-Tu sighed in admiration and said with respect. Tsuchikage-sama is wise. Onoki waved his hand. Go down and make arrangements. Tell the two virtual teams that their mission is to attract the enemy's attention. Delay for time, and if necessary, allow them to evacuate early. Yes. Lord Hokage. Kitu agreed and immediately went down to make arrangements. Chapter 205 The arrest failed. Hey! Konoha's rise is unstoppable. Old man, all I can do is keep up with Konoha's pace and don't be left too far behind. After Akatsuki left, Oniki sighed softly and looked at the map blankly. Other countries, don't let me down. Advertisement. The full moon is in the sky. The full moon in the sky is like a peerless mirror, emitting infinite light in the sky and illuminating the earth. In the jungle. Who? Under a tree, a rock shinobi gasped. It's like I haven't breathed air for hundreds of years, and I'm sucking it greedily now. Brush brush brush. 11 figures flashed out one by one. Hateful. Murakami's chest rose and fell, he gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words, looking at the dozen or so young men in front of him fiercely. Although these people are young, their strength is not weak at all. What, you can't run anymore? Since you can't run away, come to Konoha and drink tea with us. Don't worry, we will definitely treat the prisoners preferentially. Under the moonlight, Yoda looked at Rock Shinobi in front of him with a smile like a kind grandfather. He secretly signaled to everyone to surround this guy. Not long after they arrived at the patrol area, Niji suddenly discovered that not far underground. There are 3 people hiding there. Seeing this, Yang Tai and the others must have started a fight. As a result, the result was that they all ran away. That's right, they all ran away. Those 3 rock shinobi are not very strong, but their escape speed is amazing. Like a loach, it's slippery and impossible to catch. Yang Tai sensed something was wrong immediately and gave up on the other 2 people. Choosing one of them to arrest with all their strength, their hard work paid off, and they finally surrounded the loach at this moment. Have tea. Pooh. Ryu Murakami spat on the ground, treating Yoda's words as farts. Drink tea, God, drink tea. You are just greedy for my body, you are despicable. Sir, there is an old saying in Konoha, he material makes a hero. I swear, we in Konoha will definitely treat prisoners better. Yang Tai continued to argue with him with a smile, but it was actually a waste of time. Do you believe it yourself? Murakami Ryo sneered. He would be a ghost if he believed it. He glanced around. His eyes were a little dim. Because he was surrounded. Advertisement. Then he raised his head and glared at Yang Tai fiercely. Even you brats want to capture me alive. Joke. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, Niji nodded to Yoda from the side, indicating that Yoda had completely formed a circle of encirclement. This guy can't run away. What's the point of talking to him? Yang Tai's face immediately changed. If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with alcohol. Whoosh. Yoda's figure was so fast that it blurred, and he appeared in front of Murakami Ryo in the blink of an eye, whipping his leg. Kick the opponent hard in the stomach and send him flying. Boom. Ah! Murakami Ryu screamed and spit out a large amount of gastric juice, which flew into the air like a ball. Brush. Xiao Li's figure flashed out in the air and appeared behind Murakami Rong. Leaf strong whirlwind. Xiao Li spun around at high speed and kicked him, hitting him right in the chest. Boom. This time Murakami Ryo didn't even have time to scream. It hit the ground directly, sending smoke and dust everywhere, and tiny gravels flying. Shadow mimicry. Shikamaru squatted down and immediately activated the secret technique. A shadow under his feet was like a swimming dragon. Dive into the ground quickly. Caught. Shikamaru suddenly smiled. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After working for so long, they finally caught the loach in their hands. It's not easy. Yang Tai sighed, it was the first time he met someone who could run like this. Tap tap tap. Under Shikamaru's control, Murakami slowly walked out of the pit step by step. Walking closer, several people saw clearly what he looked like now. His mouth was bleeding, his eyelids were drooping, and his whole body felt limp. It is estimated that without the support of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, I might not be able to stand firmly. If you had surrendered honestly before, why would you have to suffer all this physical pain? Yoda teased like a villain. Murakami opened one of his big eyes, and suddenly he opened his mouth, revealing his blood-stained teeth, and smiled. You even want to catch me? I'm leaving first. I believe you will come to accompany me soon. When Yang Tai heard this, he felt something was wrong. I saw Ryu Murakami's originally smiling face suddenly showing a look of pain. Immediately, the whole person started to slowly burn from the head. Not good. Niji shouted, rushed over quickly, and pointed at his chest. Suddenly, the flames on Murakami Ryo's body disappeared, but even so it was too late. Advertisement. At this moment, his face was turning yellow, with faint oil stains oozing out, and he looked extremely horrifying. As for the brain, it has been burned into tofu. Yang Tai immediately stood in front of him and asked hurriedly. How's it going? Is there any hope? Niji frowned and finally shook his head. The brain was directly damaged and there is no way to save him. Hey! Yoda sighed, as a medical ninja, how could he not see this? I didn't expect that after chasing for so long, we caught this guy, hey! The cooked duck flew away. Yeah, what a pity. Ino agreed, but the next moment she saw the scene in front of her and the smell of meat on the tip of her nose, she felt faintly uncomfortable. Cover your mouth and nose subconsciously. The rest of them were pretty much the same, among them Sakura and Tian Tian had the ugliest expressions. Yang Tai also understood when he saw this. He would definitely feel uncomfortable seeing such a scene for the first time. Dig a hole and bury it. Yang Tai originally wanted to say burn it directly, but after thinking about it, he might as well behave better in front of everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement with Yoda's statement. After buying this rock shinobi, Yoda took out the map and based on the direction of the stars. Measure their current approximate location. 15 miles. We actually separated ourselves from the masses by 15 miles from the patrol range. So far. Shikamaru was also surprised. In such a short time, they had unknowingly separated themselves from such a large distance. We must go back as soon as possible. There must be no problems within the scope of our patrol. Everyone nodded and rushed towards the patrol area. Under one place. A dozen people gathered together. Suddenly two figures emerged from the soil, looking embarrassed. Everyone, Rock Shinobi, was stunned at first, and then he was not surprised and laughed out loud. What's going on with you two this time? You're in such a mess. Did you encounter some ruthless character? The embarrassed two people looked at each other and saw a tall ninja who was speaking, about 30 years old. Tadaneo Matsudera. Their captain is a special Jainin. The two smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Not a ruthless character. Matsudera Tadaneo was confused and looked at the two of them in confusion. It's an 11-member team, all half-grown kids. Their numerical advantage was too great, and we suffered a little loss. Whoosh whoosh. 8 figures in black appeared, gathered together. Chapter 206 Attracting Attention. I see. Matsudera Tadaneo understood, and then he looked around, frowning. There is only one person left. Where's the long people? The two looked at each other, and one of them said. Advertisement. We were attacked by those 11 people, and we all scattered and ran away. We don't know Long's situation. As the captain of the survey team, Matsudera Tadaneo naturally understood what they said, and Ryu Murakami was most likely in despair. Leave the code and leave immediately. Matsudera Tadaneo gave a direct order to move out. He could not expose his team. At this moment, a messenger came over in a hurry. Captain, Lord Akatsuki has orders over there. There will be a force coming and we need our full cooperation. They will arrive at point B in 10 minutes. Support? Matsudera Tadaneo thought for a while, and it seemed that the official war had begun. I didn't expect that they also have support here. Walk. After that, he waved his hand and led everyone into the soil. A few minutes later, everyone successfully reached point B. Point B is an underground space, which is relatively wide. But as soon as their front feet arrived, figures emerged from the surrounding soil. The leader was a big man, about 1.56 meters tall. However, he was wearing a very conspicuous Jainin vest. Jainin? Nagata Monday. He knew this man and had experience in a mission. The main reason was that he was the shortest among all rock shinobi. But his strength is very strong. Nagata-san, long time no see. Yes, Matsudera-san, I didn't expect that we would be able to do tasks together again today. The two of them chatted for a while. After chatting for a while, Nagata spoke first on Monday. Matsuura-san, without further ado, my team and I are here to find a solution this time. Stick around some of Konoha's surveying ninjas. I still need your help in the meantime. There was no such thing as arrogance and domineering, both of them spoke in a friendly manner. No problem, we will cooperate fully. Tadashi Matsudera promised, patting his chest. Then he changed his tone and asked, Nagata-san, can I ask what's going on? When Nagata heard the words on Monday, he hesitated for a while. When Akatsuki gave him the order earlier. Advertisement. There's no such thing as confidentiality. If you say it now, there should be no problem. So he nodded. That's right, Tsuchikage-sama has also begun to make big moves. And Akatsuki-sama is in charge of our side. There's drama. It seems that there is no secret in this battle. It means that he can know it completely, and then he quickly said. Can you tell me the specific battle plan? He needs to cooperate in the first place, so there's no harm in telling them. What's this? Akazuchi-sama plans to kill all Konoha medical ninjas. Okay. Master Tsuchikage should have defeated the medical ninja long ago. Matsudera Tadaineo was so happy that he almost jumped up. They Kumwe medical ninjas, it's been a long time. Nagata continued on Monday. However, before the large forces arrive, we must first stop the Konoha shinobi with all our strength. Keep their eyes firmly on the ground and prevent them from discovering the approach of the large force. We must not let these medical ninjas escape. Well, this task seems a bit difficult. God is so difficult. If this is not the case, they might all have to explain it here. Matsudera Tadaineo smiled awkwardly. Nagata-san, may I ask, how many people do you have under your command? There was no other way, there were only a dozen people in front of me, and including his own subordinates, there were only about 30 people. After their observations these days, these patrol areas in front of Konoha. There are about 15 troops, almost 150. If you just rush over stupidly with this in front of you, haha, the result is of course needless to say. Nagata naturally understood what Matsudera meant on Monday and said with a smile. Don't worry, I brought a total of 70 people with me this time. There are so many 70 people. Matsudera Tadaineo was shocked at first, and then overjoyed. I originally thought that it would only be a support force, so Akatsuki-sama wouldn't have to waste a lot of effort. 30 or 40 people were killed. But he didn't expect that there were only 70 people in the vanguard. Including his subordinates, there are almost 100 people. That's good. That's good. Then Tadaineo Matsudera seemed to have just reacted and patted his forehead. Stand respectfully immediately. Matsudera Tadaineo has met the captain. Advertisement. Seeing that their captain was like this, a dozen people behind him also said respectfully. Meet the captain. Nagata nodded on Monday, thinking that this old boy knew what he was doing. If it weren't for the fear that forcibly ordering Tadaineo Matsudera would have the opposite effect. He waited for others to fight to the death while they fished, so he didn't bother to explain so much. Matsuura-san, you're welcome. Previously, the troops were under my command, so please be my deputy. Nagata's tone on Monday seemed polite, but there was no room for maneuver. This is the order, just a little tactful to save some face for Matsudera Tadaineo. This is considered a promotion. Although he has to obey Nagata's orders on Monday, he is indeed promoted. Matsudera Tadaineo was not a fool, so he naturally understood what the other party meant. He smiled on the outside, but was dismissive on the inside. No trouble, thank you Captain Nagata. Nagata-jo didn't seem to notice the change in Matsudera's tone. He glanced at the dozen rock shinobi and said casually. Very good, I will send 20 people over later. You have a few men now. Matsudera Tadaineo was overjoyed, this time it was a direct benefit. He has few men to begin with, but with this addition, he will be able to grow stronger. Don't panic if you have soldiers in hand. Thank you Captain Nagata. I will absolutely obey your orders. Nagata smiled nonchalantly on Monday. He didn't believe this nonsense from Matsudera Tadaineo. But when those 20 people arrive, I can completely trust you. When the time comes, it won't be up to you. Matsudera suddenly felt a little confused. He felt that Nagata's smile was a bit unfathomable. Matsuura-san, let me tell you my next plan. Nagata's tone remained kind on Monday. Matsudera Tadaineo listened carefully, said it nicely, and gave the general a plan. Isn't it just a direct order? But this is true, without saying it directly, radical. People can't help but feel that it is acceptable. This is the charm of language. Although there are more patrols in Konoha now, they are too loose. That's our advantage, we just seize this opportunity now. Destroy 7 or 8 troops before Konoha can react. Successfully attracted the attention of Konoha's support troops. Fight for it, Master Akatsuki is here. After speaking in one breath, Nagata looked at Tadaineo Matsudera who was thinking and said coldly. Do you understand? Matsudera Tadaineo felt a chill all over. Seeing Nagata's sharp gaze on Monday, he quickly lowered his head and said. Got it, Captain. Chapter 207 Contradiction. Subsequently, Nagata left the direction of attack by Matsudera Tadaineo and others on Monday and left quickly. Captain, there are more than 30 of us. Isn't it too much to eliminate 3 patrol teams? Seeing Nagata leaving on Monday, a rock shinobi next to him asked. Matsudera glanced at this person. This person was one of his confidants. Probably not. Advertisement. Although we are dealing with 3 troops, they are scattered. As long as we defeat one, we will have an absolute advantage. The rock shinobi nodded. He had thought of this, but he still felt a little uneasy. After a while, the 20 people came. When Matsudera Tadaineo asked, he was not leading the team, and he was immediately overjoyed. This is great. This is equivalent to complete delegation of authority. Without further ado, let's go. Matsudaira Tadaneo waved his hand and set off immediately. What he didn't notice was that one of the rock shinobi remembered his actions. The moonlight is bright. Yangtai and the others traveled through the jungle, inspecting all directions. Yoda, it's time for rest soon, everyone is a little tired. Let's find a place first and prepare to rest. At this time, Shikamaru came over and said side by side with Yoda. Yoda stopped and everyone stopped too. Yangtai took out a pocket watch directly from the seal scroll and took a look at it. 3:12 o'clock in the morning. They took a break at 3:30. After sealing the watch again, Yangtai turned to look at everyone. Although they appear energetic, the tiredness in their eyes cannot deceive anyone. Although ninjas are physically strong, they can still get tired mentally. Yangtai nodded in agreement. It's okay, everyone doesn't have a day off. As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked happy. Who didn't want to work all day and want to have a good sleep? Yangtai looked around. This location can be regarded as the center of their patrol. Ordinary enemies will not enter rashly. This is it. Yoda said, jumping down from the tree. Right here? What's the meaning? Everyone is puzzled. Yoda, don't tell me, we're just going to rest here. Shikamaru made a confused sound. There are only a few solitary trees around, without any shelter. Advertisement. If this was discovered by the enemy, wouldn't it be a living target? Everyone also looked at Yangtai, confused. What's wrong? Little Sakura and Mr. Kakashi and I went out to do a mission and slept in the woods. What's wrong? Naruto was a little confused, he wasn't pretending, he was really a little confused. Everyone looked at him and saw that Naruto was fine. Sakura's face turned red like an apple. Fool! Boom! Ah, Sakura-chan, what are you doing? With a loving iron fist, Naruto screamed and looked at little Sakura aggrievedly. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed, and the gloomy atmosphere for a long time was directly revived by Naruto. Maybe this is the charm of Sunshine Boy. Although everyone was laughing, they had to stop laughing. They knew they were performing a mission. But he still couldn't help but chuckle. Upon seeing this, Naruto realized that he was the one who made the mistake, so he scratched his head and giggled to relieve his embarrassment. Naruto, you will rarely encounter danger in the wild when doing tasks, so you can sleep more peacefully. But now is a war, and enemies may attack at any time. If we all fall asleep, wouldn't we suffer heavy losses if the enemies come and kill us? After Yoda laughed, he explained that he knew Naruto really didn't understand this. Oh, that's right. Naruto was suddenly enlightened and quickly remembered this little knowledge. Yoda, what are you doing? Shikamaru felt strange, Yangtai knew this, why would he camp in such a place without a bunker? Yangtai took out a scroll and said with a smile. You'll know soon, it's not right. Yangtai's smiling expression suddenly turned grim, and he quickly put away the scroll. A fist-sized Katsuyu slipped out from his collar and asked solemnly. What happened? Everyone quickly cheered up. Looking at Yangtai's solemn expression, they also understood the seriousness of the matter. Then his eyes involuntarily focused on Katsuyu and Yoda's palm. Yoda's spirit communication-man. Little Katsuyu's expression became anthropomorphic, he became serious, and said in a cold tone. There is a battle 3 kilometers to the north. My clone can only observe from a distance. The number of enemies is unknown. The Konoha team really put up a strong resistance. Katsuyu just finished speaking. Several red fireworks rose quickly in the distance, but they quickly extinguished. It was probably destroyed by rock shinobi. This is a distress signal. That team is in danger. Shikamaru's expression suddenly changed and he reminded everyone. At the same time, he looked at Yuta, or to be precise, at Katsuyu. Advertisement. Is this Katsuyu? I didn't expect the intelligence ability to be so strong. What should I do, Yangtai? Should I rush over now to support him? Naruto said a little excitedly. Yoda lowered his head and thought. To be honest, he didn't want to go over to support. Very simple. One can't figure out the number of enemies. 2. Is this an active attack by the enemy or a chance encounter with the patrol team? If the latter was of course nothing in the past. If it's the former, it'll be in big trouble. The number of enemies is definitely not something that I and others can contend with. Seeing that Yangtai didn't speak, everyone began to urge. Yutai, please say something. Let's rush to support now. These chattering sounds made Yangtai's head hurt. Yangtai waved his hand and said coldly. Shut up, everyone. Quiet. Everyone was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Yangtai, whose expression was serious and even a little cold. Is this still the same Yoda who always had a smile on his face? So strange. Yoda glanced at everyone. Except for Shikamaru, Niji, and Shino, 3 people still had sense. The other people all looked at me in shock and disbelief. The rest of the time, Yangtai can still let them go, but at this critical moment, he must establish his authority as the captain. Otherwise there will definitely be big trouble. Everyone reacted and immediately looked at Yang Tai angrily. Even Sakura, who had always been wiser, looked at Yuta with a change of vision and said angrily. How can you say that to everyone, Yuta? We are all our companions who want to support us. After everyone heard the words, they started talking about it again. Even the three silent people looked at Yang Tai strangely. Yang Tai looked at the chattering crowd and just said calmly. Because, I am the captain. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately fell silent, like a chicken that was grabbed by the neck, speechless. Everyone was speechless. Only then did they remember that Yang Tai was their captain. Previously, Yang Tai was approachable, and no one felt any aloofness from him. Instead, it was the same as before, I just felt like we were just friends as before. What's wrong, Captain? I want to save our companions. Yuta, I misjudged you before. If you don't go, I will go by myself. I don't care about you. Chapter 208 Resolving Conflicts. Naruto stood up and looked at Yuta angrily and shouted, breaking the quiet atmosphere. That's right. If you don't go, I will go by myself. Isn't it just to accept the punishment? Lao Zi is not afraid. Yuta, I misjudged you before. At this time, Inyazuka Kaiba saw that even Naruto dared to jump out. Advertisement. Suddenly, his blood surged up, and he fired at Yang Tai. Yuta, I misjudged you. Little Sakura said something and took the initiative to walk next to Naruto. This obviously means to draw a line with Yang Tai. Then Tenten and Ino also sided with Naruto. Chiji looked around, showed off a handful of snacks, and then walked to the side where there were more people. At this time, there are Shikamaru, Niji, and Shino on Yoda's side. Niji, come here too. Tian Tian greeted. Everyone also looked at Niji. Niji's strength was beyond doubt. This stage YYDS. With his joining, their support will definitely go much smoother. Shino, Shikamaru, what are you waiting for? Come here. Inyazuka Hiroshi waved and said. Several people also called them over. If Shikamaru, an apex-level mind, joins them, their team will be perfect. The three of them looked at each other and looked at Yang Tai silently. Yang Tai was rubbing his chin at this time and looking at the people in front of him, he was not angry. Are you being too casual? It got to this point before I even finished speaking. Maybe their approach should change. But don't go too far, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Thinking of this, Yang Tai watched several people speak slowly, in a calm tone without any waves. How many enemies are there? Did the patrol encounter it by chance, or did it take the initiative to attack? Have you considered it? The few people who were shouting just now were stunned. This. They all just saw that Yang Tai had not moved, and they felt a rush of blood, and that's why they did this. Never considered such an issue at all. At this time, when Yang Tai asked this question, he was speechless. Then, so what, even if there are many enemies, we will not give up on our companions. Naruto said impassionedly. Everyone's eyes lit up. There are other reasons. Yes, I will never give up on my companions. Wipe. This is the prince's active skill, mouth escape. Advertisement. Plus the intelligence dampening halo of pig's feet? Don't tell me, you're really stupid. Yang Tai couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't speak, he just watched the people shouting quietly. When the voice gradually became quieter, Yang Tai looked at everyone. So. Is this the reason why you want to die? Before anyone could refute, Yang Tai continued to output. You don't even know how many enemies there are, so you dare to rush over and lead a group of people to die. If you just want to die, why bother? You can just pick it up and wipe it on your neck. Since I'm your companion, I'll dig a hole for you and bury it. Everyone shut up and remained silent. Although they were a little angry, they had to say that Yang Tai's words made sense. But, we just want to save our companions. At this time, Naruto didn't dare to look directly at Yuta and murmured softly. Companion. Yuta chuckled and pointed at little Sakura. Isn't she your companion? Do you know how strong she is? Do you know the enemy's strength? If you take her there, will she lose her life? After asking 4 questions in a row, Naruto was immediately stopped. Yes. What if little Sakura loses her life? How could he explain to his blue friend Sasuke? Yang Tai kept pointing out one by one. Where's him, her? You just watch your companions die. Also, if there are many enemies and they all die, and we fail to send back the information in time, what will happen to our companions behind us? Everyone was ashamed and lowered their heads, like children who had made a mistake, not daring to look at Yang Tai. None of it was as powerful as before. You little brats can't handle the demo. Yang Tai nodded secretly, the effect was pretty good. But it won't work just like this. I thought about this. Yang Tai changed, from being strong and cold before, to becoming sad and lonely. Like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. I didn't say not to go, I just wanted to analyze the situation. If the enemy's numbers are small, we will go to support. If the enemy has a large number of people, we will give priority to sending back the intelligence. Then we act according to the situation and see if we can rescue them while ensuring our own safety. Speaking of this, Yang Tai's eyes became even more sad. I didn't expect everyone would be so intense about what happened within a minute or two. I am your captain, and even more so your companion. I just want to protect you. Advertisement. As soon as Yang Tai said this, everyone was moved by it. Yes. What's wrong with Yoda? He is our captain, his companion, and he just wants to protect us. What's wrong with him? Suddenly, several people began to feel annoyed. Why did they do such a thing in such a rush just now? Looking at Yang Tai's current appearance, he must be very disappointed and sad. I'm so damned. Inyazuka Kaiba punched himself angrily. The rest of the people are pretty much the same. Naruto's whole head was buzzing. What happened to me just now? What did I do? Obviously Yang Tai is my best friend, why did I treat him like that just now? Yoda just wants to protect everyone. Naruto on Naruto. Look what you have done. Naruto was annoyed and quickly walked up to Yoda, bowed, and said sincerely. Yoda, I'm sorry I misunderstood you just now. Upon seeing this, Yoda immediately helped Naruto up. No, you are my friend, how can I blame you? Yang Tai said words that made him feel numb after hearing them. You can't play the emotional card, so you have to say disgusting words to pick up girls. But don't tell me yet, pig's feet are pig's feet. This may be one of the reasons why Naruto is sought after by countless people. However, he has not traveled with Jiraiya at this time. He has experienced too little and understands too little. Seeing Naruto take the initiative to apologize, several people bowed and apologized in a decent manner. I'm sorry Yoda, we wrongly blamed you. Yang Tai smiled and quickly helped everyone up one by one. We are all companions, this is too intrusive. Actually, I made a mistake first and didn't explain it to everyone in time. This is my fault and I also apologize to everyone. Sorry. Get up, get up. Haha, get up Yoda. Suddenly, the audience was filled with laughter, and it seemed to be back to its previous appearance. The corners of Yang Tai's mouth raised as he was surrounded. This time he solved the problem very skillfully. How clever is that? There is no main culprit, everyone made the mistake together. Very clever problem solving. And this time, he used the emotional card to completely cause some problems in the team. Then he can lay out his plans with peace of mind. Yoda, we have confirmed that there are more than 30 people on the other side. At this time, Katsuyu's voice came, and the place became silent for a moment. Chapter 209 Support. 34 people. Yoda frowned slightly and quickly considered the pros and cons, whether to attack. After what happened before, no one asked anything this time. He just looked at Yang Tai anxiously, wanting Yang Tai to make a decision as soon as possible. 34 people, not many. Advertisement. They are enough to deal with them. The only uncertainty now is whether the other party has support or something. Hwa hwa hwa. At this moment, 2 signal flares rose almost simultaneously in 2 directions in the sky. Light up the night sky. Then the fiery red light of the flare quickly disappeared, like a fleeting meteor. This is not good. Everyone is shocked, it seems that Rock Shinobi is attacking. What's going on over there Katsuyu? Yang Tai reacted and asked hurriedly. When he arrived here before, Yoda sent Katsuyu around out of caution to collect intelligence. Katsuyu heard this and quickly contacted the clone. This time it was very fast. In those 2 patrol areas, 2 groups of Rock Shinobi appeared at the same time, and their number was about 30. What to do now Yoda? Little Sakura said worriedly. Yoda thought for a while, Rock Shinobi probably didn't want to attack by force. Otherwise, the number of people cannot be so small, then they can only sneak attack our patrol teams. Thinking of this, Yoda looked at Shikamaru who was still thinking. Shikamaru, what do you think? Shut up. Everyone looked at Shikamaru, waiting for his words. Shikamaru is no longer as lazy as before, but reveals a sense of wisdom. The enemy is just a surprise patrol, it shouldn't be a large-scale attack. Why? Little Sakura was confused. Shikamaru, it's very simple. If the enemy attacks on a large scale, our entire defense line should have distress signals on at this moment. After explaining, Shikamaru looked at Yoda. Think carefully, should we attack or hold on, or should we be ready to retreat at any time? Support. Yoda answered directly without thinking. Shikamaru has explained it very clearly, the problem is not big, you can attack. If he refuses again, it is estimated that Xiao Qiang is really in a hurry with him. All things considered, it is better to support him. If you really can't beat it, then withdraw. Great. Naruto is overjoyed. Everyone also smiled slightly. After all, Yang Tai's decision did not disappoint them. Now that he had made his choice, Yoda did not hesitate and said to Katsuyu. Katsuyu, please pass the news to Shizun-san. Good. Katsuyu nodded. Advertisement. Yang Tai swept away everyone, let's go. Then everyone went to the nearest place to support them. Boom boom boom. Hateful. A Konoha shinobi threw a detonating charm and retreated in panic. Whoosh whoosh. Is it okay? 6 paths figures appeared behind him, and they were all slightly injured. The speaker had several scratches on his face and looked at Rock Shinobi opposite him with a solemn expression. Captain, I'm fine. A slightly embarrassed Konoha shinobi shook his head. That's good. Nakano Yian patted him on the shoulder. Ichiyazu Nakano was originally the captain of this team. The 10 of them were patrolling normally before, but suddenly more than 30 rock shinobi appeared. It caught them off guard, and 3 team members died tragically. They are also more or less injured. Matsudera Tadano suddenly turned his head and looked at the 2 fiery red lights in the sky. He murmured. Have you started yet? It looks like I'm going to speed up. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and the sword was unsheathed in bursts. Under the moonlight, there was a cold light, which made people shudder. In an instant, Daoist shadows staggered out and killed the 7 people. Cold light shone everywhere, swords flashed and swords shadowed. Clang, clang, clang. Weak sparks flashed in the air from time to time. The sound of clanking and clanking was endless. The Konoha people were retreating steadily. Facing more than 30 people taking turns to attack, they had no advantage at all. Puff puff. Several people expressed their gratitude. Nakano Yunin suffered from several wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were all superficial wounds and not vital parts. Holding a kunao, he resisted attacks from all directions. But this is just support. They will die sooner or later if this continues. No. We can't go on like this. Thinking of this, Nakano Yian's eyes were firm and he scanned everywhere. He shouted to the people around him who were trying hard to resist. Cooperate with me. Shut up. Nakano Yian moved his body between the 6 people and began to form seals quickly. The 6 people were overjoyed when they saw this, and directly protected it inside, frantically resisting the attacks of the surrounding rock shinobi. That's 5 or 6 seconds. After finishing the seal, Nakano Yian reminded several people, be careful. Jump up. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Advertisement. Nakano Yian's chest bulged high, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blazing flames. With the full output of Nakano Igan Chakra, the flames. It expanded extremely quickly, forming a fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in an instant. The fireball was extremely blazing, and the flames rolled towards this piece of rock shinobi. The rock shinobi were immediately jumped and hurriedly started to dodge. There was an unlucky guy who was half a beat slower, and half of his body was directly scorched. Howling in pain. Quickly retreat. A gap was opened in the encirclement, and Nakano Ichiyazu hurriedly ordered a retreat. The 6 people also understand that opportunities must not be missed and time will never come again. Quickly escape. He threw out a kunao along the way and took away the howling rock shinobi. Can you run away? Matsudera Tadaneo's face was gloomy, and the person who killed him wanted to run away. That's such a good thing. The hands are quickly forming seals, and the chakra is moving quickly. I saw a rapid surge of air around him. The hands suddenly crossed forward and slashed out. Wind-style air current slash. Boo-hoo-hoo. An extremely fast and ear-piercing sound broke through the air. The 2 crisscrossing airflows are like substance, visible to the naked eye. Like 2 incomparable sword energies, they rushed towards the fleeing people. Stab. Blood spattered, and a Konoha shinobi behind him was cut into 4. Not even a scream came out, he had completely died. Nakano Yian's cheek suddenly became wet, and there was a faint smell of blood. Not good. He was not deaf, and with the blood splashing on his face, he immediately understood that something was wrong. Look back quickly. A mutilated corpse fell quickly. He saw 2 substantial air currents and wind blades, approaching very quickly, and his pupils shrank rapidly. Although he called for retreat just now, he was not the first to escape. He chose to stay behind. Is this death? At this time, he was in midair and had no time to dodge or escape. Not to mention escaping. At this time, his face was ashen and his eyes gradually dimmed. The wind blade was getting closer and closer, and it was only a meter or 2 away from Zhong Yat. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Nakanoigan. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Niji cast revolving heaven without hesitation, and a blue chakra shield suddenly appeared. He accidentally collided with the wind blade. Boom! The air currents are scattered and the sky is full of smoke and dust. Chapter 210 Supporting. Wind pressure swept through. Nakano Ichiyasu's hair was swaying when he blew it. At this time, he blocked the eye of the wind with one hand and stared blankly at the young man carrying the sword on his back. Rumble. At this moment, with a loud rumbling sound, a very fast rolling ball hit several rock shinobi on the right at high speed. Advertisement. The rock shinobi wanted to run away when they saw this, but as soon as they turned around, suddenly several black tentacles stuck to their feet. They struggled quickly, with anxious expressions and curses on their lips. Damn it, what's going on? Suddenly, the cursing rock shinobi was stunned and shut up. Then he raised the corner of his mouth, took the sword in his hand, and killed a rock shinobi with a quick sweep. Talon, what are you doing? When rock shinobi saw this scene, it was unbelievable. They are brothers. Then rock shinobi named Tailang's eyes cleared, and he looked at the blood-stained sword in his hand. Look again, I don't know whether my eldest brother is alive or dead. What did he just do? Illusion is an illusion. Everyone, be careful. Then the experienced rock shinobi next to him shouted, this is the only explanation at the moment. But just as they were commotion, Chi's meat tank was approaching at great speed. With a bang, several people vomited blood and flew out. It hit the ground hard, and the two of them were seriously injured and fainted, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The remaining people screamed and wailed a few times, but quickly got up. It's just that they are all injured and can only use 20 to 30% of their strength. The other side. Double Shenglong. The two scrolls rose high, like two long dragons, raising their heads into the sky. Boo-hoo-hoo. Tenten quickly threw the weapon out, instantly dispelling the siege of rock shinobi in the field. Bang bang bang. Under the attack of weapons all over the sky, a green light flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he came to the two rock shinobi closest to him. Kang. There was a crisp sword sound. A touch of blood sprinkled into the air. Gilyalu. The two heads rolled to the ground. Their last moments were full of confusion in their eyes. Don't know what happened. Rock shinobi then realized that support from Konoha had arrived. They retreated quickly and formed a formation around Matsudera Tadaneo. Are you okay? Niji slowly retracted his hand, turned his head slightly and looked at Nakano Ichiyasu and asked calmly. Although his tone was calm, it was immediately filled with concern. I'm fine. Nakano Kazuo immediately wiped the blood from Kaida's face, but his eyes were still fixed on the person opposite. Advertisement. Damn it, why did someone come to support us so quickly? Matsudera frowned, Konoha's support was faster than he expected. Tap tap tap. What sound? At this moment, more than 40 people slowly surrounded rock shinobi. How come? Matsudera Tadaneo was shocked. So many people fighting like this. Captain, let's retreat first. The confidant came over and suggested in a low voice. Matsudera Tadashi frowned and did not answer. His confidant rock shinobi naturally understood what he was worried about and quickly said. Captain, don't worry, we won't say anything nonsense. Of course, Captain Nagata won't know either. Matsudera Tadaneo swept away the crowd of Konoha shinobi who were gradually surrounding him. He quickly made up his mind and said to the rock shinobi. Prepare to retreat. All the rock shinobi were overjoyed when they heard this, and they quickly used their earth magic to escape. Wait. Just then, a figure appears, a rock shinobi. Matsudera Tadaneo looked this person up and down quickly. This person was not brought out by him alone. He was one of the 20 people sent by Nagata on Monday. Do you understand what's happening now? If you don't have a reasonable explanation today, you, he. Matsudera Tadaneo smiled cruelly, looking at rock shinobi and making him hairy. Report to the captain, I understand. But we were ordered to delay Konoha shinobi. And I reported the truth to Captain Nagata about the situation just now. If you run away, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape Tsuchikage-sama's punishment. Well, even though rock shinobi was a little scared, he still finished expressing his content. Suddenly, Matsudera Tadaneo's face darkened. No wonder Nagata was so relieved on Monday and didn't arrange any vice captain or anything to disgust him. It turned out to be waiting for him here. This is good, escape seems impossible. He really ran away, and with Nagata's urine on Monday, he would definitely sue Mr. Tsuchikage. Hateful. This BD. He actually tricked me. Boom. Then he raised his leg and kicked the rock shinobi in front of him away. Then Captain Matsudera Tadaneo surrounded rock shinobi and said solemnly. Brothers, you can't run away today. It looks like we are going to have a bloody battle today. Would you like to fight with me? Advertisement. Willing. The original dozen or so people shouted loudly without hesitation. Step by step, Yang Tai's face twitched as he walked in front of everyone. This is wrong. His plan is very simple, use Shadow Clone to scare these people away. Then lead these people to quickly support other battlefields. He never expected that he would succeed in scaring the opponent away. But for some unknown reason, Rock Shinobi, who was about to retreat, suddenly changed his momentum. He looked like he was determined to fight to the death. Just when everyone was confused. Another place. Shizuan is sitting at his desk, sorting out documents. In fact, although he has been nervous these past 2 days. But they are really not very busy in terms of logistics. Hey, I don't know if Tsunade-sama and Rock Shinobi have gotten along. Just when Shizuan sighed, Katsuyu on his shoulder suddenly raised his head, as if he had woken up. There's news from Yoda. Shizuan was immediately interested. He recently discovered that the news from Yoda is usually not simple. The first time was cracking a clay bomb. It attracted the attention of the entire Konoha hierarchy and indirectly changed the situation in the Earth Kingdom. Second time, Chakra Scroll. It directly increased the combat power of Konoha's top management by a large margin. So he was curious, what would the third time be? What good news will come from Yang Tai? She was vaguely looking forward to it. Yoda reported that there are 3 groups of Rock Shinobi troops attacking from the front. The number of people is about 100. It is unknown whether there is support. Shizuan, _ This. Tsunade-sama is here and all kinds of good things happen. Why did it turn into such bad news when it came to her? No, there must be something wrong with my understanding. Like the baggage troops being attacked. The bad things come first and the good things come last. Well, that must be the case. However, she immediately put aside these messy thoughts and thought carefully about Rock Shinobi's strange behavior. For a long time, she shook her head. There was too little information and she couldn't analyze anything at all. Then Shizuan looked at Katsuyu on the table and asked softly. Yoda, isn't there any analysis? Katsuyu paused. Yoda said they were on their way to support, and there wasn't much analysis on Rock Shinobi. Chapter 211 Instant water reappears. Is that so? Shizuan thought for a moment and immediately sent 60 people to support. At the same time, Yang Tai was informed that their support would be arriving soon. In the field. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment, and Rock Shinobi waved his weapon and took the lead in attacking. Advertisement. Seeing Rock Shinobi rushing towards him, Yoda immediately said to Katsuyu. Divide the battlefield every day. Niji, Tenten, Sakura-chan, Lee, you deal with the left side. Shikamaru, Ino, Chiji, Kaiba. You are on each other's right. Shino, Naruto and I deal with the middle. Saying that, Yang Tai turned around and shouted to the 6 people behind him. The 6 of you stand where you are and provide support at any time. Nakano Yian heard this and nodded. At this time, it is not the time for any serious command. When everyone heard the message from Katsuya who came out from behind his neck, they immediately stood in line and were ready. At this time, Tian Tian was ready. The scroll in his hand was unfolded, and 2 paper dragons were spinning in the sky. She herself jumped up, levitated in midair and stopped. Under the moonlight, it looks a bit weird. Tianatian's little face tensed up very tightly. He glanced at the densely packed runes on the scrolls around him and felt reassured. His eyes quickly locked onto the charging Rock Shinobi, and he threw the kunai with the detonating talisman at top speed. Boo-hoo-hoo. Tian Tian swung his hands quickly, pulling out after images. Yang Tai looked at it with side eyes when he saw that kind of speed. Boom boom boom. There were explosions. Viewed from above, Rock Shinobi is faintly divided into 3 parts. There are fewer people on the left and right sides, and the most people in the middle. Of course, the detonating talisman did not injure anyone at all. After all, they were not blind. This way you won't be hit by kunai. Upon seeing this, Niji and others quickly stepped forward and entangled several people. Shikamaru and the others did not show any weakness. Chiji and Kaiba rushed forward first, Shikamaru and Ino immediately assisted. There was nothing Yoda could do, so Naruto took the lead and greeted him carelessly. Shadow clone Huianjiang, dozens of figures behind him, followed. Yoda and Shino followed him to the left and right, rushing forward. Bang bang bang. With just one face-to-face meeting, Tadanobu Matsudera quickly killed a shadow clone. What happened? He was completely confused. He had never suspected that these people were shadow clones before. Because this is a Konoha patrol area, it is normal for Konoha shinobi to come to support. I thought this was a bloody battle. But what he never expected was that among these people there were shadow clone. Advertisement. Matsudera Tadanobu immediately realized that he had been tricked by the person in front of him. What kind of support is there from dozens of people? It's just a bluff. There are only a few people on the other side. Suddenly he was angry and happy. Brothers, rush for me. He then roared, knocked over one of Naruto's shadow clone with his sword, and charged into the crowd. Rock Shinobi, who was still a little scared at first, looked overjoyed when they saw this. Turns out it was just pretense. Immediately, one by one, they followed Matsudera Tadashi into the crowd, roaring. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, Naruto's shadow clone was almost wiped out, but one or two were still struggling to support it. Yoda had anticipated all this and glanced at Rock Shinobi. He threw out a kunai tentatively and shouted. Burst! Water column suddenly appeared out of thin air. Like a flood dragon, twisting and turning, it appeared next to the 8 Rock Shinobi. What is this? Water-style ninjutsu? Before they could understand, a green shadow suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Yoda didn't hesitate at all. The 3-pronged kunai in his hand easily slit the neck of this Rock Shinobi. Because the speed was too fast, Rock Shinobi couldn't react at all. I could only watch helplessly, and then I felt a pain in my neck, as if something was leaking out. Green flashed rapidly, and streaks of blood spread out in the air. Puff! The water column fell to the ground, scattering like broken porcelain. What followed was a thumping sound. The 8 Rock Shinobi frantically covered their necks and fell to the ground, whimpering and frantically asking for help. Dark red blood gurgled out, and then he slowly fell to the ground and gradually became silent. Brush! The two sides strangely distanced themselves. The scene was extremely quiet and eerie. Damn it! Damn, what's going on? So fierce? All the Rock Shinobi were stunned on the spot. Yoda's strength made them open their mouths in disbelief. What followed was fear in my heart. They are afraid, whoever meets such a person is not afraid. In just 2 or 3 seconds, their 8 companions were lying straight on the ground. Dare I ask if these are really better than those 8 people? The answer is naturally no. Matsudera Tadaneo's dark eyes widened, dumbfounded, not knowing how to describe his mood at the moment. In an instant, 8 of his subordinates were killed? Advertisement. This is too magical. What the hell kind of werewolf is this? Why fight now? There is no need to fight anymore. Then he glanced around, quickly planning an escape route in his mind. Between being punished by Onoki, he chose to live. Not to mention that Matsudera Tadaneo was shocked. Even a group of friends were shocked beyond measure. There is no way, without Yoda's Shunsui being targeted. The ability shown is simply T0 level. The image and impact are too strong. Is he already so strong? Although Niji could see that Yoda had used Shunsui, a ninjutsu, to have such an effect. But we still can't deny the power of Yang Tai. Several other people were also dumbfounded. Is Yang Tai so arrogant? Yoda, so strong? Naruto smacked his lips and said in disbelief. Yeah, very strong. Shino controlled the insect swarm and nodded in agreement. Yoda turned his head and looked at Matsudera Tadaneo with a serious look on his face. He quickly glanced around. Hey! It seems that no one knows about his Shunsui this time. That's great. Previously, he thought Onoki had leaked his information to all Rock Shinobi. It looks like it's a little different from what he thought. The corners of Yang Tai's mouth raised, he was very happy. Since fighting Onoki once, his information was leaked. Those 2 battles were extremely frustrating. It's like you have skills and you can't press the button, it's extremely uncomfortable. Now, no one knows his information. Finally I can take action happily. You know, he used Shunsui to fight against hundreds of Rock Shinobi men. Now facing these Rock Shinobi is not timid at all. Thinking of this, Yoda directly separated 8 shadow clone, and each one was given a kunai. Immediately after Yoda nodded, the shadow clones jumped up and rushed into the air. Yang Tai's move instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. All the Rock Shinobi looked at Yoda in amazement, not daring to be careless at all. Among them, those among Matsudera Tadaneo were the most fearful. What is he going to do? Matsudera Tadashi was confused in his heart, and then his eyes rolled. His hands began to form seals in response to Yoda's next attack. Chapter 212 Brain Death. In the air, a shadow clone locked onto several people and shot out from his hand like an arrow from a string. A harsh scratching sound rushed towards 4 or 5 people on the field. Kunai? That's it. I originally thought that Yoda could hold back some amazingly powerful moves. Advertisement. Result. It's just that the thunder is loud and the raindrops are light. There is no power at all. No wonder they think so. They didn't notice at all before that kunai was the key to Yoda's Shunsui. Several of the Rock Shinobi threw a few shurikens tentatively. His eyes were staring straight at the kunai in the sky. Boom! Water columns appear out of thin air. It was the same routine again, 4 or 5 Rock Shinobi appeared next to him in an instant. And on the other side of the water column, Yang Tai appeared directly in front of him. With a bang, a kunai was thrown into the air and the shadow clone disappeared. The memories of several people Shadow Clone planned to kill suddenly appeared in his mind. Yang Tai disappeared into the water without any hesitation. Yoda will now draw the Kusanagi sword, raise the sword with his hand and lower it with his hand. In the blink of an eye, 5 rock shinobi were lying in a pool of blood. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. At this time, Matsudaira Tadaneo had finished forming the seal, and slapped the ground. The next moment, a 7 or 8 meter stone dragon rose from the ground. He raised his head to the sky and roared, opened a huge mouth and bit at Yang Tai who had just stopped. I have the illusion that I swallowed Yang Tai alive. Yoda, be careful. Naruto roared, took out a raised nan in his hand, and quickly rushed towards Tadaneo Matsudaira. Although Shino didn't speak, his parasitic bug was the first to charge towards the rock shinobi. Yang Tai naturally saw this scene and raised his eyebrows. No intention of retreating at all. He stabbed the Kusanagi sword in front of him. The aura in his body suddenly exploded, and the chakra in his body circulated rapidly. He quickly formed the seal with his hands, and in less than a second, he completed the seal. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. 4 seals. With just 4 seals, Yoda used Water Dragon Bullet. Roar. The water flowing around Yang Tai quickly turned into a water dragon with teeth and claws. Facing the charging stone dragon head-on. Boom. Rain fell from the sky, making everyone wet. In the blink of an eye, everyone turned into drowned rats. Grass. Advertisement. Matsudaira Tadaneo said a curse word directly. The ninjutsu he performed in such a short period of time was actually break on the spot. This is not the most important thing. What is important is whether the other party has a seal. It seemed like he was making a few gestures with his hand on his chest. But here comes the problem, Yoda can't even use his ninjutsu for less than a second. What is this? Muji ninjutsu? Family members, what is the difference between this and Muji ninjutsu? Go to hell. Matsudaira Tadaneo was immediately defeated. Take a step back immediately and prepare to escape. At the same time he shouted. Brothers, retreat quickly. Hearing this, a group of rock shinobi started to escape without saying a word. Good chance. The eyes of Niji and others were bright, and the enemy was in chaos. God help me. In an instant, several people attacked. Not to mention, rock shinobi was too preoccupied with escaping and failed to provide timely support, so he was instantly killed by several people. At this time, a handful of kunao fell from the sky. As soon as Yang Tai received the memory of Shadow Clone, he quickly responded and got into the water in front of him. Shabu shabu shabu. Green figures shuttled around the rock shinobi at high speed. At this time, Yoda is like a black-clad Shinigami holding a scythe. Quickly and without any emotion, the lives of many rock shinobi were ended. Poof. The last rock shinobi was eliminated by him. There were only a few rock shinobi left in the field who had dug into the ground. At this moment, their last heads were exposed, their eyes widened, looking straight at Yang Tai. A look of horror. But when he saw himself and others about to dive into the ground again, he immediately showed a smile. What a relief. It's not that easy to run away. Yang Tai reacted immediately, and the chakra in his body quickly surged to his right foot. Suddenly violent air currents surged around him, as if some violent storm was brewing. Get under control quickly. Yang Tai shouted, and then without any hesitation. The right foot raised high, carrying tens of thousands of pounds of gravity, fell down very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it hits the ground. Rumble. The earth shook. A circle of white air waves, with the sun as the center, cracked the surrounding ground. Huge rocks were thrown up and flew around. Advertisement. The Xiaoqiang who jumped into the air in advance were secretly speechless when they saw this scene. Seeing Yoda use this move again, it's still so visually impactful. Xiaoqiang guys are okay. Before the 6 people in Konoha could react to the situation, they were directly hit by the shock wave. It fell to the ground and lay on the ground with its arms stretched out. His face was full of shock. This kick is too scary. Nakano Yin murmured and shook his head quickly. Scan around to check the physical condition of several people. You're not hurt, are you? Nakano Yin asked quickly. One of the team members shook his head and said, it's nothing. It might be because he was hit by the shock wave. The shock wave just now was too strong. After the team member finished speaking, he raised his hands to cover his head, feeling a buzzing in his head. Seeing this, Nakano breathed a sigh of relief. With this kick, most of the people down there will be dead. Tian Tian stuck out his tongue and couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Niji didn't say anything, he just kept his eyes open and observing the situation underneath. Seeing several figures rushing towards the ground quickly, he immediately called out. Over there. With a finger, his whole body fell quickly and rushed to a certain place. Boom. Puff. Matsudaira Tadaneo rushed out of the ground with 4 people, covered his chest, opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Hateful. The entire ground was penetrated by a powerful impact, and they could not perform their magic at all. Before he could complain, a figure rushed towards him from the sky at high speed. The chakra in Niji's body surged rapidly, and he shot it out with one palm. Then streams of extremely pure chakra poured into the palm of the hand. In an instant, azure blue light bloomed in the palm of my hand. With the blessing of his white eyes, this palm is extremely powerful. It gives people an unstoppable feeling. Matsudaira's pupils dilated rapidly. Niji's palm came too unexpectedly. Don't say that he doesn't have the ability to dodge at this time. Even in his prime, he might not be able to dodge. Boom. A dull voice came. Niji slapped Matsudaira Tadaineo on the head. Unexpectedly, this palm seemed to have no strength. It was just a light pat on the other person's head. However, Matsudaira Tadaineo's performance proved the power of this palm. At this time, Matsudaira just stared at Niji in a daze, motionless. He didn't appear to be injured in any way. Niji retracted his hand, and at this moment, a ball of blue chakra in his white eyes was crazily destroying Matsudaira Tadaineo's brain nerves. To be precise, Matsudaira Tadaineo is still physically alive, but his brain has been completely destroyed by his chakra. Hey, the author almost collapsed yesterday. He was so tired that he fell asleep in the middle of coding. As soon as he woke up at 1 o'clock, he said that he did not write 4,000 words yesterday, and his whole work was interrupted, which meant that his work this month was in vain. It was obviously the last few days, but God had a trick on me. I didn't sleep all night, so I decided not to write. When I went home in the evening, I thought about it for a while, but still didn't want to give up, so I coded 2 more. The real author almost collapsed today. Chapter 213 Central, Ling Yi. That is, the living dead. Whoosh whoosh. Xiao Li pulled out a few after-images and quickly passed by several rock shinobi. The sword light flashed past, and because it was too fast, it pulled out a bright cold light. Like a strip of light in the dark night. Advertisement. Thump thump. The remaining few were seriously injured. Rock Shinobi's neck exploded with blood, and he fell to the ground. It was twitching and gradually lifeless. At this point all Rock Shinobi have been destroyed. Everyone take care of the battlefield quickly. Yoda glanced around and quickly ordered. As he spoke, he prepared the scroll and put the bodies of Rock Shinobi into it. This is all credit. When the friends saw this, they quickly started to imitate it. Nakano Yin slowly regained his composure. He was indeed shocked by the strength of people like Yoda just now. To have such strength at this age is a true genius. As for grabbing the spoils from them, he had not thought about it. To put it harshly, Yang Tai and others are here to save them. If they even grab the loot. Somewhat unauthentic. After cleaning the battlefield very quickly, everyone gathered. Hello everyone, my name is Nakano Ichiyazu, and these 5 people are my subordinates. Nakano Yunan showed a grateful smile and introduced. Thank you very much for your rescue this time. After saying that, Nakano Yin and the 5 people behind him bowed deeply to the Xiaoqiang. Yang Tai and the others quickly ducked away and waved their hands repeatedly. Yoda said, we are all members of Konoha and should help each other. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Nakano Yin looked relaxed, but still stubbornly said. That said, I still want to thank you. After saying that, he led several people to bow again. Yang Tai is speechless. It felt like he was driving west. But there was no hiding this time. There was no point in hiding. After receiving the gift, Yang Tai went straight to the point. We are going to go to the middle for support now. Do you 6 plan to continue to hold your position, or go to support like us? Nakano Yin opened his mouth and said without any hesitation. We will support you together. Still holding the position. He is not a fool. He couldn't defend it with more than a dozen people before, let alone only 6 people now. What can you do? Deliver food to the Rock Shinobi. Yang Tai thought about it. Okay, this way we can have a few more people. Advertisement. After saying that, Yang Tai waved his hand and led everyone to rush towards another battlefield. The bright moon is in the sky. Nagata shook the blood on his sword on Monday and looked at the center with an emotionless look, surrounded by 9 people. Tap tap tap. At this time, a burst of anxious footsteps came. As soon as Nagata turned around on Monday, he saw a messenger ninja coming quickly. At this time, his expression was slightly anxious. Seeing Nagata on Monday, he quickly said. Captain, there's something wrong with Tadaineo Matsudaira. Hearing this, Nagata frowned on Monday. Tell me slowly, what is it specifically? The messenger ninja organizes the language. Captain Matsudaira Tadaineo's people sent a summons earlier. Said Konoha's support has arrived. What? Nagata exclaimed on Monday, knowing that he was fully prepared to lay out this plan. Unexpectedly, Konoha actually has such a support force. Obviously there was no news about this unit before. Strangeness. Although they thought so, he did not doubt the news at all. Because this is a war zone. Then Nagata calmed down on Monday and continued to ask for details. How many people are there in the other party? Have you confirmed it? The messenger ninja nodded. According to the information from the informant, the other party has touched about 40 or 50 people. 40 or 50 people. Nagata frowned on Monday. There were so many people, but none of their spies noticed it. Hidden so deeply. Then he looked at the 9 Konoha shinobi and waved his hand. More than 30 rock shinobi all took action to kill several Konoha shinobi. Suddenly there was a flash of swords and blood splattered everywhere. It seems that we are going to speed up here. Nagata murmured on Monday and looked towards the center. Middle part. Wuyanjiang's group of people were fighting chaotically. A beautiful figure blocked rock shinobi's kunao, and struck the man's right arm with a backhand sword slash. Poof! A bloody flower exploded. The rock shinobi screamed and retreated quickly, covering his arms. Sister, in this situation, we still plan to withdraw first. At this time, A waved the long sword in his hand and forced back the rock shinobi who were rushing towards him. Reino said while fighting off rock shinobi. The news of distress has been sent out. If we run away now, if the enemy chases us and we run away, our casualties will increase several times in an instant. Not a wise choice. Advertisement. Sister, you have to think of a way. Otherwise, if the enemy's support arrives first, we will be in trouble. At this time, he also came over and said. Ling Yi frowned, this is the problem they are facing now. She brought a lot of people with her on this mission, more than 20 people, otherwise she wouldn't be able to survive until now. It would be easy to say if they get support next time. But if it were the enemy's support department, then she would be in big trouble, and she would probably have to run away in the end. It depends on the situation. If you can't defeat me, just retreat. Although I am a little reluctant, I can't bear to bear the child's heat. Can't trap the wolf. Then Reino quickened the sword in his hand and fought hard. Hirano Hiei took advantage of the situation and blocked the incoming sword. He turned around and distanced himself, staring closely at Ling Yi coming in and out of the field. What an amazing girl! He couldn't help but sigh in admiration, and then he understood that he had to deal with this person as soon as possible. Hirano Hiei didn't waste any time. He reminded the people next to him and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style Shui Lian blade. In an instant, the 2 water blades were like 2 sickles. Rushed towards Ling Yi at top speed. Sister, be careful. The person next to me shouted. Reminded. Ling Yi naturally heard such a loud noise. I turned my head slightly and looked at it, and I was shocked. It was too late to run. Thinking of this, she looked around quickly with bright beautiful eyes. Seeing rock shinobi coming from the right, he kicked him out. Boom! The rock shinobi was kicked hard in the chest, flew backwards, hit the ground hard, and groaned. And Ling Yi used this strength to quickly distance herself. His hands quickly formed seals and quickly patted the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. The next moment, a 50 cm thick stone slab rose directly from the ground. At the critical moment, he blocked 2 water blades. Bang bang! The crystal mist fell from the sky, and Ling Yi's figure suddenly became a little misty. I can only see an approximate body shape, which looks a bit hazy. There is a kind of vague beauty. What a nice view! Hirano Hiei looked a little lost in thought and murmured. The next moment, the mist in his eyes became even more attractive. The water mist continued to spread, covering him instantly. Suddenly his eyes were filled with white. This is illusion. Chapter 214 Painting Prison Technique. Broken. Hirano Hiei was shocked and immediately disrupted the chakra in his body. In an instant, everything was clear before my eyes, and the surrounding scenery came into view instantly. The next moment, his pupils shrank rapidly. A kunao flew in front of me very quickly, glowing with a cold light under the moonlight. Advertisement. Poof. Blood splattered on the arm. Hirano Hiei narrowly escaped, his back was already wet with cold sweat. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as being injured. It's probably already GG at this point. Pity. Ling Yi sighed, she had recently learned this illusion trick. It's simple and easy to use, but it's also easy for enemies to crack. Sister-in-law, it's okay. Look, Rock Shinobi is injured. He is obviously no match for you, you are just looking for an opportunity. At this time, A comforted him. But he also told the truth. The opponent is indeed not very strong, that is, at elite Chunin level. He is about the same strength as Ling Yi. However, there are more than a dozen people on the other side than they are, and as the saying goes, it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. Hiss. Hirano Hesse quickly stopped the bleeding and looked solemnly at Reino, who was fighting off rock shinobi one by one. Looks like we're going to go all out. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted to the rock shinobi around him. Retreat. Then he nodded secretly to his cronies. When the three close aides saw this, they naturally understood what it meant. He quickly opened the distance and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth style, quagmire. The three of them perform a ninjutsu together. I saw the ground squirming rapidly for 40 to 50 meters, and the mud was like a spring. In an instant, the place turned into a quagmire. Jump! Ling Yi was startled, shouted loudly, and jumped up at the same time. Hearing this, all the Konoha shinobi used their strength to jump into the air before the ground completely turned to mud. Good opportunity. Attack! Hirano Hesse fluttered his hands and looked overjoyed. This was a good opportunity. The Konoha shinobi are all in the air, they are just living targets. Quickly order everyone to attack. Boo-hoo-hoo. After finishing speaking, Konoha shinobi threw a shuriken and kunao into the air at high speed, with many detonating charms mixed in among them. In an instant, it seemed as if an overwhelming number of hidden weapons were coming. The Konoha shinobi in the air secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and there was a faint cold sweat on his back. Ling Yi also screamed secretly, saying she was careless. Then he shouted. First. Okay. A agreed, quickly forming seals with his hands, and the chakra in his body quickly gathered into his chest. Advertisement. He opened his mouth and took a sharp breath, and his chest suddenly swelled, like a muscular man. Wind style, great breakthrough. Whoosh whoosh. A powerful airflow spurted out from A's mouth at high speed, forming a visible airflow rushing towards densely packed hidden weapons. In an instant, these hidden weapons rolled back and rushed towards the rock shinobi crowd. Boom! The strong airflow finally made a small crater on the ground and disappeared. It didn't cause any casualties to rock shinobi. Second. Reino shouted immediately. Yi didn't say anything. As Ling Yi's subordinate, he naturally understood what the elder sister meant. Make seals with your hands quickly. Fire style, great fireball technique. The next moment, a huge fireball appeared below the Konoha shinobi, lighting up the night sky. Rush down at top speed. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it hits the quagmire with blazing fire. Stab! The water mist transpired, and a cracked ground of 1 or 2 meters appeared on the spot. Ling Yi frowned. Such a large landing place was simply not enough for the rest of them. Immediately swiping his armor, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Even if they don't succeed, at least they have a place to stay. Thinking of this, she formed a seal with her hands and shouted to A. Cooperate with me. A was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood after seeing Reino's seal gesture. This is, to cast fire style. Could it be that I used a combination of ninjutsu? Although A was a little shocked, he did not dare to delay at this moment. Whether you can succeed or not depends on luck. Fire style fire dragon technique. Reino opened his mouth and spit out a large scorching flame, which instantly illuminated the entire venue. Wind style splitting wind palm. A clasped his palms together and stared closely at the wave of fire spreading down. It's now. Ha! A shouted loudly. With a bang, dozens of air currents spurted out from around him. Dive into the fire waves head on. In an instant, flames shot into the sky. The scorching flame swept across the ground with an unstoppable force. Waves of water vapor appeared, and the ground quickly turned into a cracked ground. What a powerful flame! This was the first thought that came to Hirano Hesse's mind. Then he reacted, and he didn't expect that the other party would complete this series of actions in less than 30 seconds. The leader of the other party is really not simple. But Hirano Hesse showed a look of disdain, with a smile that seemed like he had a chance of winning. Why do you think I, a Chunin, can command so many people? Advertisement. Let me tell you today. Earth-style Hualao technique. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently. As soon as the Konoha shinobi landed, something felt wrong. Quickly retreat. Ling Yi realized something was wrong and quickly ordered. Before anyone could react, triangular stone walls were erected in all directions. A group of people were instantly surrounded. From the outside, it looks like a pyramid. Careful. Get as close as possible. Ling Yi reminded aloud. Everyone also slowly approached. Sister, what should we do now? This ninjutsu doesn't seem to be easy to break. At this time, A looked at the surrounding walls and analyzed. At this time, Ling Yi couldn't make up her mind. The other party dared to control them in this way. At least it shows that these walls are strong enough. Go and try it with the detonating talisman. Ling Yi thought for a while, pointed at a person and said. She remembered that this player knew how to play Earth style. Remember to use Earth style. After saying that, Ling Yi reminded him. The Konoha shinobi didn't hesitate and threw out a few detonating charms in a corner. Quickly forming seals, opening his mouth and spitting out, blocks of soil were sealed there, and the distance was quickly opened. Boom! Debris flew everywhere. Everyone blocked their faces and looked over immediately. There was just a small crater in the far wall. It works. Everyone was happy. If they come here a few more times, then... Before I was happy for a few seconds, the wall in front of me quickly recovered. At the same time, a slightly sharp sound sounded around. Konoha shinobi, there is no need for you to resist. No matter how much you attack me with this ninjutsu, you will recover instantly. That means everything you do is in vain. Hearing this, Reino and all the Konoha shinobi's expressions darkened. By the way, I forgot to remind you, this is a sealed environment. That is to say, hee. Hirano Hiesai didn't finish his words, he just laughed a few times. What's the meaning? Everyone is a little confused. Air. B suddenly shouted and instantly understood what was going on. After hearing B's reminder, everyone understood what was going on. There is not enough air and oxygen here. Chapter 215 Support arrives. Captain, what should we do now? A worriedly asked Reino. At this time, more than 24 Konoha shinobi members also cast worried eyes. Ling Yi frowned, but as the captain now, she couldn't show a dejected look. Otherwise it will be a devastating blow to the entire team. Advertisement. Then she stabbed the sword towards the ground, and heard a sonorous sound. The blade only penetrated half an inch. Sister-in-law, it seems that the opponent's ninjutsu has even covered the ground. The old fritter, said with an ugly face. Everyone's hearts also sank. It seemed like they were in doom today. Ling Yi thought for a while and then said. If we use a large-scale ninjutsu, can we break this turtle shell without hurting ourselves? Everyone was silent, this is the problem they are facing now. I have super powerful ninjutsu, but I dare not use it in such a small space. Can easily hurt yourself. It looks like we can only wait for support. At this time, B opened his mouth and said. Everyone nodded slightly, this was the only way at the moment. Well, so far, this is the only way. Ling Yi agreed, and then paused to appease everyone. Everyone try to slow down your breathing now and delay. Don't forget that this is our Konoha position. I believe support will arrive soon. After hearing this, everyone who was still feeling uneasy slowly felt relieved. Yes. Here is their position in Konoha, as long as they try to delay as much time as possible. I believe support will arrive soon. Seeing everyone calm down, Ling Yi managed to breathe a sigh of relief. But then she began to worry in her heart, wondering if other teams had spread the information. Before, she saw that besides their place, 2 other places also sent out distress signals. So the number of enemies should be more than 100, and there are more than 30 people separated in 3 places. She also came with her troops to support her, but there were too many of them. 5 of the 10 people in the original position died immediately. She appeared and could barely resist Rock Shinobi's attack. Now I am trapped in this BDS shell, and I don't know if I can get out. Hey, I wonder if I can catch up. Ling Yi sighed slightly, but looked around and didn't dare to relax. Outside. Hirano Hesse pressed his hands on the ground and continued to output chakra. He also looked solemnly at the tall triangular stone tower in front of him. Captain, are we going to waste it like this? Advertisement. What if Konoha's support arrives? Next to him, Rock Shinobi's confidant hesitated and asked Hirano Hesse. How could Hirano Hesse not think of this? He glanced at his cronies, sneered, and asked. The Konoha Shinobi are waiting for support, aren't we also waiting for support? Rock Shinobi's cronies and Rock Shinobi who gathered around him were stunned, and then they immediately reacted and smiled. Yes, they are waiting for support. After appeasing everyone, Hirano Hesse nodded and focused on ninjutsu again. He still hasn't said a word. If we don't control them, do we have to fight hard? Even if you fight hard, are you and others completely sure? So the current method is to control them. It's best to be trapped to death. If you can't be trapped to death, then support and kill him. If the other party's support arrives, then everyone should run away quickly. Stop. Yang Tai raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. What's wrong? Tian Tian said doubtfully. The sound is suddenly so quiet. Shikamaru frowned and answered. The friends who were still a little confused about what was going on began to listen carefully. Naruto scratched his head. He only heard the sparse sounds of insects and was suddenly a little confused. I heard some insects chirping, but it's not as quiet as you said. Naruto made a confused sound. Shikamaru was helpless. He understood that Naruto had misunderstood him and explained in detail. At first, the surroundings were quiet, but from time to time you could hear explosions and violent collisions in the distance. But from now on, the sounds in the distance stopped suddenly. Having said this, Shikamaru looked at his friends and said solemnly. Do you mean what this is? The friends shook their heads and held Shikamaru up one by one. It means that the Konoha team is likely to be destroyed in the battle with Rock Shinobi. Shikamaru announced the answer. I see. Only then did everyone realize that this was what Yoda meant when he asked them to stop. Yoda frowned slightly. He had heard from Katsuyu that there were more than 20 people supporting this position. With so many people, if not as much as Rock Shinobi, that should be enough to wait until they arrive. But man's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. He is about to arrive. There was sudden silence from the other side, which made him extremely confused. Could it be that there is some powerful character on the opposite side who wiped out a group of more than 20 people? Our ninjas were not killed, they were trapped by Rock Shinobi using a jutsu. Advertisement. There is no life-threatening danger at the moment. As soon as the words fell, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Tae clenched his fists. Great, let's keep going. In the triangular tower. Several minutes passed. Some people gradually became exhausted and fell to the ground without any image. Panting heavily, absorbing it greedily, there was only a little oxygen left. At this time, Ling Yi also began to feel trance-like, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. Sister, are you okay? A said with some difficulty that although his situation was better, it was not much better. Ling Yi reluctantly shook her head. I can still hold on for a while. Damn it! Why aren't you here yet? Yi roared unwillingly, but unfortunately the air became thinner and thinner, so it was of little use to hear it. Everyone is holding on for a few minutes. Support should be arriving soon. Ling Yi stood up reluctantly. There were many figures in his sight, and he couldn't see them clearly, but he still comforted everyone. When everyone heard the words, they didn't speak, closed their eyes silently, and waited for death to come. Boom! A sudden explosion sounded suddenly. It was as if a huge boulder was suddenly thrown into a pool of stagnant water and caused a huge wave. All the Konoha shinobi were stunned and stood up instantly. He said with great joy. Back up! Back up is coming! Even Shen Ling Yi, who was in a daze, didn't know where to inspire the power. Instantly full of energy. Quiet! Everyone still obeyed Ling Yi's order and immediately fell silent, but their expressions of joy could not be expressed. Everyone listens. Boom! Tenten disrupted Rock Shinobi's position and slowly lowered himself. A flash! Yoda appeared in the sky above the Rock Shinobi with a loud sound, without saying a word. Throw out dozens of shurikens and quickly form seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the shurikens in the air turned into a shower of flowers. Rush towards the waiting Rock Shinobi below. Earth-style earth flow wall. Earthen walls rose up from the ground, forming 3 rows, clanging and clanging, easily blocking Yang Tai's attack. Yang Tai glanced around and instantly locked onto Hirano Hisai and the people around him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's you. Chapter 216 Nagata Monday. Yoda's chest bulged, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of rich wind attribute chakra. He crossed his hands and threw 8 kunao instantly. The kunao enchanted with the sharp wind attribute chakra speeds up a bit. Shooting at Hirano he sees position from several different directions at high speed. Poof! Advertisement. The enchanted kunao was unstoppable, easily passing through the stone slabs and rushing in front of several Rock Shinobi. Captain, hide now! Rock Shinobi's cronies shouted, reminding Hesse Hirano who was still maintaining the painting prison technique. When Hirano Hisai saw it, he was immediately frightened and could not care about maintaining his ninjutsu. Immediately, the whole body quickly sank to the ground. Whoosh! The possessed pain cut through his shoulder and penetrated into the ground with just a hair's breadth. Phew, so dangerous. Hirano Hisai, half of his body sunk to the ground, looked at the wound on his shoulder, swallowed, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at Yang Tai in the distance with lingering fear. It's not over yet. With a thought in Yang Tai's mind, several water pillars suddenly exploded in the field. Like a huge spider web, it connects many Rock Shinobi. Brush! Yang Tai's figure flashed into the water column and disappeared. Hirano Hisai was also shocked when he saw the water column suddenly appearing in front of him. Quickly speed up and sink into the ground. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the water column before his eyes, and a blurry figure appeared in the water column. Hirano Hisai's pupils shrank rapidly. Although some figures were blurred, he could still clearly see the person coming. Isn't this the Konoha shinobi who just threw the kunao at him? What speed is this? He was shocked on the spot by Yoda's speed. Yoda ignored this and fought against Rock Shinobi several times. He knew very well that to capture the thief first, he captured the king without saying a word. Raising his hand, the blue chakra in his hand quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, a high-speed rotating wheel is formed. Chi-Yuan slash! The buzzing sound echoes around you, as if countless bees are flapping their wings in your ears. Yang Tai slashed diagonally, and the Qi Yuan slash in his hand was unstoppable. In Ping Yi See's extremely frightened eyes, he raised the knife and dropped it. With a pop, the head flew high into the air, blood staining the air. The speed of Yang Tai's series was so fast that Hirano Hesse couldn't react at all. He was killed on the spot. So smooth. Yang Tai was still a little surprised. He originally thought he was going to pull a few times. Advertisement. I didn't expect it to be done in one go. This is good, and it will take care of a few rock shinobi. Thinking of this, he no longer looked at the body sunk into the ground and disappeared into the water column. Brush brush brush. A green light appeared instantly, followed by a blood flower blooming, coloring the ground. Thump thump. Before a man named Rock Shinobi could react, he was lying in a pool of blood with a look of shock and horror on his face, refusing to close his eyes. Stop! In the suddenly silent night, an angry roar echoed throughout the audience. Along with the roar, rows of stone pillars rose from the ground. Cover the entire site quickly. In an instant, a sudden stone pillar interrupted Yoda's shun shui. It had to be allowed to show its shape and stay where it was. At the same time, a fireball carrying ultra-high heat struck quickly. The blazing fire clearly illuminated the surrounding scene. Yang Tai's pupil shrank, and he clearly saw that the fireball in front of him was not an ordinary fire style at all. Rather, it is a ball of rock that is blazing with fire. It is somewhat similar to Four Tails Jinchuriki's ability, but different, it is not magma. Yang Tai looked solemn and did not dare to be careless. The other party knew that these stone pillars could block his instant water. It means that the other party must clearly understand your information. Water style, water dragon bullet. His hands quickly formed seals, the aura around Yang Tai's body surged, and the water flowing on the ground gathered rapidly. In an instant, a 7 to 8 meter water dragon appeared, opening its teeth and claws as if roaring. With a flick of its tail, it rushed toward the fireball that looked like a small sun. Boom! This time la la! The dull and loud noise shook people's hearts. The little sun went out instantly, and countless water vapor filled the surrounding area instantly. Boom! A strong shock wave swept the surrounding area with misty water vapor. Everyone raised their hands to block their eyes, and they were all surprised. The fog disperses. Looking through the moonlight, the area where the ninjutsu collided was in a mess. Only the bodies of a dozen rock shinobi were left. Where is Yoda? The friends searched everywhere for Yang Tai. Over there. Niji pointed and everyone looked at him. At this time, Yoda stood firmly on the top of the triangular tower where Reino and others were trapped. Looking solemnly at the group of rock shinobi people who slowly appeared not far away. Advertisement. It's really strong. He was able to release such a powerful water style and retreat safely in that situation. It's really not that simple. Nagata put down the hand that was covering his face on Monday and looked at Yoda on the top of the tower, with a bad look on his face. Since the demolition team was crippled by Yoda, Onaki directly disclosed Yoda's information to various chief officers. As long as some middle and lower team captains know the existence of Yang Tai. Of course, there are still some people who didn't have time to know it all due to time issues. But that doesn't hurt Rock Shinobi. Then he glanced around and his expression became even uglier. In the messy field, only a dozen or so people, Rock Shinobi, were alive. The rest all died in battle. This means that only half of the team of more than 30 people is left. Is this the weird water teleportation? Nagata secretly smacked his tongue on Monday. This kind of ninjutsu is simply a nightmare for ordinary ninjas. Subconsciously, I couldn't help but look in the direction of the sun again. Then he was stunned, and Nagata's eyes happened to meet Yoda's. In an instant, the temperature around the two dropped a bit, and each looked at the other coldly. Go ahead and keep the stone pillars at all times. Also, you have full command of the team. Nagata quickly issued the order on Monday. He had already made his own analysis on Yoda. If this person can't be killed, then he will cling to him, as long as his men defeat the others. After that, you can completely surround and kill him slowly. When the deputy heard the words, he immediately understood what he meant. This was what he was good at, and he immediately issued orders one after another. Yang Tai looked at the other party deeply and ignored him. After seeing their formation gradually unfolding, I already understood. Next, I'm afraid it will be a battle against a general and an army against an army. Thinking of this, Yang Tai had no expression on his face and raised his fists high. Circles of chakra visible to the naked eye quickly wrapped around his arm. Next moment, the fist wind roared, and Yang Tai's powerful and heavy punch was like a dazzling comet. Hit the triangular tower below with one punch. Boom! Click click! The top of the tower exploded instantly. Yang Tai's power continued unabated and penetrated with overwhelming strength. The entire tower surface collapsed inch by inch, huge cracks appeared, and it was teetering on the verge of collapse. It was about to lose its hold. Ha! Yang Tai shouted and increased his strength a little more. Rumble. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the triangular tower was overwhelmed and collapsed instantly, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. Yang Tai jumped down and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everyone breathing heavily inside. Without the blessing of Hirano Hesi Chakra. Although this triangular tower is strong, it is not indestructible.